then I would definitely conclude that rather than welfare, what has dominated as a narrative in the states, particularly of Uttar Pradesh, has been caste and the local candidate, because the Bharatiya Janata Party did not change majority of its candidate in Uttar Pradesh. But as of right now, I will not conclude, because there are 200 seats where the margin is very, very narrow. And we have seen in Bihar that how the entire reversal took place. The earlier the Bharatiya Janata Party was celebrating, and post-lunch it was Nitish Kumar and RJD who formed the government. So let us hold our conclusions for 1.5 hours, and after that we'll be able to conclude whether this has been a caste in a candidate election or an election which is being dominated by the national narrative. Because the state of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bengal, these three
Pradeep, I'm interrupting you because we have the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy, joining us at this time. Mr. Kumaraswamy, namaskara. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations. Congratulations on your victory. How would you look at the performance in Karnataka, sir?
I think might be connected.
Mr. Kumaraswamy, can you hear me? I'm not sure if he's speaking with us or if he's speaking with somebody else. We'll try and go back to him in just a bit. We have Zama Khan, Minority Affairs Minister of Bihar, of the JDU with us. Zama Khan ji, namaste. Bihar mein JDU has performed along with the BJP quite well. बीजेपी की कुछ सीटों पे सेंग लगी है, but ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस पे आप क्या कहेंगे बिहार को लेकर?
बिहार में जो हमारे नेता आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो काम किया है, 2005 के बाद जो इन्होंने काम करके दिखाने का काम किया, हर जाति धर्म वर्ग उठकर उन्होंने काम, हर लोगों के हर समाज का काम और विकास जो बिहार के अंदर उन्होंने किया था, उस विकास को देखते हुए जनता ने निर्णय लिया। और जनता को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, बिहार के तमाम लोगों को, जिन्होंने हमारे नेता के कार्यों को देखते हुए, कार्य के तौर तरीका देखते हुए जिन्होंने काम किया है, जो सम्मान दिया है बिहार की जनता, मैं उसका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। निश्चित तौर पर हमारे नेता नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो बिहार के अंदर विकास किया, वो विकास को प्रदेश नहीं पूरा देश दुनिया ने देखा है। तो जनता ने जो रिजल्ट दिया है, ये उम्मीद
अटकलें लग रही हैं कि
रिजल्ट ऐसा आएगा। चूंकि
इंडी गठबंधन से उनको फोन आए हैं, उनसे डिप्यूटी पीएम की जगह उनको प्रॉमिस की गई है, अगर ये नंबर ठहरते हैं।
अब ये तो मुझे नहीं जानकारी, जो आप जानकारी दे रही है मुझे जानकारी नहीं है।
आपको लगता है कि विपक्ष के साथ हाथ जोड़ना चाहिए?
कुमार जी हैं, हम लोगों के देखिए, हमारे नेता, हमारे गार्जियन, हमारे अभिभावक हैं, हमारे गुरु हैं। जो उनका निर्णय होगा, उस निर्णय के साथ हम सब लोग खड़े हैं। वो अपने नेता के नेता का निर्णय होता है, सब लोग नेता तो होता नहीं, नेता एक होता है। नेता नीतीश कुमार जी जो निर्णय होगा, उस पर हमारे से तमाम कार्यकर्ता उनके साथ हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे। क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि नेता ने जो भी निर्णय लिया है बिहार के विकास के लिए, बिहार के सम्मान में हमेशा निर्णय लिए हैं। तो जो भी फायदा बिहार का हो, जैसे उचित समझेंगे वो निर्णय लेंगे। मैं उनके साथ हूँ, हम लोग उनके साथ हैं। मैं उसमें कोई हमको नहीं बोलना है। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूँगा बिहार के लोगों को, आपके माध्यम से, बिहार के लोगों ने जिस तरह से विश्वास किया हमारे नेता पर, और नेता ने जो सम्मान दिया था, जो काम किया था, जाति भेद वर्ग धर्म से उठकर उन्होंने काम किया था, तो उसका रिजल्ट जनता ने दिया है।
So you are going to leave it to नीतीश कुमार? आप नीतीश कुमार पर छोड़ रहे हैं? TDP has said that they are not going anywhere. JDU's Neeraj Kumar said that JDU is not going anywhere. Shehzad Poonawalla, is there a worry that the allies may decamp? Because the Congress has been talking up, there are talks that they are reaching out to NDA allies or BJP's allies.
जी,
first of all, I think you just spoke to
नेता नीतीश कुमार जी को छोड़ रहे हैं। नेता नीतीश कुमार जी नेता हम लोगों के हैं, जो उनका रिजल्ट देंगे, हम लोगों को जो निर्णय लेंगे, उस निर्णय पर हम लोग खड़े हैं।
जी, जमा खान, मैंने ये प्रश्न शहजाद पूनावाला से पूछा, वीर सांघवी भी हैं, मैं जरा उनसे भी उनके विचार जान लूं। इवन एज देयर आर सेलिब्रेशन शॉट्स कमिंग, देयर आर वर्कर्स हु आर डांसिंग, वी हैव टू सी वेयर दीज विजुअल्स आर कमिंग एंड व्हिच पार्टी लीडर्स दे आर। यस शहजाद, ऑन बिहार, on the NDA allies being approached by the opposition, and then we'll come to Bengal, where it's a complete rout of the BJP. Yes.
Okay. First of all, Anand, let me again put it in perspective that as we stand at this moment, when 200 seats are still in the close margin, the BJP alone is more than the India alliance. Let's get that perspective clear. Secondly, the BJP by 4 o'clock will itself cross the halfway mark. So the question won't arise. But having said that, our allies are time-tested allies. The senior spokesperson of KC Tyagi, of JDU KC Tyagi ji, has already said that we are in the NDA, we are firmly under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. A TDP representative just now on your show.
Well, Shehzad, interrupting you, we've got Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy through with us. H.D. Kumaraswamy ji, namaskara. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations on your victory in Mandya.
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. How are you? And congratulations on the Mandya victory. How would you see the performance of the NDA in Karnataka?
I'm actually with little bit. I'm happy, but very disappointed. We are expected more. We are expected more than 25 seats in this election from BJP and JDS combination. In that we failed. That development actually little bit I am unhappy.
Mr. Manjunath has won, but Prajwal has lost. Prajwal Revanna has lost. How would you see the results? How they are coming so far? How do you assess them, sir?
Manjunath victories, we expected that victory in a big margin. On the advice of our Honorable Home Minister, in our family we decided to select Dr. Manjunath as a candidate in Bangalore rural constituency. That strategy worked out very well. But in Hassan issue, some decision what we have taken, there is some fault is there, but future days we will going to try to solve all those things. It is not possible for me to express about the development in that Hassan. Future days we will going to solve those problems and we will come back again in Hassan also future days.
What do you think are the learnings from the election? I know it's early, but still, the 10 seats that the NDA lost to the Congress and the IND alliance.
Definitely in Karnataka, that's why I told you I am very unhappy that Congress has won the 10 seats in this election. Because of our small errors, Congress got those seats, even though they have invested huge money by misusing the official machineries. We think that they will going to struck at 3 to 4 seats. But because of some small mistakes from our side also, we lost another 6 seats. Otherwise, we would have reached 25 seats.
The national scenario, how would you see it, sir? The NDA is at 295, BJP is at 240. Is all well?
There will be a big challenge to Honorable Prime Minister. I can understand what he worked from last 2 months without giving any scope for his actually how we travel entire country from last 2 months without giving rest to his health also. He worked very hard, but it is surprise result in this election because everybody predicting more than 350 seats NDA will going to get it. But because of some misinterpretation by some section of the parties, we structured NDA alliance with nearing 300 seats. But there is a big work we have to responsibly we have to work to get the confidence of the people of this country. For that, I think Narendra Modi ji is a very experienced leader. He can work it out, whatever mistakes is there, to get the confidence of the people. He will going to work very hard.
Will the JDS continue with the NDA, sir? Final question. Well, I think that was the aspect that the Prime Minister will feel it as a setback is what H.D. Kumaraswamy is saying, with the assumption that these numbers will stay. We are just getting an update that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest. It's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, with 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave. And today, it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at, Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those
and
three phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
You know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because, you know, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, you know, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, he's known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
Right. So as of now, the alliance partners.
I think we should ask Mr. Poonawalla if there will be
Shehzad,
any more conversations. Shehzad, Poonawalla, if you can hear me, do you believe that the BJP itself? Okay, we've lost his line.
No. See, you wanted to understand where the Samajwadi Party has actually made gains.
Yes.
The gains are there in the first phase.
Yes.
You see this, the first, second and the second phase. But look at this. This is the final phase.
Yeah.
This is the final phase where the bulk of the gains have happened. And they've also made inroads even through phase 4, 5.
Yeah.
If you look at in Uttar Pradesh. As of now, these are a lot of tight contests in Uttar Pradesh. But this is the story. If there is one hero or somebody who's perhaps the man of the match of this for the opposition, it's Akhilesh Yadav. Akhilesh has quietly gone ahead and fought this election smartly.
Well, the threshold always for any government, the pain threshold is 30. If the opposition starts getting more than 30 in Uttar Pradesh, that's when it starts hurting incumbent governments. And we've seen that throughout the last 20 years. And here you have the India bloc at 43.
Right.
Well above the pain threshold.
No, and not just make a point about Uttar Pradesh?
Look at this. Sorry.
Can I just make a point about a quick point? It was believed going into the election that the BJP would sweep Uttar Pradesh because of the Ram Temple. In fact, people who covered Uttar Pradesh, journalists campaign, said the Ram Temple hardly ever came up in conversation.
Okay.
The second element was the attack on Muslims who were infiltrators, who were going to get your Mangal Sutras, etc. And Akhilesh was portrayed all the time as the candidate of the Muslims. The fact that that hasn't harmed him suggests that that whole campaign was a mistake.
True. The other story is Abhishek Banerjee, who's gone to call on Mamata Banerjee. 30 seats that where the Trinamool Congress is leading, or it's already 1 out of 42 in Bengal. It's a story in itself. Will that change over the course of the next 2 or 3 hours? We'll have to wait and watch. Going straight across to Prakash Javadekar ji. Prakash Javadekar ji, namaste. This is Anand Narsimhan here. First up in Kerala, the NDA entering and getting on the leaderboard in Kerala.
Yes, this is a new beginning for Kerala politics. Modi ji had changed the politics of Kerala. It was bipolar between LDF and UDF for 75 years. Now, BJP is well entrenched and nearly 20% votes. We will be making the whole lot of difference. And this is because Modi ji's 3-4 actions. One, all the beneficiary schemes, welfare schemes, reached 100% to all the targeted people without discrimination. This is very important. If there are 28% Muslims, there are 35% beneficiaries are Muslims. So he has done it without discrimination. Second, the large infrastructure project, railways, Vande Bharat and highways, 6-lane highway. So that is also done. Stature of India has gone up like anything. And there are large scale of diaspora of Kerala in other countries. They are saying that our stature has increased, our esteem has increased in the eyes of the people in these countries. So what they called themselves to their families and said, vote.
But as of now, Mr. Javadekar, the only seat where the BJP is leading is Thrissur. Even Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar now is trailing in Thiruvananthapuram. Mr. K. Surendran, the state BJP president, is trailing. Mr. Muralidharan is trailing. These are seats you are very confident about.
We have never won even a single seat. So 1 or 2 seats, whatever we win, is a news and is a very good beginning. And once that is done, next year it is the municipal and local body elections, and 26 it is assembly elections. We will all make jointly progress in that direction where everybody works.
So some inroads in Kerala, ji.
Constituencies.
Some inroads in Kerala, sir, but national picture, there is a big slide, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra.
What all the exit polls told, not figures, but the result. And result was that NDA will become the ruling party for next 5 years, and Modi will become the Prime Minister. And that is what is exactly going to happen. So that is the main headline. The figures in this state, this much or that much, that is different. See, every election is a different election. I'm working since 1971 Parliament elections. I worked first time, 53 years. Hundreds of elections, different kinds of elections. And I was in charge in 10 states. So, and I'm keen observer of elections. So, every election throws some surprises. But today also, it is just halfway through.
But
Still more, because in UP, there are so much close contests.
No, I understand that. And we're still not calling UP for any one side. But Javadekar ji, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Very quick question to you.
Rahul,
From your own state of Maharashtra, sir, there has been a very disappointing, underwhelming result that has come through. How do you see this? Do you believe that perhaps
I will tell you the story in 3 sentences. First, in 2019, BJP and Shiv Sena fought together as alliance.
Yes.
And we won 60% seat, 160 seats out of 288. So we got comfortable majority. But, we got 105, he got 55. And he wanted to be Chief Minister, Thackeray. So Uddhav Thackeray ditched alliance. He won on the posters of Modi and went and joined Congress and NCP. So that was the worst part of Maharashtra politics that has happened. And then what happened? All three put together. We have not broken their parties. Please remember, we have not broken the parties. Shinde and 40 of their MLAs were dissatisfied with those leadership. So they came out and joined us. Ajit Pawar, with him 40 MLAs came out on their own. We cannot bring...
No, but Mr. Javadekar, respectfully, I just want to ask you this because many people saw the switching of Ajit Pawar as a extremely negative development. He was a tainted leader. The Prime Minister himself had sort of described him as a corrupt politician. Do you think this cynical sort of crossing of ranks from one to the other and welcoming in your own party undermined your own credibility?
Maybe yes, that opinion. You have every right and everybody has a right to have his opinion. I don't... I can't say that nobody should have that too. Sure. But the fact remains that we have not broken the parties. They have come here. Up now, at hindsight, you can say anything, but fact remains that now TDP. In 2019, he lost because 2014, I was there in charge and I stitched up the alliance with the High Command's decision. But after that, he won. He then criticized very much and he lost 19 elections without BJP. Now with BJP, he has won again. So this happens. And all will stay with NDA because they are NDA and NDA will be ruling and Modi will be the third time Prime Minister. I think this is the main agenda,
Mr. Javadekar, Sir, Anand here, final question. Congress almost touching 100 seats. Is it a resurgence of the Congress party? You know, the BJP's slogan of Congress Mukt Bharat now seems bunked because they've done nearly 45 seats better than last time.
What? No, we never said Congress Mukt Bharat means opposition Mukt Bharat. No. We said corruption Mukt Bharat, dynasty Mukt Bharat, and one family rule Mukt Bharat. That is the only real thing. It is the ideological war, and you give a phrase to it. So that was Congress Mukt Bharat. But then Kharge said, Bhajapa Mukta BJP South India हो गया. नहीं हुआ. भाजपा कर्नाटक में भी है, आंध्र में भी है, तेलंगाना में भी है, केरल में भी है. तो ऐसा नहीं है. मुक्त नहीं होता ऐसा. पार्टी विचार की लड़ाई.
तमिलनाडु में भी एनडीए, तमिलनाडु में एनडीए है, भाजपा नहीं है अभी तक के लिए.
हाँ, तो वो ठीक है ना. BJP means NDA is the BJP because BJP cannot be separated from NDA. We don't. I will tell you one example. कि There were many offers by other parties, but they wanted to do away with some of our partners. We never said yes. We never said yes.
Right. Prakash Javadekar ji, congratulations on Kerala on getting on the leaderboard. Thank you very much for speaking with us. We've just got a confirmation that Home Minister Amit Shah has also spoken with Chandrababu Naidu, who's underlined that he will continue to be with the NDA. They have been he's been congratulated by the PM and then the HM, and he will be taking oath on the 9th of June as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu back on the hot seat right now. Pradeep Bhandari with us. Pradeep, 1:45 on the clock. By 4 PM, what could change? Or do you think this is how the result is going to be more or less? Anand here.
What I can definitely suggest is that right now the margins, Anand, the margins right now are still very narrow. But the Samajwadi Party is at 37 as per Election Commission, the BJP is at 32. It looks difficult, Anand, that the Bharatiya Janata Party will cross 60 or 65 on its own. And the margin, if this trend continues for the next half an hour, I do not believe that Uttar Pradesh will change massively. And if there is no massive change in Uttar Pradesh, then Anand, then what we can definitely conclude is, rather than Akhilesh Yadav, Anand, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party which did not change its candidates in Uttar Pradesh. If you very well remember that majority of the candidates in Uttar Pradesh were repeated, whereas in Delhi 6 out of 7 candidates were changed. So for the first time in Uttar Pradesh, if this trend continues, the non-Yadav OBC vote, which was with Bharatiya Janata Party since 2014, solidified in 2019-2022, would have splintered, and the BSP vote, which did not move to the Samajwadi Party, even when the Samajwadi Party and BSP had a formal alliance, this time would have moved more to the Samajwadi Party vis-a-vis the BJP. This is for the first time happening in Uttar Pradesh in the last 10 years, if this trend continues, Anand.
True, some phenomenal work, and kudos to Akhilesh Yadav for the work that's happened, as there are a lot of introspection to be done with vis-a-vis Uttar Pradesh as far as the BJP is concerned. Many believe one of the key factors for these numbers, if they hold, to manifest is a BJP versus BJP scenario in Uttar Pradesh. Does that put pressure on Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath? Does that put pressure on the Prabharis? Or does that put pressure on those who said that we will not change our candidates? And more importantly, how does it reflect on the Prime Minister himself? Because it was his face all over and it was his guarantee all over on which the BJP and the NDA actually fought this election. We'll
Anand,
talk about all...
Anand, just 10 seconds point.
Yeah.
If I can.
Yeah.
Anand, the majority gain that the Samajwadi Party is doing is from Purvanchal. So that is where the caste is a very, very dominant factor. So clearly, if this trend continues, Uttar Pradesh has been a pure caste-based voting in the entire Purvanchal belt.
Right. So it will be caste that's driven Purvanchal, the first phase and the last phase, big gains. We've got to take a break. We've got to take a break.
Did the whole campaign by the opposition suggest that the Modi government's going to do away with reservations?
Did that actually resonate on ground? Yes. We'll park that question, talk about this when we come back. Stay with us. All right, on the way out, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our viewers. 4.5 lakh live views. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request. Over the next hour, by the time we come back and do this update at 3 PM, can we take us past 5 lakhs? We're not getting greedy. We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views. Continue to stay with us. Watch this coverage here. The battle for Bharat. 18. Back after a break. Stay with us. Bandar, the Lalit Vasoya seems to be leading. That, of course, is where Mansukh Mandavia is fighting from. And in Junagadh, also the Congress candidate seems to be leading. So in Saurashtra, the story is not over just yet. Also in Patan, Chandanji Thakur of the Congress seems to be leading. From Mehsana, Ramji Thakur of the Congress leading. Mehsana is where the Prime Minister hails from. Sabarkhanta, which is a reserve seat. There.
The other coast, Bengal,
we'll go to the
coast.
Just as he sets that up, Avantika has got an update from the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, so very quickly, Anand, from Tamil Nadu, DMK is taking a lead, 32 out of 38 so far. AIDMK 2. Very interesting. Tirunelveli is looking very interesting for BJP. This person, Nayanar Nagendran, the candidate, is leading, right?
Yeah. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, we have seen, as per the exit poll prediction of DMK is leading in most of the seats. But surprisingly, BJP now leading in postal votes. That's very important because in postal votes, most of the government employees are expected to vote in favor of the ruling government, that is DMK. But now, even in postal votes, we are seeing BJP is leading, that too with a good margin. That is, BJP have got 202 votes, whereas DMK got only 92 votes in postal votes. So that's a very good.
Right now, Nayanar Nagendra is leading.
He's leading in Tirunelveli.
Yes, and Congress is gaining momentum in Karnataka. And very quick update, Puducherry, even Congress is doing really well in Puducherry as of now.
All right.
We are still waiting, and what Zaka was saying was right. I just have two, that is Sambit Patra. But let's focus on Assam. Yeah. We are getting a lead for the NDA, 5 out of 14. Just take us through the numbers quickly.
At this moment, the BJP candidates from Dibrugarh, which is former Assam Chief Minister Horbakanda Sonowal, he is leading. From Sonitpur, the the BJP is leading. From Lokhimpur, the BJP is leading.
How many total for the NDA?
Total 7 for the NDA. Okay. We are still waiting for one result from a constituency called Borpeta, which would make it 8. But at this moment, the big thing is that the Congress is leading in 4 constituencies, which is supposed to be a very good.
All right, quickly. Let me just quickly go to Odisha
Gaurav
also.
Gogoi is actually leading in Jorhat. Odisha update coming through. Yes, Avantika. Yes, Avantika.
Sambit Patra is leading in postal ballot, and also in Bhubaneswar, Aparajita Sarangi.
Aparajita Sarangi is
also leading. So both BJP is leading in 2 seats for the time being. And we are getting.
What about Dharmendra Pradhan?
Dharmendra Pradhan is also leading in postal ballot. And counting is still going on.
Okay, so it's looking good for the BJP. Anand, we just have information for 3 seats. From
are you getting details anywhere where the EVM countings have also begun? When can we expect round 1 data that is to be consolidated across?
Not yet, but it's just about to begin. I've just gone to all the states and just waiting, just a few minutes
just
now.
Waiting. So round 1 data
is just going to start then.
Just
want to run you through the Bengal numbers. Bengal numbers are coming in thick and fast. In Purulia, the BJP candidate Jyotirmay Singh Mato is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Bankura, the TMC candidate Arup Chakrabarti is leading. In Asansol, I mentioned Shatrughan Sinha is leading. In Bolpur, which used to be Mr. Chatterjee's seat many years ago, Asit Kumar Mal of the TMC is leading. In Bashir Hat, Sandesh Khali, Haji Nurul Islam of the TMC is leading. BJP has 1 lead in Malda Uttar, where Khagen Murmu is leading. 1 lead, of course, in Alipur Dwar, where the BJP candidate there, Mr. Thiga, is leading. And in Birbhum, Devtanu Bhattacharya. So 3 leads for the BJP in Bengal. 4
postal ballot lead 17 out of 34. That's the postal ballot number. Yes, Avantika, some big news from the live result hub.
Coming in from West Bengal. Bataiye jaldi.
17 और 17 दोनों बीजेपी और तृणमूल 17 सीटों के दोनों भी एक बराबर की हिस्सा भी नेक एंड नेक चल रहा है. और जो सबसे बड़ी खबर अभी तक आ रहा है कि बसीरहाट संदेश खाली मुद्दा जहाँ से जो पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से शुरू हुआ था, तो वहाँ पे तृणमूल का जो कैंडिडेट है वो आगे चल रहा है और रेखा पात्रा जो बीजेपी कैंडिडेट वो पीछे चल रही है.
पीछे चल रही है. 17 in Bengal. Thank you for that. 297 for the NDA. Close to 300 already in terms of leads. Postal ballots, EVM data has just started counting at the counting centers, ladies and gentlemen. EVM data along with the postal ballot and the consolidation will start happening over the next 20 minutes to half an hour. By about 9:30, beg your pardon, you would have more of the round 1, round 2 data of the EVMs and some more consolidated leads and more of the leads populating. All 543 should start populating by 9:05, 9:10 a.m. 477 leads so far, 295 to the NDA, 248 for the BJP, 60 for the Congress, 165 for the INDI alliance, 19 to the others. That's the leaderboard right at the top. And of course, the NDA way past the halfway mark in terms of leads on postal ballots. It's already at 294, so 1 seat less. That's where it slipped down. 294 and 168, it's a jostle and tussle that's happening, but clearly in terms of leads, it's crossed the halfway mark, the NDA at this point, with just 481 seats that are being declared in terms of leads. 481 seats where the leads have started coming through. We are still saying these are early days. Postal ballots, even the first round of EVM counting has not come in, but the postal ballot numbers are quite sizable, and across constituencies. 2024 4. Many believe this is on the cusp of us writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. We are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. 3,42,000 live views right now.
400 par looks an impossible.
Suku for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now taking shape a little bit.
India Alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt.
Whether for the BJP and the NDA the numbers are going up or not, but for us they are going up. सरकार ने viewership हमारी है, इतना मैं कह सकता हूँ, but the fact is that we need our viewers to help us a little more. We want it to be 5 lakhs. Last time around in 2019, 9 seats across 8 states were decided by postal ballots. So
all right,
these numbers cannot be
from
undermined.
Karnataka.
Yeah, more numbers coming through.
Chamarajanagar, Sunil Bose of the Congress is leading. Now in Bangalore rural, DK Suresh seems to have taken a lead. In Kolar as well, where it was a very, very personal battle. Now KV Gautam of the Congress has taken a lead. So some seats for the Congress as far as the southern part of Karnataka is concerned. Let me also quickly just run you through Haryana because we're getting more. Mr. Khattar has now taken the lead back in Karnal seat. BJP leading in the Ambala Kant seat. But the Aam Aadmi Party, Sushil Gupta leading from Kurukshetra. He's leading against Naveen Jindal. Then you have from the Sonipat seat where Satpal Brahmachari of the Congress is leading. Rohtak, Dipinder Hooda is leading. From Hisar, the BJP candidate is leading, Ranjit Singh. From Mahendragarh, Bhiwani, again the BJP candidate leading, and so they are in Gurgaon as well as in Faridabad. Let me also quickly run you through Rajasthan. From Junjunu, Brijendra Ola of the Congress leading. From Jaipur Rural, Anil Chopra of the Congress leading. From Bharatpur, Sanjana Jatav of the Congress leading. Only 3 to the Congress out of 25 in Rajasthan. All the remaining seats except 1 going to the BJP. From Barmer, and this was again a rebel BJP candidate, Ravindra Singh Bhati, fighting as an independent, was denied a ticket. He is now leading in the seat of Barmer. So clearly lots of interesting. Gujarat, surprisingly, let's take a look at Saurashtra. Jamnagar, the Congress candidate seems to be leading. In Porbandar, the Lalit Vasoya seems to be leading. That, of course, is where Mansukh Mandavia is fighting from. And in Junagadh, also the Congress candidate seems to be leading. So in Saurashtra, the story is not over just yet. Also in Patan, Chandanji Thakur of the Congress seems to be leading. From Mehsana, Ramji Thakur of the Congress leading. Mehsana is where the Prime Minister hails from. Sabarkhanta, which is a reserve seat there.
The other coast, Bengal,
we'll go to the
very tight.
Just as he sets that up, Avantika has got an update from the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, so very quickly, Anand, from Tamil Nadu, DMK is taking a lead, 32 out of 38 so far, AIDMK 2. Very interesting, Tirunelveli is looking very interesting for BJP. This person, Nayanar Nagendran, the candidate, is leading, right?
Yeah, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, we have seen, as per the exit poll prediction of DMK is leading in most of the seats, but surprisingly, BJP now leading in postal votes. That's very important because in postal votes, most of the government employees are expected to vote in favor of the ruling government, that is DMK, but now even in postal votes, we are seeing BJP is leading, that too with a good margin, that is BJP have got 202 votes, whereas DMK got only 92 votes in post votes. So that's a very good.
Right now, Nayanar Nagendra is leading.
He's leading in Tirunelveli.
Yes, and Congress is gaining momentum in Karnataka. And very quick update, Puducherry, even Congress is doing really well in Puducherry as of now.
All right.
We are still waiting, and what Zaka was saying was right. I just have 2, that is Sambit Patra. But let's focus on Assam. Yeah. We are getting a lead for the NDA, 5 out of 14. Just take us through the numbers quickly.
At this moment, the BJP candidates from Dibrugarh, which is former Assam Chief Minister Horbakanda Sonowal, he is leading. From Sonitpur, the the BJP is leading. From Lokhimpur, the BJP is leading.
So how many total for the NDA?
Total 7 for the NDA. Okay. We are still waiting for one result from a constituency called Borpeta, which would make it 8. But at this moment, the big thing is that the Congress is leading in 4 constituencies, which is supposed to be a very good
All right, quickly. Let me just quickly go to
Gaurav
Odisha also.
Gogoi is actually leading in Jorhat. Odisha update coming through. Yes, Avantika. Yes, Avantika.
Sambit Patra is leading in postal ballot and also in Bhubaneswar Aparajita Sarangi.
Oh, Aparajita Sarangi is
also leading. So both BJP is leading in 2 seats for the time being. And we are getting.
What about Dharmendra Pradhan? What about?
Dharmendra Pradhan is also leading in postal ballot, and counting is still going on.
Okay, so it's looking good for the BJP. Anand, we just have information for 3 seats. From
are you getting details anywhere where the EVM countings have also begun? When can we expect round 1 data that is to be consolidated across?
Not yet, but it's just about to begin. I've just gone to all the states and just waiting, just a few minutes
just
now.
Waiting. So round 1 data.
Just going to start then.
Just want to run you through the Bengal numbers. Bengal numbers are coming in thick and fast. In Purulia, the BJP candidate Jyotirmay Mato is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Bankura, the TMC candidate Arup Chakrabarti is leading. In Asansol, I mentioned Shatrughan Sinha is leading. In Bolpur, which used to be Mr. Chatterjee's seat many years ago, Asit Kumar Mal of the TMC is leading. In Bashirhat, Sandesh Khali, Haji Nurul Islam of the TMC is leading. BJP has 1 lead in Malda Uttar, where Khagen Murmu is leading.
Begins.
On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with your election hub, CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta joining you from our studios. And what a morning and an afternoon it has been. Nobody literally saw this coming. Certainly none of the exit pollsters, because the trend that has now come as far as the numbers are concerned at 2 p.m. this afternoon is not what anyone saw. Barring, of course, the best of the most optimistic supporters of the India Alliance. The big numbers are flashing on the top of your screen. 290 for the NDA right now. They've been hovering around the 290-300 mark. 233 for the India Alliance. Who would have thought? 100 plus for the INC, Congress alone. Who would have thought? And they're certainly going to have a spring in their step if these numbers are going to hold on. The only caveat I will add at this stage is there are a lot of seats. At least about 50 seats where the margin is 5K, about 200 seats where the margin is 10K or less. In Uttar Pradesh alone, which I'm going to show you on my magic wall very soon, of why this is the story of the 2024 general elections. In Uttar Pradesh alone, there are 10 seats almost where the margin is less than 10K. All right, speaking of Uttar Pradesh, this is of course first up the national picture on our magic wall. The sea of saffron that you saw in 2019, mind you, is no longer the case. In fact, I want to show you the picture. So this is 2019. You see this on your screen, 2019. You see virtually apart from this eastern belt and southern India, it's virtually a sea of orange. And as I now change this to 2024, you can just visualize that this is no longer a sea of saffron. All of this, Maharashtra. You've got, of course, BJP doing well in Andhra Pradesh. In Telangana, Congress has bounced back. Even in some states in Madhya, in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Karnataka, they have gained. Of course, Maharashtra, they seem to have gained a lot. So I'm going to focus a little bit on the areas where the BJP has declined, mostly or majorly, and the areas where they have managed to pick up, because they're still, of course, touching almost 300. The big question will be if BJP will get 272 on its own. So first one, of course, I have to talk about Uttar Pradesh. This is Uttar Pradesh. This is not looking like what anybody saw coming, except, of course, the Samajwadi Party was insisting quietly behind the scenes that they are confident of about 30 to 35. which is why the India Alliance came out with a number of 295, remember, 2 days ago. Again, I want to do the same thing. Just visualize what has happened in 5 years. This is 2019 Uttar Pradesh. Yes, BSP won 10 seats. There were about 1 for the Congress, a few for the Samajwadi Party, but it was virtually a sweep still for the BJP, and this was less than 2014 for them. Now visualize this as this map changes. Look at the pockets of green now, particularly in eastern Uttar Pradesh. The pockets of green. This is still actually a lot of the seats that the BSP won last time around, they've gone to the SP. Last time around, the contention was that BSP gained because of SP, not so much the SP because of BSP, and that gains have come back to the Samajwadi Party. But look at these regions everywhere, western Uttar Pradesh, southern Uttar Pradesh, eastern Uttar Pradesh, majorly the BJP has gained. This is a loss. This is a gain of 37 for the India Alliance, and the Samajwadi Party is turning out to be the star for them. It's going to be a big party in the parliament. And of course, minus 28 for the NDA. Nobody really saw this coming. The other big is, let me show you Karnataka. Karnataka, 8-seat loss for the NDA. It's not as good as pollsters said it would be for the BJP. They've managed to lead on 18. Most of these results have also come out. But the trend tells you the Congress has gained. Maybe not so surprising because the Congress won the recent state elections there. Let's also look at West Bengal. Now look at West Bengal. West Bengal, a loss of 7 seats for the BJP. They were hoping to increase from the 18 last time around, but actually they've gone down from the 18 last time around. Again, I want to do the same thing. Visualize the map from 2019 to 2018. 2019, BJP swept Upper Bengal and Western Bengal plus pockets of the border area with Bangladesh. As we get into 2024 leads, this is now majorly TMC, the green. Yes, BJP has retained some, not all in Northern Bengal. They've lost what they won in Western Bengal. Couple of seats in that border area, Matua community, they have managed to retain, I think, but not all. So these are the areas where they're losing predominantly. Rajasthan, they've lost 10 seats as it stands. In Rajasthan alone, it was supposed to be tricky for them, but nobody saw this coming. And look at Haryana. Haryana is even Stevens at 5 all. Loss of 5 seats for the BJP. So this is the kind of area where they have lost predominantly. Of course, there are areas where they have also gained. And I'm going to come to those areas in just a bit. Let me quickly show you Bihar as well. Because Bihar is where the NDA had done well. They had swept 39 of the 40 seats, minus 6 this time around. I've got my colleague. We've got some breaking updates now coming in. NCP Sharad Pawar sources are telling us that Sharad Pawar, the patriarch of the NCP, and of course the Chanakya on the other side of the political divide, he has dialed Nitish Kumar. That is what we are getting to know. He has dialed Nitish Kumar, has spoken to him. You know, this is where Sharad Pawar is going to come in very handy for the India Alliance. He is known to be able to manage pushes and pulls that maybe not many can manage, and given the numbers that have come in as far as the NCP and the India Alliance is concerned, certainly this is going to give them fillip. But JDU plus TDP, both sources have told us that they are not going anywhere. These are the NDA alliance that are going to be targeted. Both were estranged at one point of time, but they are not estranged anymore. Let's get you the big takeaways as far as the general elections 2024 are concerned. The big takeaways as the numbers stand this afternoon. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to need allies for his third term. As it stands, the BJP is not clear majority and they will need to take their allies along. Of course, the BJP says we've always done that, but the criticism against them is that they haven't. Anti-incumbency clearly hurting the ruling BJP. Their allies have done okay. They've not really pulled down the BJP as was the suspicion. It's the BJP that has lost its share as well. Big Uttar Pradesh fall for them. We showed you on the magic wall how the numbers have come down for them, but not nobody really saw as bad a situation in Uttar Pradesh. Some tight seats still remain, but certainly a big setback for them. They wanted to improve from 2019. They've lost a major chunk in Uttar Pradesh. BJP's losses are also coming from Dalit strong constituencies. They've lost a chunk of the Dalit vote share. Is that because of the reservation, caste census narrative of the opposition mounted by Rahul Gandhi is the big question. Big boost for the India alliance, of course, at the number that is crossing 200, they have surpassed even their best friends, expectations. Congress has doubled its seat share. Congress alone is crossing a 3-figure mark, which is a big gain for them. Again, not many saw this coming. Akhilesh has emerged as the alliance's superstar. We showed you the UP scenario. He is really the one that has propelled both the alliance's fight in Uttar Pradesh, which is the key state leading to Delhi, and of course overall in the India alliance numbers by about 30 plus. Mamata Banerjee, still Bengal's lady number 1, leading lady, and she has held on despite the fact that virtually everyone felt that the BJP will either hold on or improve from their 2019 number. The Jod Tod in Maharashtra seems to have boomeranged. The Prime Minister himself had talked about the sympathy factor, but it seems the sympathy factor has gone to the other side. Now, jobs, rural distress have been talked about. The expectation was that they're not going to hurt the BJP as much, but it has hurt as far as the verdict is concerned. And Odisha, we will talk a little bit about the state results in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh too. But Odisha win for the BJP, displacing the BJD and emerging as the single largest party in majority is the only solace really for them today. This is soothing their heartland slum. Dinesh Gundu Rao, Minister of Health and Family Affairs, Karnataka government is joining us. Dinesh Gundu Rao, let me come to you first as Tohin Sinha, Matthew Antony, Ram Pratap Singh of the Samajwadi Party, Abhijit Majumdar all with us. Also my colleague Christine Walia with me in the studio. But Dinesh Gundu Rao, this is better than what you expected, or are you still expecting more?
No, I don't think I would say it's better than what we expected. It's much better than what the exit poll predicted. That prediction has gone totally awry now. But I think we were expecting a little bit more seats. Even in Karnataka, we were expecting a little bit more seats. And I think, the number of seats that we've got in some of the states has been a little bit, I think we've fallen short. So I would not say that this is met our expectations, but I think this election has been a defining election because we were not just fighting a political party, we were fighting the entire establishment, including the institutions, including the media, which was one-sided, and it was a battle where we had to go all out. And if you look at it from that angle, the BJP not getting a majority is and falling way short of majority. Let's wait for the final numbers. Yeah. But I think this is going to be good for India, good for India's democracy.
You say that this is not better than what we expected. I just have a counter question to that before I toss over to Christine as well. Why is it that you didn't expect more? After the numbers you got in Karnataka State Assembly, this was the state where the Congress was expected to do well. So why are you in any way surprised?
Exactly. No, exactly. We were expecting better results than this. Even in Karnataka, we were expecting at least 14 seats. So we are falling few seats short. So whatever it may be, I think let's wait for the final numbers. But I think this election will curtail the arrogance and the totalitarian approach of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Prime Minister Modi. Mr. Modi himself is struggling to win his own election. And Uttar Pradesh, where in fact, this is in a way, I think, Lord Ram telling the entire nation that follow the principles of Dharma. And this is an election where I think the blessings of Ram has been there to save the nation from a dictator and someone who would have usurped all powers and would have been really the death knell of India's democracy if BJP had come back to power in a brutal majority, like what the exit poll predicted. So in that sense, I would say this is good for India. And I think Congress, all of you people have been writing off the Congress, we've been writing off the opposition parties, and we had an uphill battle on our hands. We had the CBI, IT, ED, media, all fighting against us. Okay. And this is a victory, I think, ultimately,
since about
in
a
that
month's
sense,
time,
for the founding principles of the nation.
since about a month's time, you've been saying the Congress is comfortably positioned in Karnataka. Now, given the numbers that are coming in, and in comparison to 2019, for example, the NDA with 18 and Congress with 10, it most certainly is a jump again for the Congress. But as for the other takeaways are concerned, what's your biggest talking point? What do you project for the INDI bloc? We're putting out the numbers, but remember, it all goes down to the last vote, really.
See, I think what has happened in the last 10 years, there's a big division that has been taking place in this country, which has been created by the establishment, by the central government and the political party BJP. They were building walls between communities, between societies, and they were creating a nation, India versus Bharat. Now, I think this election is not India versus Bharat. India is Bharat and Bharat is India. We are all together in this. So do not, I think, in the next government, whoever forms, I think this message is loud and clear that take everybody along. We need work on the ground, we need jobs, we need our economy to improve. We don't want the rich and the super rich to enjoy at the cost of the poor people. Okay. If you look at the results, I think rural India has spoken in a loud voice. More than urban India. Rural India has realized the distress India is going through.
Okay.
Rural India has understood
we'll look
that
at
the
those numbers. I want when that statement is made.
If you look at the numbers, I think I would say hats off to the rural voters.
Sure.
The voters who
we'll break that down on our magic wall as well.
Less poor, I mean less rich.
Gundu Rao, you said whoever forms the next government. You said whoever forms the next government, is the Congress hopeful that it can form the next government, or the Congress-led India Alliance can form the next government still?
Yeah, so let's wait for the final number. No, once the wins are completed, we'll never know what happens, how many seats the things can change. Right now, I'm being optimistic, but one never knows in politics, right? So let's wait for the final numbers. But the message is clear. India needs peace, India needs harmony, and India has rejected the authoritarian regime of Narendra Modi.
Can I ask you a final question? Can I ask you a final question? DK Suresh, not doing very well from Bangalore South. He is the brother of DK Shiv Kumar. What does that mean for the Congress party internally?
See, in Karnataka, in the old Mysore region, the alliance of JDS and BJP coming together has helped the BJP and helped JDS. So, you know, this alliance, if this alliance had not been there, definitely this would have been a much different result. So, that has been helpful for the BJP in tying up with JDS. So, DK Suresh losing is something that we didn't expect because he's a hard worker, and a good organizer and everything. But politics, you know, certain things happen due to certain reasons. And we have to accept it, and even DK Suresh also has magnanimously accepted it. Okay. And we will continue to work for the people and for the state.
All right, we've got the other big updates coming in. There's the big update on Amethi. Amethi is the big shocker. We expected maybe not so much of a shocker from Raebareli, but we didn't expect it from Amethi either. I want to go across. Gundu Rao, thanks a lot for joining us. Many congratulations. We'll look at how things eventually fall as far as the very last seat is concerned. Abhijit, I want to come to you on Uttar Pradesh. We were discussing the big story, but look at Amethi. Did you see that coming at all?
Yes, sir. No, I don't think many of us saw that coming at all. Overall, UP results will be very, very disappointing for the BJP. But Shivani, this has been more of a regional central election. You know, if you look at the trend across the country, you know, MP, for instance, BJP has swept. Delhi, all the seats are with BJP. Now, UP, Maharashtra and Bengal, three largest states, BJP has ceded a fair bit of ground in all these. I mean, shocking setbacks in UP and Maharashtra. In Bengal, they were hoping to do better. They have done much worse. So, obviously, there are factors local to those states that are at work. I don't think there is a overall trend here. The trend is probably that the regional leaders, regional parties have risen again. Another.
Before we talk about the other talking points that we're picking up from, let's say, an Odisha or a West Bengal or Rajasthan for that matter, which is seeing a very interesting fight. What do you think really worked out for the Samajwadi Party? Is it, you know, the caste calculations that the Samajwadi Party went ahead with? Many say the focus was not as much on the MY factor as it was on the PDA.
I think, you know, this election has seen the comeback of the Muslim vote.
Okay.
The relevance of the Muslim vote. Muslims, it seems, have voted strategically, determinedly, and you know, that has been a big factor in UP, especially helping the Samajwadi Party and eventually, of course, the larger India Alliance. That is one. The Dalit vote, which has completely vanished from behind Mayawati, probably is another very big factor. You know, and it has probably gone to the India Alliance instead of the BJP. So that could be another you know, solid setback for the UP, for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. These two seem right now to be the main prominent factors. You know, there has been a fair bit of delivery under the Modi government, but one has to probably understand, realize that the hype around that still did not match up to reality on the ground.
Okay.
Probably. Or maybe the voters are expecting more.
Ram Pratap Singh of the Samajwadi Party is actually with us. Mr. Singh, aapko meri awaaz aa rahi hogi. The numbers are extremely encouraging for the Samajwadi Party. I would say not just encouraging, they are actually great for the Samajwadi Party. Last assembly elections, Samajwadi Party had fought alone and kind of grown or bounced back a little bit against the resurgent BJP. This time around, not many gave you this big a chance. Your thoughts on the verdict and what this means for the India Alliance?
Thank you. It's been a very big day for the Indian democracy and the constitution. And I would like to take you back to about 2 months ago when Samajwadi Party launched their manifesto. And our manifesto talked about how this election was all about saving the constitution, how constitution and its basic tenets were possibly under stress. And that was one of the major issues that we went for the elections. And the second big issue that we talked about was unemployment, and rampant unemployment through several remote districts of Uttar Pradesh is a real issue on the ground, which, and we also highlighted the fact that the BJP had lost touch with the realities on the ground. And if you look at their campaign and their rhetoric, how negative it was. So all these factors put together, I think the electorate realized that we have to give an opportunity to in an election and make people win who would fight for their issues, who stand for their issues. And that's what's led to a shift, a tectonic shift, I would say here, in the Dalit vote bank, in the backwards, reconsolidating with Samajwadi and the India bloc. And of course, there is one very significant shift that has happened, that the youth in the employable range of 18 to 30, which was blindly supporting BJP in last several elections on issues which were not real, which was related to Hindutva, which were related to temple, etc. There, once the detailed analysis comes out, you will realize that there has been a big shift towards the India Alliance, where they are now looking from us as some real solutions, UP being such a large state and a very young state at that. So possibly the impact of unemployment is being felt hugely here. And then add to that the agrarian distress, which
Mr.
did not end with the
do you actually believe it was more about the local issues, about unemployment, the Agniveer scheme, so on and so forth, as the Samajwadi Party is very well trying to project as well? Or was it about a very calculated, strategic move on part of the Samajwadi Party to get the caste equations right? And I keep reiterating that, Shivani, because look at the choices made by the Samajwadi Party. 15 Dalit candidates fielded, 27 other OBCs and 4 Muslims. Abhijit was pointing out about the Muslim vote really, but I think it's gone much beyond that this time around.
No, so they've obviously played the caste rhetoric very, very well. And that is where I remember when the first constitution will be changed narrative was started. It was the likes of the deputy chief ministers in Uttar Pradesh. It was the likes of Yogi Adityanath himself who came out and gave sound bites to say that listen, this is not what is going to happen. We've got Anil Antony and Tuhin Sinha also joining us. Tuhin, why don't I give you a word before I go across to the Congress's representative as well. This is not what, you know, forget the 400 par rhetoric. This is not what the BJP saw coming. Let's face it. This is not the kind of mandate you thought you would get in the third term for Narendra Modi. Currently, the BJP is not touching the majority mark alone.
This is to me, Shivani, or this is to Tuhin?
Tuhin. Matthew, I'm coming to you next. Just wait.
Exit poll,
yeah.
If you look at the exit poll estimates and our own, you know, our own figures which we had thought, there seems to be a disparity. But like I said, a World Cup win is a World Cup win, whether you win by 5 runs or whether you win by 100 runs. There are about, I'm told, about 70 to 75 seats where the, you know, the leads, the margin of the leads is very less. So I still believe we will be 260 plus. I think we need to wait for a couple of hours. More importantly, I also feel that this has been a unique elections. There have been states which have voted on national issues, and then there seems to be states where local issues seems to have taken center stage. But you know, for the positive, on the positive side, BJP has won. Andhra Pradesh, BJP has won. Odisha, we are, you know, going to form governments in both the states. Odisha, in fact, has been a clean sweep for the BJP. We continue to keep our, you know, we continue to be in a very strong position in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat, and in several other states. So I think, you know, I don't think there is much to worry. The mandate is very clearly for a BJP-led NDA government at the center.
You're talking about Odisha, you're talking about the gains made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that has to be given to the BJP. But what about seats like Amethi? You know, what about developments like Sharad Pawar, for example, now dialing Nitish Kumar? Is that not trouble for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Do you not sense all is not well there?
Well, you know, for the last 3 decades, that's all that Sharad Pawar has been doing, dialing up people after elections. So I think, you know, the fringe players do that. But I don't think that would impact the existing coalition. The existing coalition is based on very strong factors, and you know, we are all set to form a government in the Andhra Pradesh. So I don't think there is going to be any change. At 300 plus or 310 plus is a strong figure to form a stable and a strong government for the next 5 years.
Tuhin, you're calling it fringe. If I may just come in with the data so far that we've managed to access, given the leads that have come in so far. In 2019 in Maharashtra, BJP won 23 and the undivided Shiv Sena bagged about 18, which meant 41 for the NDA. Cut to today, the BJP has 11 and Shinde Sena, for example, in this case, only has 6. Ajit Pawar, NCP, 1. So you're talking about Sharad Pawar as a fringe leader, but that's not what the numbers suggest. The Mahavikas Aghadi is quite comfortable in Maharashtra.
So far as the numbers are concerned, obviously, so far as the numbers are concerned, we will get back to the drawing board. We will get back to, you know, introspecting on what really did not shape up the way, because in Maharashtra we were very clear that BJP per se would not be suffering any losses. Yes, there has been a realignment of forces, you know, 2 to 3 times in the last 5 years, but that was not our doing. The 2019 assembly elections were very clearly for Prime Minister Modi-led BJP coalition in Maharashtra, but it was, you know, the other side which went back on the coalition. So, you know, the realignments seem to have had a toll. You know, it seemed to have caused some amount of confusion in the minds of the people. But that's a call which that's something which we will get down to by evening once all the figures are there, once all the results are out.
Okay, Matthew Antony, for the Congress party, touching 3 figures for the India alliance to be roughly around 220, 230. Give me your sense of what it means as far as the opposition in the country and the India alliance is concerned. And also added to that, are you hopeful of maybe doing what the BJP is generally known for, get a few people on your side post-verdict and see where things go?
Shivani, it's a good day for us as far as we are till now. However, we need to wait till the evening for us to have the final numbers in place. I've been maintaining this in your show from the very beginning for the last 4 or 5 months that we will be making our numbers for this election because the people of India have called out on the unemployment, people of India have called out the government on the price rises and also the lies which has been played on them all these years by the Modi government. This is significant loss for the Modi guarantee which has been played across because BJP on themselves is not making the 272 mark. They are well short from the majority on their own. Now, we all know how BJP was arrogant towards their NDA coalition partners in the last 10 years' time. And we all know that how Congress is one of the best alliance partner managers when it comes to UPA 1 and 2. So there are a few more hours to see. And we don't want to do the BJP of blackmailing and all of the things like that. However, we are of the view that we have been one of the best managers of the coalition partners in the country's political history. And there can be possibilities in politics. Nothing can be ruled out till the time something is formed, something is shaped up and something is
But is there a plan in place, if I may ask, given the figures that we have so far, about 9,900, which is a double in itself for the Congress party from 2019. The figures for the Bharatiya Janata Party, if we just talk about the BJP, so far have not been able to cross the magic number, the halfway mark. And if we just talk about the alliance, remember we're already seeing a lot of phone calls being dialed left, right and center. So is there a plan in place on part of the Congress?
There will be a plan and there is a plan, but what is the point in me talking the plan out in the public till the time it works out into a shape? So if you look into the 2004 and 2009 elections vote share, Congress was around at 26.5 and 27%, and we have formed the government with the coalition partners. So right now also we are somewhere closer to that one or slightly more than that when compared to the vote shares. And you look at the India Alliance and the NDA put together, the vote share is not more than 2% difference between the two major fronts. So let us wait till the evening or maybe a day, we can see something unfolding in the political front in India.
I sense, Abhijit, that the Congress is still being extremely cautious as far as the numbers are concerned. For the last 2-3 hours, you're not really seeing them celebrate the numbers. They're being very cautious. I think they really do want to wait and see whether it will stick around to the 30 mark or whether it will go down to 200. Even 200 would be a great, I think, achievement for them because not many gave them 200 as the alliance. But there's a sense of caution. Matthew, I hope I have not got that wrong because I've heard a few Congress spokespersons now since I think about 11 a.m. and everybody saying, okay, let's wait for the numbers, let's wait for the numbers.
The thing is, this is, I would say that we respect the people's mandate. We don't call them as a cricket match. Because,
yeah, but can I just say, mandate. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you again.
We respect you till the end of it and we will see.
No, you've made two statements that we've always done coalition dharma better. I'm not so sure because some of your coalition partners have not been very happy even in this experiment of the India Alliance. Right? Mamata Banerjee is the prime example. Also, some of the alliances that were with the Congress or with the opposition, the likes of RLD, the likes of SPSP, in Uttar Pradesh alone have switched to the BJP. You've obviously got TDP coming back to the BJP and things like that. So we'll wait on that. But the other thing you're saying is that, we're going to wait for the numbers and we respect the people's mandate. Can I remind you, before the verdict came and after the exit polls came, it was Congress leaders who were asking questions of the EVMs. Maybe you jumped the gun on that.
No, we will definitely ask the questions on the EVM. You have seen our senior leader in Chhattisgarh calling out the 17C disparities on the 17C forms as well as on the EVM machines. So we definitely will ask questions whenever it has to be asked. And we definitely called out the exit polls void or the emptiness of the exit polls or the artificiality of the exit polls. You see the difference between the exit polls and what has come out actually. So the people has voted against the Modi government. The Modi guarantee has failed to a large extent because the vote share percentage, if you overall look into the NDA vote share and the India vote share, it is not more than 2%.
Okay.
The seat are giving the differences, but the vote shares are not very vast. It's too thin in terms of a large country like that of ours. It's too thin. So we should say that our campaign has worked, our narrative has worked, whereas BJP didn't have a narrative. They were just going on the name of Modi, which has failed. And look at the number of seats which has gone down with the BJP themselves. And look at the seats where we have gained also. So we are talking about facts. We are not talking about things in the air. are just talking about facts, but we are very cautious that we are waiting for the elections final numbers to materialize. And then politics is always something which can create opportunities, which will come out with opportunities at the right time. So let's wait and watch.
Okay, Matthew, you're saying that's, the reason why there's a sense of calm in the Congress camp and you're going to wait a little bit longer. But so is the BJP. Tuhin, isn't the BJP also waiting for, 4 p.m., 5 p.m. to really come out and say, yeah, this is what we're going to settle with and we're going to take this forward from here?
There is a difference in our attitude vis-a-vis the Congress party. The Congress party, their attitude is quite amusing. They still seem to be suggesting that if the final number is not to their liking, they will go ahead and question the EVM. On the contrary, the BJP has always had explicit faith in institutions, in the Election Commission. So I think there is a huge difference. And like I said, our total number as a standalone number of BJP is still ahead than the number of Indy Alliance, 20-party Indy Alliance put together. So the mandate is very clearly for a BJP-led NDA government.
Mandate.
I don't think anybody should have any doubt over that.
Tuhin, no, there is a doubt over that. This is not a thumping majority win and stamp of approval on the BJP. Tuhin, could you get me? Okay, I think we're facing some trouble. Okay, Abhijit, I want to ask you, what is your sense? Do you think this could be trouble as far as government formation is concerned? As it stands, 290 NDA, 235 for the India Alliance. Could some of their partners desert them, switch sides, maybe, maybe act up a little bit and things like that?
See, first of all, this is a tectonic change in Indian polity. We will most probably be seeing Narendra Modi in a coalition. That
an
itself is big.
Where they're not in majority.
In terms of vote share, BJP has actually, improved its vote share by about a percent or slightly more. Congress has improved its vote share by almost 4.5% from a smaller base, of course. But Congress's alliance partners have actually performed spectacularly. That is something that, one has to see. I mean, if you look at TMC, if you look at Samajwadi Party, if you look at DMK.
They are the stars of it. But on West Bengal, since you follow West Bengal very closely, your takeaway of why this has happened, because everybody was, very buoyant about the BJP doing very well. Also, what does this mean as far as state politics is concerned? Will Mamata Banerjee get the hint from this election that, it's better for me to be solo?
No, Mamata anyway has been going solo in the state. But the thing is, in West Bengal, there are so many factors. One still wonders whether the BJP actually understands West Bengal well. First of all, even now, much of its campaigning is Hindi-led, which BJP has to sort of look at. Women vote. Mamata, all said and done, Sandeshkhali, it seems that the women of Bengal have, chosen to sort of not vote for, against the horrors of Sandeshkhali, but for Lakshmi Bhandar, which is, 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees a month. So that is also a big winner for Mamata Banerjee.
But what explains this kind of a decline from 18 seats in 2019 to I think 11, if I'm not wrong, in 2024, given the host of issues that the BJP has rigged and also keeping in mind their vote share in 2019.
See, again, BJP has been making this whole thing of mistake of getting people from TMC. BJP has to have a hard look at the state leadership. Getting somebody to lead the party who is actually tainted in some of the scams that TMC is accused of, that itself is a problem. Mamata still, commands a lot more, popular appeal and respect on the ground than the BJP leadership. If I'm right, even the BJP state unit president is trailing. Shukanta Majumdar is trailing. So, one has to understand that Mamata starts anyway at 30% votes. which is the minority vote. So in, the demography itself.
We've got numbers which are about 31 for the TMC, about 10. So they've lost about 8 from last time around. But do you get a sense that the entire vote share got consolidated behind the TMC? Abhijit, their vote share is 46%. I'm going by the Election Commission website right now. 46%, BJP at 38%.
Right.
But you look at the CPI, CPM is about 6%. And INC is about 4.5%.
Yeah.
So, of course,
I think the left share has been more or less the same.
Their vote share had collapsed in the state elections.
But there is one more very important factor, Shivani, which is the fear factor in the West Bengal voter. What happened before and after 2021 assembly elections was there for everybody to see the kind of absolutely brutal, violent retribution.
But wasn't it better this time around in West Bengal?
No, it was better, but just look at Bashirat, the constituency under which Sandeshkhali falls. Who does Mamata go ahead and field from there? Haji Nurul Islam, who was at the forefront of the Diganga riots. So the voters there will,
they have to live there.
They will have to live there.
So you're saying they're worried about the retribution.
Exactly. They have got no confidence that the party or the center will do something to actually save their lives, dignity.
You talked about Shakuntala Majumdar. I'm just looking at the Election Commission website right now, Christine, and he's kind of leading, but the lead is very slim. So this is going to be one of those tight results from West Bengal, but he was trailing for quite some time from Balurghat as well.
Okay. Now, Tuhin, interestingly, since we're talking about the BJP and its strategy in West Bengal, there's a lot that BJP also has to think about, and isn't it? 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Bengal for the Bharatiya Janata Party was supposed to be another turning point after 2019, and clearly that's not happened.
Well, clearly the results today are, very disappointing, but I would say there is more to it than meets the eye. In the final phase of elections on last Saturday, which took place in the urban constituencies around Kolkata, you have seen the kind of violence that was unleashed by TMC cadres. There is a lot of violence which gets unleashed in the rural areas, much of which does not even get reported. So the kind of fear psychosis that our workers have been living in for a very long time, I think that also had a role to play. Having said that, like I said, the BJP is a party that works 24/7. So by evening, once we have all the data with us, a comprehensive introspection on what went wrong would take place. But clearly, we were expecting 20 plus seats. The organization has been consistently growing, and Mamata Banerjee's two very indicting experiences with the High Court in the last 1 month. One where her involvement with the teachers scam was called out, and second, the OBC theft, reservation theft, which the TMC government had been carrying out since 2011. We had clearly anticipated that those would have an impact on the elections. Why they did not have the impact that they were supposed to have is something we will, kind of figure out in the days to come.
Okay, so anticipating that there is a strategy that the Congress has in place, that the INDA bloc has in place, Matthew, even the fact that Mamata Banerjee has emerged a formidable force in West Bengal once again, she's proven the BJP wrong, isn't that going to be a little bit of a challenge to the rest of the INDA, given that she's come out to say, no, I'm not going to fight with the Congress party in West Bengal. She's also come out to make it very clear that she's going to extend outside support to the INDA alliance if it comes to power. This if the INDA has a strategy in place, given the numbers that are coming up right now.
See, we have always maintained that we have an inclusive mindset by spirits as well as in practice. Not like the BJP, which says, inclusiveness, and then they practice just the opposite of that. So we have maintained all across from the beginning till the time now that TMC is very much as a part of us in terms of the alliance. We will be talking to them. The alliance partners will be talking to them. And as I said, that it is Congress which has got the best expertise in managing diverse coalition partners. When Shivani earlier spoke about Congress alliance partners moving out of Congress, These guys have moved out before, and they have come back also. So there are certain people who likes to jump, as well as the political opportunities shapes up for them. We can't do much about it, but Congress has been pretty good in managing the coalition partners with mutual respect rather than pressurizing them with ED, CBI and all other things like that. So
I think
we
you're
will
referring
see
to
how
Nitish
exactly
Kumar.
this will.
Are you expecting him to jump again?
Yeah. So we will see how exactly things will unfold. And we have shown, Congress has shown in the India Alliance formation about sacrificing a number of seats where we could have contested by ourselves. Whereas, we accepted including parties like AAP where we have significant differences with, in order to have a common goal of getting the polarization, the party which is polarizing this country, as well as,
that will give you, I think, Matthew, that
rule which BJP was trying to.
I think that you have a point in. The Congress did do, it may have been painstaking, it may have been prolonged, but eventually the seat sharing did happen. In Maharashtra also, it was a painful process. But eventually it did happen, and the Congress, which had the tendency or was criticized of being the big brother, eventually did let a lot of its alliance partners have the share that they wanted, and they've reaped rewards for the India alliance.
But Shivani, again, players like Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, for example, are going to continue spelling some sort of trouble for this alliance. So all may be well when it comes to Mallikarjun Kharge and Mamata Banerjee for that matter, but not when it comes to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
Actually, interesting you mention Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. I should look at what he's doing as far as his constituency is concerned.
Should be comfortable
he's,
for him.
No, he's trailing.
I would like to
he's
add
trailing.
one point
He's
to
been
that,
trailing for most of the morning and
Yeah,
most of the afternoon. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has been trailing. Yusuf Pathan, Behrampur, TMC leading, and the complaint that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary would have is that nobody supported me.
So that's
nobody from the Congress party
came.
Nobody from the Congress party came and campaigned for me. But anyways, we'll talk about those granular things in just a bit. Matthew, I'll give you 10-20 seconds to finish. I want to go across to our Samajwadi Party representative again.
Yeah, I am saying, that with respect to the coalition dharma, we have the things to pride, that we respect our coalition partners rather than backstabbing and splitting them, just like how they did in Maharashtra. They split the two regional parties, which has its origin from Maharashtra, and the results are proving it right for them in terms of how the people.
Okay. Okay.
You missed me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, we got you. We heard you fully. And Ram Pratap Singh, I want to give you the final, or at least before we slip into a break, I want to give you another word in. Just give me a sense of where does the Samajwadi Party see itself as far as national politics is concerned. You've got a bumper crop of almost 30 plus MPs now going into the next parliament. What role do you see for yourself nationally and particularly as far as the India Alliance is concerned?
Thank you. So at Samajwadi Party, we would definitely be playing a very constructive role in the India Alliance. And if the India Alliance does get an opportunity to form the government, then of course we would have a very positive role in policy making and seeing that, because we have come back with this mandate because the people of Uttar Pradesh want change. People of Uttar Pradesh want jobs. People of Uttar Pradesh want liberation from divisive politics. So we have to stand up to all that, and we will continue to do so as we go along with the India Alliance.
Okay. I request all of you to stay with us. We're going to slip into a very short break. Remember, more and more of the seats are getting declared. We'll also try and get you a sense of where some of the VVIP or VIP seats, or whichever way you want to say, the hot seats are swaying. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a bit.
In Alipurdwar, where the BJP candidate there, Mr. Thiga, is leading, and in Birbhum, Devtanu Bhattacharya. So 3 leads for the BJP in Bengal. 4
postal ballot lead 17 out of 34. That's the postal ballot number. Yes, Avantika, some big news from the live result hub.
Big news coming in from West Bengal. बताइए जल्दी.
17 और 17 दोनों बीजेपी और तृणमूल 17 सीटों के दोनों भी एक बराबर की हिस्सा भी नेक एंड नेक चल रहा है. और जो सबसे बड़ी खबर अभी तक आ रहा है कि बसीरहाट संदेशखाली मुद्दा जहाँ से जो पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी शुरू हुआ था, तो वहाँ पे तृणमूल का जो कैंडिडेट है वो आगे चल रहा है और रेखा पात्रा जो बीजेपी कैंडिडेट वो पीछे चल रही है।
पीछे चल रही है। 17-17 in Bengal. Thank you for that. 297 for the NDA, close to 300 already in terms of leads. Postal ballots, EVM data has just started counting at the counting centers, ladies and gentlemen. EVM data along with the postal ballot and the consolidation will start happening over the next 20 minutes to half an hour. By about 9:30, beg your pardon, you would have more of the round 1, round 2 data of the EVMs and some more consolidated leads and more of the leads populating. All 543 should start populating by 9:05, 9:10 a.m. 477 leads so far, 295 to the NDA, 248 for the BJP, 60 for the Congress, 165 for the INDI alliance, 19 to the others. That's the leaderboard right at the top. And of course, the NDA way past the halfway mark in terms of leads on postal ballots. It's already at 294, so 1 seat less. That's where it slipped down. 294 and 168, it's a jostle and tussle that's happening, but clearly in terms of leads, it's crossed the halfway mark, the NDA at this point, with just 481 seats that have been declared in terms of leads, 481 seats where the leads have started coming through. We are still saying these are early days, postal ballots, even the first round of EVM counting has not come in, but the postal ballot numbers are quite sizable, and across constituencies, like last time around in 2019, 9 seats across 8 states were decided by postal ballots. So these numbers cannot be undermined.
Karnataka.
Yeah, more numbers coming through.
Chamarajanagar, Sunil Bose of the Congress is leading. Now in Bangalore rural, DK Suresh seems to have taken a lead. In Kolar as well, where it was a very, very personal battle. Now KV Gautam of the Congress has taken a lead. So some seats for the Congress as far as the southern part of Karnataka is concerned. Let me also quickly just run you through Haryana because we're getting more. Mr. Khattar has now taken the lead back in Karnal seat. BJP leading in the Ambala, Kant seat. But the Aam Aadmi Party, Sushil Gupta leading from Kurukshetra. He's leading against Naveen Jindal. Then you have from the Sonipat seat where Satpal Brahmachari of the Congress is leading. Rohtak, Dipinder Hooda is leading. From Hisar, the BJP candidate is leading, Ranjit Singh. From Mahendragarh, Bhiwani, again the BJP candidate leading, and so they are in Gurgaon as well as in Faridabad. Let me also quickly run you through Rajasthan. From Junjunu, Brijendra Ola of the Congress leading. From Jaipur Rural, Anil Chopra of the Congress leading. From Bharatpur, Sanjana Jatav of the Congress leading. Only 3 to the Congress out of 25 in Rajasthan. All the remaining seats except 1 going to the BJP. From Barmer, and this was again a rebel BJP candidate, Ravindra Singh Bhati, fighting as an independent, was denied a ticket. He is now leading in the seat of Barmer. So clearly lots of interesting. Gujarat, surprisingly, let's take a look at Saurashtra. Jamnagar, the Congress candidate seems to be leading. In Porbandar, the Lalit Vasoya seems to be leading. That, of course, is where Mansukh Mandavia is fighting from. And in Junagadh, also the Congress candidate seems to be leading. So in Saurashtra, the story is not over just yet. Also in Patan, Chandanji Thakur of the Congress seems to be leading. From Mehsana, Ramji Thakur of the Congress leading. Mehsana is where the Prime Minister hails from. Sabarkhanta, which is a reserve seat there.
The other coast, Bengal,
we'll go to the
very tight.
Just as he sets that up, Avantika has got an update from the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, so very quickly, Anand, from Tamil Nadu, DMK is taking a lead, 32 out of 38 so far, AIDMK 2. Very interesting, Tirunelveli is looking very interesting for BJP. This person, Nayanar Nagendran, the candidate is leading, right?
Yeah, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, we have seen, as per the exit poll prediction of DMK is leading in most of the seats, but surprisingly BJP now leading in postal votes. That's very important because in postal votes, most of the government employees are expected to vote in favor of the ruling government, that is DMK, but now even in postal votes, we are seeing BJP is leading, that too with a good margin, that is BJP have got 202 votes, whereas DMK got only 92 votes in post votes. So that's a very good.
Right now, Nayanar Nagendra is leading.
He's leading in Tirunelveli.
Yes, and Congress is gaining momentum in Karnataka. And very quick update, Puducherry, even Congress is doing really well in Puducherry as of now.
All right.
We are still waiting, and what Zaka was.
2024, many believe this is on the cusp of us writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. We are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. 3,42,000 live views right now.
400 par looks an impossible.
Sukhu for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now, taking shape a little bit.
India Alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt.
Whether for the BJP and the NDA the numbers are going up or not, but for us they are going up. Sarkar ne viewership hamari hai. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request: over the next hour, can we take us par 5 lakh? We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views.
That is Sambit Patra. But let's focus on Assam.
Yeah.
We are getting a lead for the NDA, 5 out of 14. Just take us through the numbers quickly.
At this moment, the BJP candidates from Dibrugarh, which is former Assam Chief Minister Sarbaనంద Sonowal, he is leading. From Sonitpur, the the BJP is leading. From Lakhimpur, the BJP is leading.
So how many total for the NDA?
Total 7 for the NDA. Okay. We are still waiting for one result from a constituency called Bharatiya, which would make it 8. But at this moment, the big thing is that the Congress is leading in 4 constituencies, which is supposed to be a very good.
All right, quickly. Let me just quickly go to Odisha
Gaurav
also.
Gogoi is actually leading in Jorhat. Odisha update coming through.
Odisha,
Yes, Avantika.
Jaldi.
Yes, Avantika.
Sambit Patra is leading in postal ballot, and also in Bhubaneswar, Aparajita Sarangi.
Oh, Aparajita Sarangi is
also leading. So both BJP is leading in 2 seats for the time being. And we are getting.
What about Dharmendra Pradhan? What about?
Dharmendra Pradhan is also leading in postal ballot, and counting is still going on.
Okay, so it's looking good for the BJP. Anand, we just have information for 3 seats. From
are you getting details anywhere where the EVM countings have also begun? When can we expect round 1 data that is to be consolidated across?
Not yet, but it's just about to begin. I've just gone to all the states and just waiting, just a few minutes
just
now.
Waiting. So round 1 data.
Just going to start then.
Just want to run you through the Bengal numbers. Bengal numbers are coming in thick and fast. In Purulia, the BJP candidate Jyotirmay Singh Mato is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Bankura, the TMC candidate Arup Chakrabarti has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56, the Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes. I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of 2 alliances, the India Alliance versus the NDA Alliance, and the NDA Alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a 3rd-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a 3rd term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right? Let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where he had to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather. After the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that...
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. So the BJP is close to the 300 mark as we speak. 3 p.m. on June 4, the big verdict day. And what a tumultuous Tuesday it has turned out to be, if I can say so. Both sides are still a little bit cagey and nervous. They're waiting for the numbers to settle down. Maybe this is because there are close fights still as far as some of the big states are concerned. States like Uttar Pradesh. We will of course do a deep dive as far as that is concerned, but Uttar Pradesh, you've got Bihar, you've got Karnataka, you've got some of these other states where the BJP has kind of lost. Rajasthan, Haryana, so their tally has come down to half in Haryana, for example. So there are those states that we outlined earlier, a short while ago, where they've not done so well. I just want to focus on South India now, because a lot of the gains for the NDA, if not BJP directly, have come from South. So this is the South region. The India alliance is 77 overall, plus 12 from last time around. The NDA is 50, but this is also plus 17 for them. So they wouldn't be unhappy as far as this performance is concerned. The only caveat here is that the NDA numbers are actually going to be a lot of their new alliances. For example, TDP, new alliance 16, JDS, new alliance 2. And this is the Janasena Party 2. So, you know, this is a game of the alliances they have built as well. Let's look at the overall numbers. So, you've got Karnataka, I showcased earlier. You've got Congress, kind of coming back in many seats, about 8 out of the 28. Let's look a little bit state-wise. So, let me begin with Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, not a surprise. The India alliance, this is of course the DMK plus the Congress and others. They are sweeping the Tamil Nadu landscape. From out of the 38, DMK alone is 22, down 2 though from last time. Congress is 8, retaining, CPI, CPM retaining, IUML is retaining, and so has VCK, I think. But you look at the fact that ADMK is the only one that has managed to open their account, and this is the one from Tirupur, where K. Subbanarayan of the CPI has taken a lead. Let me see which one is the AIADMK seat, and you've got Nagatipattam also, okay. So this is what it is looking like. No real leads for the NDA right now. We will try and of course get you the vote shares as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, but that in just a bit. Let's look at Kerala. Kerala was the other breakthrough state where they were looking to actually kind of get into Kerala politics. You've got Thrissur, where Suresh Gopi has been leading consistently. This is the one that they were most confident about, but I see one more. This is for the LDF, I think. So the LDF has come back. LDF has retained 2, the UDF is -1 only because the NDA is leading in Thrissur. So not much changes for them as far as this is concerned. And let's also look very quickly at Andhra and Telangana. Now these are the catchment areas for the BJP. So this is where the NDA is now in lead. Andhra Pradesh, 22 for the alliance, 19 plus. YSRCP has become almost crashed completely, -19, and this of course majorly will be the TDP as far as the state is concerned. 16, 4, 2, 4 for the BJP is actually not bad. They've not opened their account last time around, so they have done well as far as this state is concerned. And very quickly, I want to quickly go across to Telangana, because this is the other big area where they were wanting to gain from last time. They were hoping to double from last time, so from 4 they were wanting to go to 8. They're +3 right now. Congress is at 9. Congress wanted 9 because if you convert their performance from last time around, in the state of Telangana, in the state elections, the assembly extrapolation for the Lok Sabha was 9 Lok Sabha seats. All right. So these are the numbers that are coming in as far as this is concerned. CN Ashwath Narayan, BJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister, Karnataka, is joining us. Neeti Jain of the BJP, Lavanya Balal of the Congress Party also with us. Let's talk about Karnataka. Karnataka, there is a dip for the BJP. Some saw it coming, but maybe not as much as this. Ashwath Narayan, are you disappointed from the results from Karnataka? Because this was a prestige issue for the BJP to be able to deliver to that 400 par target, and a lot hinged on Karnataka too.
Karnataka, let me make it very clear, the performance in the state of Karnataka, the NDA performance, the BJP performance is extremely good. Probably the Congress, what they were targeting, what they were expecting, they have not got up to their expectation. In Karnataka, the people of Karnataka have rejected Congress in the state of Karnataka, and their performance is very poor, and we have got extremely good numbers. We are having more than 20 numbers in the state of Karnataka, and the performance is really good. If you compare now the party in power in the state of Karnataka is Congress, and being in power, having so much of guarantees, they did all whatever they could do. But with all their might and their hard efforts, they were not able to make it. Probably people again have blessed NDA and BJP with great numbers, and we are extremely happy with the performance in the state of Karnataka.
Okay, you're happy with the performance, but Mr. Ashwath Narayan, is the benchmark the 2019 Lok Sabha elections or the previous assembly elections for the Bharatiya Janata Party?
If you look at when the 2019, it was just an alliance of Congress and JDS. This time they had a comfortable majority. They had almost 136. You look at the numbers, what Congress was claiming in the state of Karnataka. If you look at that numbers, probably we have done much more better than expected levels. We are extremely happy. We could have done much more better. But it's not that we are extremely happy with the performance, but we are happy, but we could have done better. Our target was 28.
That's not reflecting in the numbers so far. But if you compare the
last election and this election just recently they got a huge majority, which we have not seen in the past 36 years. The numbers what Congress party got in the state of Karnataka, it's a very big majority, very big numbers. Probably which they are also Congress very proud of it. If you look at now, the numbers has gone slided like anything. It's a big slap on the Congress government in the state of Karnataka. They were depending on the guarantees. They were not talking about the national agenda. They were not talking about the national leadership. They were not talking about the governance. They were just talking about the caste-based politics, negative politics. It is only guarantee. It was something not in a positive way what Congress campaigned in the state of Karnataka. It was only negative campaigning. People have rejected Congress and it has been shown their place.
We'll talk about Karnataka more. I do thank CN Ashwath Narayan for joining us. They are still confident that these numbers are actually looking good for the BJP. In the larger context, yes, the numbers look good because this is the state where they've actually managed to still hold on a little bit pristine than some of the other states where they've been reduced. TKS Ilangovan, DMK spokesperson, is also joining us. I want to go across to him for the big Tamil Nadu picture. The Tamil Nadu picture is virtually what the exit polls had shown. There was a possibility the BJP could break through with maybe one seat win, but it was always pegged as difficult. Mr. Ilangovan, your first thoughts on the verdict that is coming in from Tamil Nadu?
No, we don't expect BJP to gain even a single seat because BJP is not a party which the people of Tamil Nadu will prefer. And ideologically we are different, so the people of Tamil Nadu will not vote for BJP, but they are in alliance with some old parties in the state like PMK. Maybe with that support they might have gained a little vote, but I don't think they will have a single seat in the state.
Well, seat-wise, they're not looking very well. But, sir, if I may, ask you about the vote share itself that you were talking about. The vote share for the DMK was 53% last time around, right? The at least I'm going by the Election Commission website right now, the DMK vote share seems to have come down, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that is because with BJP and allied with some of the parties in the state, they have, and the leadership, the weak leadership of ADMK, which had made people to vote for BJP. Otherwise, BJP has no role to play here, and DMK's vote share might have gone down, but we have won all the seats this time. That is a gain for us, because even last time we had lost one seat, but this time we had won all the seats. And the people have rejected BJP totally.
So you don't want to read too much into the vote share, the decline in the vote share for the DMK. Let's take in a word from the BJP as well, Neeti. What do you make of the BJP's performance in Tamil Nadu? The BJP was hoping for maximum gains, a lot of gains in Tamil Nadu. In fact, you know, throughout the campaigning, we also saw the Prime Minister speak about Tamil Nadu pride, so on and so forth. His campaigning also came to an end when he meditated in Kanyakumari at the Vivekananda Rock Memorial. So a lot of inferences were made throughout to Tamil Nadu, Tamil pride, and focus of the BJP was on the southern part of the country as well. That seems to have not materialized really for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Look, for Prime Minister Modi, I think the Southern Connect has always been there, and he's done his bit for the southern states, and he has spoken about all of those things. Like you said, we have increased our vote share in this state, and it is going to be a gradual process. I don't know how much of the counting has been done. Are you calling the Tamil Nadu election entirely? But again, the point is, if we have increased our vote share, so you cannot completely reject the BJP that we have made inroads in the state. Whether it turns into a seat or it doesn't is a secondary matter. I think if we have the vote share, I think the next time maybe we can look at more seats in Tamil Nadu.
No, actually the vote share increase, Mr. Ilangovar, I just want to press you a little bit more. You can't just dismiss it as the BJP coming together with some alliance partners like the PMK and others, because actually this is the first time where they are leading from the front in Tamil Nadu, and their partnership with the AIADMK broke. Last time around, the BJP as a party got 3.62% of the vote share. They had one seat in 2014, they lost that seat in 2019. Today, the BJP's vote share, I'm going by the Election Commission numbers as they stand last, is 10%, 10.5%. So that's an increase of 7%. You can't dismiss it as just alliances.
No, I am not dismissing it. That is because, you see, when the people who doesn't want to vote for DMK, they had not preferred ADMK because of the weak leadership of ADMK. Mr. Palanichami is not a good leader or a great leader. So people thought instead of voting for ADMK, we can vote for BJP. And because of the other alliances, they had strong some parties, particularly casteist parties are together. They were with BJP. Maybe that might have helped them in getting more votes, that's all.
No, so again, I just want to say, just because, of course, this number could change, the situation could change a little bit. But actually, if you look at the AIADMK vote share from last time around and this time around, as it stands on the Election Commission website, it's actually even Stevens. So it's not like the AIADMK has lost its vote share. Clearly, the BJP has one vote share. Where has that come from? Right now, it looks like it has come from the DMK's kitty. I request our guests to stay with us. Let's also get you a quick check of the big takeaways of the results so far. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, possibly for the very first time, has to rely on allies for the third term because the BJP has failed to touch 272 on its own. Anti-incumbency hurting the ruling BJP because their numbers, their tally is also down. Big Uttar Pradesh fall for the BJP, and this is going to be something that they look for, something face-saving here, but it hasn't come so far. Even some of their big names have lost from Uttar Pradesh. BJP losing a chunk of the Dalit vote share, and this is where a majority of their loss could have come from, particularly as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned, because the opposition did run the narrative of caste survey, of OBC reservations and more. Big boost for the India Alliance, no prizes for guessing. A number of in excess of 200 is extremely good performance from them. Congress has doubled its seat share Well, roughly doubled. They were 52 last time. They're just short of the 100 mark as we speak, but they could gain a few seats. Akhilesh Yadav has emerged as the alliance's superstar because he's really turned it around for the alliance in Uttar Pradesh. It is by far the best performance of any of the alliance partners. Mamata Banerjee, you can understand. DMK, of course, you can understand. But not many gave Samajwadi Party the chance of doing as well as it has. It's actually leading the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. Mamata Banerjee, though, still continues to be Bengal's leading lady. Disappointment for the BJP here. They were thinking of improving from 18 last time. Their numbers have come down. Jor Tor ki Rajniti not working in Maharashtra, at least that's what the numbers suggest. Whether it was just the sympathy factor or other things as well that went into the Mahavikas Aghadi's favor, we'll have to wait and see. Jobs, rural distress surely have impacted the verdict. We will try to break down the rural versus urban vote pattern for you in just a bit. And Odisha win, where the BJP has turned out to be the single largest party and is winning the assembly elections. This is the one that is, of course, turning out to be the big gain for the BJP. Lavanya Balal, Congress spokesperson, also with us. Lavanya, of course, you come from Karnataka. How happy are you with the Karnataka numbers? But I also want you to talk about the pan-India numbers. What does 232, where the India Alliance stands right now, mean for you?
It's a very good number for us. Everybody wrote us off. They said India Alliance is not going to get any numbers. The BJP said it is going to be 400 par. They mocked the Congress saying we are going to be wiped out. And all of that happened. So much of setbacks for us. There were cases against us. The India Alliance leaders were arrested. Our bank accounts were frozen. And a huge chunk of the media was very, very hostile towards the India Alliance, especially to the Congress. And all of this, we have come back. We have come back. And, the counting is still not over. And in a lot of seats, the gap between the BJP and the India Alliance partner candidates is less than 10,000. So that can swing at any time for the India Alliance candidates. I hope it happens. It's a good number. We are very happy. Karnataka, we have increased our tally from last time. If you look at it, in 2019, we just won one single seat in Karnataka.
Okay, but Lavanya, it's still short of the 290 plus that the Congress was very confident of. So where did the Congress really calculate the 290 plus for the INDA bloc? That's still a question that needs to be asked. But nonetheless, we keep up with these visuals coming in of JP Nadda. I believe he's reached Amit Shah's residence. So Amit Shah, I beg your pardon, the Home Minister reaching BJP National President's residence. Now, a lot of hectic meetings are going to be witnessed in the next few hours. Given these numbers, it's the big verdict day and a lot of calculations that everybody is going to go at. So right now, as we speak, a meeting is going to shortly take place between JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah. Shivani, very interesting what the BJP strategizes next. The BJP, how it's going to put to use these numbers. Given these numbers, the BJP is in a comfortable position to form the next government, but the allies are going to play a big, big role. Perhaps nobody saw this coming this way. Shivani.
No, absolutely. I think there's going to be some thinking that the BJP will have to do. Amit Shah, of course, is known as the Chanakya of the BJP or of Indian politics on the center right side. He's going to be pitted against maybe somebody like Sharad Pawar right now, Christine, who's the Chanakya or the person who can swing a few things for the India Alliance on the other side, and both of them will pit their heads. Neeti, can I bring you in here? There must be a little bit of deflation from 400 par. Even if 400 par was a psychological psyops that was played on the opposition, you were surely hoping to better the 303 from last time around for the BJP alone. Right now, the NDA is falling short of that. Certainly, this means a bit of a humble pie for the BJP. That's how the opposition will see it.
Shivani, the point is, I don't understand what the opposition is being so jubilant about. We are the party that is the single largest party right now. We are forming the government as NDA. So I honestly don't understand. मतलब आप हमको बोल रहे हो that distinction नहीं आया इसलिए आप कटघरे में खड़े हो. लेकिन the opposition is happy just because they failed with a lesser margin.
No.
So that seems very inappropriate. The other part is...
Niti, you've not passed. No, distinction to
NDA, we are forming the government, Shivani.
Okay, you may be confident the NDA is forming the government, but you are only about 13 seats ahead of the majority mark as the NDA. The BJP hasn't touched the majority mark. Surely you wanted that.
It all comes down to the 272 number, Niti.
No, of course we wanted that, but again, like Lavanya also said, that the margin in most of the seats right now is 500,000, 5,000, and that can swing in our favor as well. So let's not call this election right now. Let's just wait for it to be called, and then we'll decide what is to be done. But as things are right now, we are the largest party, and we are forming the government as NDA as per the current numbers that reflect it.
One can sense nervousness, Niti, and let's not deny it. Given just going by the optics, if a Sharad Pawar, for example, is dialing Nitish Kumar, the Home Minister Amit Shah is also dialing, TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu. That's what we've learned as per sources. So there is a little bit of tension on the ground, and that can be sensed. It can be seen clearly by one and all. I think Lavanya wanted to come in.
They will be called.
Yes, when I said there is a lead of 5,000 to 10,000. I made it very clear that the lead is maintained right now by the BJP or the NDA candidate. So I meant to say that lead can swing anyways. It can swing towards the India Alliance partner as well. So it need not be, it is not end of the counting. We still have a couple of hours to go, and the numbers can change anyways. And BJP is, yes, it is.
But if Lavanya, as per you, the BJP is being too ambitious in thinking about the 272 mark, then so is the INDA bloc. You're at 232, and the whole of INDA, not just the Congress.
People can mock us. They have mocked us multiple times. People still mock us and say, oh, you people are very happy with losing the election. Let me make it very clear. Nobody gave us a winning chance. Everybody wrote us off. Everybody, a huge section of the media and the BJP wrote us off. But here we are, the India Alliance is here.
Okay.
And we have shown that you're not invincible. Your 400 par is shattered. Where is 400 par?
Okay.
And you
but
claim
Lavanya,
that, Bengal is going to be ours. Bengal is going to be ours. Where is Bengal?
No, but that is done from all sides.
Bengal? Where is Maharashtra?
Let's be fair. That's done from all sides. Every side plays on the front foot and suggests that they are going to win or sweep an alliance. Let's not forget that you came up with a number of 295 just 2 days ago. But Mr. Elangovan, I want to ask you, is there a need for the opposition to be tempered about these numbers? As I see them, the India Alliance, which is an alliance that did not exist in 2019, is up by 100 seats. But this includes parties like the TMC and others which were not part of the alliance last time around, right? As far as, let's say, the Congress-led front is concerned, there was a separate third front. The NDA is down by 55 seats, 56 seats, right? So if this is the third time mandate for an NDA and for a Narendra Modi-led government, which is only 50 down from last time, is that reason for you to rejoice, or is that reason for you to also say, listen, this was the third term that we were fighting against him, and yet the BJP has managed to sneak in a victory?
No, it is a caution. This is a warning by the people to Modi, the BJP government, that they should not do anything on their own. Of course, last time with the 39% of vote share, they had got 305 seats on their own. This time only they could not even muster the majority without the alliance partners, NDA partners. That shows that the people had given a warning to BJP, and BJP should understand that warning and act accordingly.
Once the dust settles, Mr. Elangovan, now that the INDI is feeling relatively better about its 2019 performance, once the dust settles, let's not forget that there are internal rivalries that the INDI has also been battling. For example, you have, all the parties united at the national front, but there are regional differences that have been seen all throughout campaigning. We've seen, in fact, on several seats, there are candidates from different INDI parties who've been fielded, right? So those kind of differences are also going to be a challenge in the near future, however strong that the INDI might try to project itself today.
I don't know, one thing, when you rely on the state parties like the TDP, then you cannot enter into the state rights and do what you did, like taking away, introducing GST and other things. They have to consult with this majority and with the support of Telugu Desam and other parties, state regional parties. He has to, the BJP has to go according to the wishes of the state leaders, because there is no national party in alliance with the BJP. So he cannot independently think and do things like what they had done earlier. Now they must be careful. And if at all they go against the wishes of the state party, the government will fall.
Niti, that's the real danger for you. This is unfamiliar territory, at least in the last 20 years. Of course, Atal Bihari Vajpayee had to lead a coalition government, as it is said. UPA 1 and UPA 2 ran. First of all, one of the big headlines from this verdict is that many felt that coalition era is gone, but it seems the coalition era can still survive if you mount a decent challenge. That aside, this is the challenge for the BJP. You've been criticized heavily for not giving your alliance partners the respect or the breathing space. Now you'll have to.
No, I honestly don't agree with that, Shivani. Whatever policies, whatever decisions were taken were all discussed in the parliament. If the opposition doesn't want to sit in the parliament, that is not our fault. So all of the decisions were taken as per the due process that is required in the country to be taken. So to just say that all of that has not happened, and the alliance has been with us. So like you said, we were in majority and yet we had our alliance. The NDA alliance has always existed. So I don't agree with what you're saying, and going forward also I think we want to take everybody along. All the decisions that are taken will go to the parliament and they will be discussed like they were discussed for the past 10 years as well.
You know, Niti, the fact is also that parties like the TDP and the JDU have snapped ties with the Bharatiya Janata Party. They were not part of the NDA, and this after 2019. So a lot of shift took place essentially after BJP emerged victorious in the manner in which it did in 2019. The BJP, of course, tried to put its act together again after the formation of the INDI bloc. So now, post INDI's formation, we've seen BJP aggressively reach out to its former allies, to the new allies, and now come up with the NDA that we see today. So all has not been well really as far as the NDA allies are concerned, and those allies have contributed a major chunk if we go by the leads today.
No, so we have always said that there were differences between the allies on policy matters. There were some policies where one ally did not agree and they decided to move away. But the point is that BJP has always taken decisions in the favor of the country which have worked for the people.
Just hold on. We're getting Shashi Tharoor speaking, the Congress candidate from Thiruvananthapuram. Let's just cut in what he's saying.
No, I would say that the BJP focused very, very hard on Thiruvananthapuram as also on Thrissur. And in some ways, Suresh Gopi's margin in Thrissur is a measure of the scale of their defeat in Thiruvananthapuram, because they put the same amount of effort, serious focus, national campaigners coming, national headquarters coming, serious expenditure, a lot of hard work. And they really put up an enormous fight. I think one very important message of Suresh Gopi in Thrissur was his systematic outreach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala. As far as Thiruvananthapuram is concerned, I think a strong appeal that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had was basically, I'm a minister. If you vote for me, you'll have a minister in government who can do more for you than a fellow in the opposition. I think that brought him a certain number of votes, particularly in the city, from the educated people, the elites, the government servants and so on. They must have been attracted by that message, and it's something that we really did encounter in our campaign. But otherwise, I would say that that it was a good election. I'm sorry about some of the unfortunate language, invective and accusations and allegations that were unnecessarily flung around. I hope that now that the election is over, we can put that behind us and treat each other with the kind of respect, the mutual respect that is essential in a democracy. Look, I think we have to wait and see the final results. I've been focused on Thiruvananthapuram and I haven't had the time to look at the rest. But you may remember when I came back here from Delhi, after my campaigning all over the country. I said that I don't believe the exit polls because it's not what I've seen on the ground. And what I've seen on the ground, very frankly, I think is much closer to the results we are seeing today. And that's why I do feel that people like me who stuck our neck out and said this are feeling quite vindicated. Thank you very much.
Well, Trivandrum is that one big result, Christine, we are all waiting for. I did cover this seat pretty extensively. So can I just give you the numbers as far as the Election Commission website is concerned? Shashi Tharoor was trailing for a fair bit by anywhere between 11 to 16K votes. Now he's in the lead by about 15,800 votes. But it was pegged to be a very close contest, and it has turned out to be a very close contest, which is why Mr. Tharoor is not, of course, very, very confident of which way this will go. He's asking for a little bit of patience to see exactly how long it takes. Suresh Gopi is the other man he mentioned. That's, of course, the BJP's leading candidate from Thrissur, the one seat that they were very confident about. He is still leading by 75K. His lead is actually expanding, Christine. Unlike, you know, in Trivandrum, it is going up and down and changing hands. But I think I remember from a couple of hours when I was in a live results hub as well, he had about, 60K at that time. Now he's about 75K now. So clearly, it looks like this is that one seat the BJP will manage to wrest. Otherwise, as far as Karnataka is concerned, you've got a sweep virtually of the UDF again, along with the IUML, 14 plus 2. And you've got the LDF restricted to 2. And I think you've got the BJP leading in 1. So out of the 20 seats, this is what it is looking like. 14 plus 2, 16 for the UDF, CPIM, KEC, 1 plus 1, BJP 1, RSP 1. But, you know, this is going to be an interesting state to watch out for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the contest that you were just talking about, Shashi Tharoor versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar, many have been speaking about this contest in the run-up to the big day. And as far as Mr. Tharoor is concerned, he was also one of the few, apart from Mallikarjun Kharge, to really predict the 295 for the INDA bloc. He, in fact, did really take strong objection to the observations made by the exit pollsters and said that, you know, they've not been able to get in a sense of the pulse of the people on ground. So he's been one of those Congress leaders who were talking about the 295, Lavanya. But again, speaking of the 295, if it's too optimistic for the Bharatiya Janata Party, then it's even more optimistic for the Congress party. If the Congress is speaking for the entire INDA bloc, they're way short of the 295 mark that they'd projected.
Absolutely. I mean, we have not reached the magic number that we wanted, the 295 number. But, you know, at this point of time, I have to reiterate, the Election Commission was quite we have raised objections about the Election Commission's way of functioning when it came to campaigning, when it came to divisive campaign by some of the leaders from the BJP, as we all know. So there were a lot of things that were a huge, challenge for the India Alliance, but we did manage a good job. And I think at this point of time, I would like to say the rural India has spoken. The agrarian community has spoken today, and that is what I think we all should be proud of. And BJP might continue to say, oh, we have listened to all our alliance partners for the 10 years. Absolutely not. Everybody knows the instances of BJP switching off the mics of opposition MPs in the parliament. And, the arrogance of the BJP in saying, hey, we have always listened to our partners, we will continue to do so, reeks of arrogance. But that's how BJP has always been functioning.
Okay, I want to give in some updates. A Congress party delegation is set to meet the Election Commission shortly. I wonder what it is on. I did see a tweet from Jairam Ramesh earlier where he said that counting is slow in certain pockets of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are set to address the press conference, speak to the media at about 5:30 p.m. in the national capital. I also want to just ask our team to focus on the magic wall screen there if you can, because I opened the rural seats there. And the rural seats is what a couple of the Congress spokespersons have mentioned. Is it really so that the rural seats is the major swing? What do the numbers say? Out of the 338 rural seats, out of the 543 last time around, NDA won about 220 or 228. They're down to 188, so minus 40. The INDA alliance is at 140. They've doubled from the last time with plus 73. The others have lost, and I think this is going to include the likes of BJD, BSP. This is going to include the likes of YSRCP, all the non-aligned parties in this others category. Actually, that has also kind of changed the dynamics of the numbers we're looking at, because the India alliance as it stands today is very different than what it used to be in 2019. So is this the major chunk of what the BJP has lost? Well, if you look at the fact that they are stuck actually well below the 270 mark right now, they've lost in other places as well. But yes, you could argue that rural distress, quote unquote, has hurt them. Niti Jain, if you're still with me, you want to respond to that?
Shivani, like I said, I'm not going to go on a seat-wise analysis right now because I don't think any of these seats have been called. The margins are very low. And whatever you're asking, I think you'll have to give us some time to at least consolidate whatever has happened, come up with the reasons of it and everything. But right now, like I said, on the seat-wise analysis, I'm not going to call the election. UP and Bihar, the counting is still going on. Most of the places, I think the counting is still going on. And let that happen. And if whatever the reason is, I think at least I trust my party that if every time there is a loss and losses happen, we sit and we contemplate where did we go wrong, and we let you know what happens once it is done. But right now, the election has not been called, and we're still hopeful that the numbers will get better from where they are right now.
Okay, we'll get you some big numbers from Uttar Pradesh that are coming in, or the big upsets that are coming in. I do want to go across to former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, who's joining us. So thank you for your time and for speaking to CNN News 18. First up, your take on the national picture. I'll come to Maharashtra in just a bit, but the India alliance is doing way better than anybody thought they could do. What do you think has led to these results?
Well, I think third time around, there was a huge anti-incumbency against Mr. Modi personally. Our campaign focused on 5 failures of Modi government, and of course the Congress manifesto, one of the finest manifestos that is seen by the people in a long time. The 5 issues that we focused on were all people's issues: the unemployment, the inflation, the farmers' crisis, the corruption, overall corruption, the way governments were brought down in Maharashtra, and the corruption that was evident from the electoral bond verdict, and of course finally save the constitution call. These 5 issues, the failures of the Modi government, the fear that Modi government, if it gets the majority that it is asking for, then there is a threat to the constitution, there is a threat to the reservation policy. That is on one side. The other side, on the background of Rahul Gandhi's very successful Bharat Jodo Yatra, the 2 yatras, and outstanding manifesto, on the back of the Karnataka promise which we fulfilled, on the back of Telangana promise which we fulfilled, we gave promises to India through our manifesto, which are all implementable.
Okay.
And on these twofold, the failures to the Modi government on one side, and what we offered to the people if we came to power was our main election strategy.
Right, you're saying the manifesto has done the trick. Actually, this is a phenomenon that we should study a little bit more. If the Congress manifesto, as much as it was criticized, did the trick. But okay, let's talk about Maharashtra. Is this the sympathy factor that has worked for you in Maharashtra, as many are saying, or is there more, Mr. Chavan?
No. Sympathy factor, of course, helped us. Primarily, the way government was brought down, the corrupt practices that were followed, the fact that whatever happened in Maharashtra in breaking Shiv Sena and breaking NCP had direct blessings of Modi and Shah, and huge amount of money that was money, then threats of ED, CBI action, Samadama Dandabhed. The way this elected government was brought down, the elected parties were broken. That was not liked by the people. There was, of course, sympathy for Mr. Pawar and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. But more than the Eknath Shinde breakup, where at least Eknath Shinde had fought with BJP earlier, The fact that Mr. Ajit Pawar's party was broken, he was taken in the party after Prime Minister personally accused him of a 70,000 crore corruption charge. And after that, you not only take him in the party, his people in the party, but make him a deputy CM.
Okay.
That was not liked by people in Maharashtra, and particularly even senior leadership of BJP in RSS.
Yeah, and it was more in recent memory. The recency factor also, I think, played in favor of the India alliance. But the MVA has done well, sir. What does this mean for the upcoming October elections, for the assembly elections? What does this mean for you in the Congress and the MVA at large?
Well, I think three-party combination is a very deadly combination, a very potent combination. This combination will reveal, will analyze where we went wrong. We took inordinately long time in finalizing seats. There was a dispute on 2-3 seats, which the results have shown that we were right in whatever we are asking for. I think if you look at that, I think there's no reason why we should not go into a three-party Mahavikas Aghadi alliance in the Assembly. Okay. And I think looking at the trends that we see now, we're sure to win the Vidhan Sabha election in October 2024.
All right, sir. I do thank you for your time. This is going to set the template, Prithviraj Chavan says, as far as the assembly elections are concerned. This is what I was talking about earlier. This has been a very painstaking effort to divide the seats in Maharashtra. It took inordinately long, but it eventually has turned out to be successful. I want to go across to Neeti very quickly on the Maharashtra numbers. Neeti, the BJP itself has lost quite a bit. It's not just the alliance partners. And the MVA is clearly setting forward now with a spring in its step. The MVA, I mean, as far as assembly elections are concerned, this must be nervous bells for you.
Shivani, of course, in Maharashtra, in a lot of places, we expected better numbers. But again, they have not been called. But I'm going to assume that if these numbers stay, we'll accept the mandate, whatever the people have given. We'll work on whatever went wrong. We have worked very sincerely for the past 10 years for the people, and that fact remains. What went wrong is going to be worked out. But again, let the elections be called, because the margins are very low wherever we are talking about.
Neeti, talking about Maharashtra itself, one of course is the aspect that Shivani spoke about, a sympathy wave that may have been created for the factions of Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. That's one aspect of things. But what about the reservation? If Maratha consolidation is, in this case, perhaps worked for the INDA, then a reverse OBC consolidation should have worked for the NDA or the Mahayuti. Why has that not happened? If we were to just deep dive.
So, I think let's come to all of these issues once the election is called. I don't want to comment on this right now.
Okay. Do you want to comment on, let's say, Rajasthan, for example, because it was a clean sweep in 2019, again, a little bit of loss for the NDA?
See, you have to understand, we were going to this election for the third time, and we, like I said, we are very confident about the work that we have done for the past 10 years. We were confident about the numbers that we were expecting. What has gone wrong is going to be worked out. We'll have to work it out. Again, whatever the mandate is, we'll have to accept it, and we'll accept it very humbly. But it does not take away from the work that the Modi government has done for the past 10 years, and we intend to do for the next 5 years as well.
Okay, so the takeaway from the Hindi Heartland, Shivani, also becomes very interesting. Much focus has been, in the run-up to the elections, all through campaigning, that the Hindi Heartland is safe with the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the focus was on whether or not the BJP is able to make inroads in the southern part of the country. And that's happened to an extent if we just focus on the vote share, for example, in Tamil Nadu and elsewhere. Kerala, for example. Now, the opposition may want to downplay it, but the BJP hopes to gain in the assembly elections, subsequent assembly elections there. But what about the Hindi Heartland picture? Do you think that's really changed for the Bharatiya Janata Party on unexpected lines?
Which assembly election you're saying the BJP hopes to gain?
For example, Tamil Nadu. The BJP was focused on Tamil Nadu in the Lok Sabha election to sort of look at it as a precursor for the assembly election.
Yeah, I mean, for the BJP, you know, it's a hungry party, it's an ambitious party. It never really says, okay, this is how it goes in Raebareli and Amethi. This is how it goes in Hyderabad. This is how it goes in Trivandrum. So there's no point putting our fight there. They will actually go to the bastions of the opponents and say, we are going to try and turn it around. So you have to give the party that much. Also, as far as the South is concerned, it's not so much about, you know, just looking at the next elections. Of course, the next elections are going to be the big playground. But this is also about the BJP wanting to always forever expand. They're not happy being a Hindi heartland party. They did so in the Northeast. They're doing so in Odisha. They've done so in West Bengal in the past, although they've suffered a bit of a decline. And naturally, they would want to do it in South. And in South, they wanted the bragging rights that we would be bigger than the Congress individually. We'll look at those numbers again, but I just want to very quickly give you a sense of the Dalit seats. So as far as the data on our magic wall is concerned, because the Dalit factor has been talked about, the reservation factor has been talked about, the caste survey has been talked about. So that's not the magic wall I'm talking about. I've got this on my screen here. But the 160 Dalits, 20% or stronger seats. The INDA has won 95, which is plus 55 from last time around. That's a massive swing.
Significantly.
And NDA has won 59 of those, which is minus 38 from last time around. Others have also lost 17, and I again feel this is going to include the likes of the BSP that had won last time. I request our guests to stay with us. Christian and I have to slip into a very short break. We'll be right back with lots more.
Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, with 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave. And today, it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at, Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those
and
3 phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
You know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in fact to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavade and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch, but as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56, the Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves.
Many believe this is on the cusp of us writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. We are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. 3,42,000 live views right now.
400 par looks an impossible.
Sukhu for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now, taking shape a little bit.
India alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt.
Whether for the BJP and the NDA the numbers are going up or not, but for us they are going up. Sarkar ne viewership hamari hai. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request: over the next hour, can we take us past 5 lakhs? We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views.
As we've been already validated that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now just think of it, had this been 2014, The 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, you know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because, you know, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, you know, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right? Let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where he had to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation?
Good evening and welcome. You're watching our very special broadcast as CNN News 18 has been tracking the Indian election 2024, and wow, there have been so many surprises, twists and turns. I'm Avantika Singh.
And I'm Akanksha Swaroop, and bringing you all the latest trends that are right now emerging. Remember, the counting is still on and the results are still trickling in as we speak. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in right now. In fact, we are learning that the Grand Old Party has already approached the Election Commission in some breaking inputs that we are bringing to you right now, because the Congress is now complaining at the Election Commission that the counting is taking too much time. Remember, as we speak, the results are yet to be, in fact, declared officially by 4 p.m. is what we are learning. But the Congress has, in fact, approached the Election Commission only to complain about slow counting of votes. Let's also find out, in fact, who has approached the Election Commission from the Grand Old Party. Pallavi joins us with the details. Pallavi, what are you learning? Is Rahul Gandhi at the Election Commission's office, and why has counting been so slow so far?
So basically what we've been told, Abhishek Manu Singhvi as well as Salman Khurshid approaching the Election Commission, and the main ground that they are raising are twofold. One, that why is there so much of delay as far as official announcement of the electoral results on the Election Commission website is concerned. That's one. The second, if you start looking at the tweets which are coming in from Jairam Ramesh, what they're complaining about is that there are reports which are coming in. I'm quoting Jairam Ramesh, that there are reports which are coming in from many of the polling booths across the country that there is an attempt being made to try and change the electoral results as far as the counting goes. Very quickly, Akanksha, this is exactly what they have been talking about in the last 24 hours, that the counting is going to be fudged, and the Home Minister is in cahoots with the Election Commission to ensure that the counting of votes go in such a manner which ends up suiting the BJP. We are looking at the tight competition. The last few hours are going to be very, very critical, and the suggestion which is coming in from the Congress and the complaint they've taken to EC is precisely on these grounds.
It's very surprising that they think so, considering all the early trends that are emerging have only bucked the pre-poll expectations. But having said that, let's also play out a reaction that has come in from BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
0.7% as I understand today's numbers, which is again a record percentage of votes. And yes, we did come short by about a percentage or percentage and a half of votes. But that is something that we will look into, and we will look to increasing our support.
What do you think that restricted you from getting few more seats in Kerala?
No, it's too early to analyze that and too early to answer that question. But certainly, it was not for want of trying, not want of a vision for Thiruvananthapuram. We campaigned extremely positively. As you know, there are dynamics of certain minority communities and certain narratives that were put out there by the parties that maybe we were not able to break through and we were not able to expose.
Will you be able to continue here in Thiruvananthapuram?
No, my commitment to Thiruvananthapuram is 100% total. It has nothing to do with me being a successful Lok Sabha MP or not. I have said when I came here on the 5th of March, it is my mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram, and I stand by my mission. And all my colleagues in the BJP and my fellow Karyakartas stand by our mission to take Thiruvananthapuram forward.
So BJP opened an account in Kerala.
We are very, very happy. We are very excited, and we think it marks a very, very important milestone in the growth and expansion of the BJP in Kerala and in the south of India. Suresh Gopi has worked very, very hard in the Trichur for the last 10 years. He has contested earlier. This is his third time at electoral politics, and to win by such a huge decisive margin
and to put the Congress candidate into third place is certainly a very, very important signal and certainly an important encouragement for the BJP in particular in Thrissur and in Kerala in general.
In center, BJP didn't cross 400 bar.
No, obviously it is disappointing given the fact that the last 10 years our Prime Minister has worked very hard and transformed India significantly. The expectation was that the NDA would be 350 to 400 and we have come short as I see it on TV. We will see the results and we will see what.
Okay, it was a battle of big guns, isn't it? It was Tharoor versus Chandrasekhar, and it was such a neck-and-neck fight, isn't it, Akanksha, at the very last minute. But finally, as the vote counting progressed, you had the veteran Congress leader, Shashi Tharoor, heading in Thiruvananthapuram. Breaking news coming in, according to sources in the Congress party, the India Alliance meeting has now been called in Delhi tomorrow. We are still waiting for a time. What we're getting to hear from sources is that they haven't decided on a time, but Sharon joins us now for the very latest. Sharon, over to you. So, a big surprise there. Lots of pleasant surprises for the Indie bloc, specifically for the Congress, who have doubled their number this time around. What are you hearing?
Well, Avantika, that is right. In fact, this result is something that is more than what they were expecting, though they were saying 295. But this result is, of course, something that they are positive about. And right now, Congress sources have in fact been suggesting that personally from the Congress President office, Kharge ji has in fact called in all the India Alliance leaders to come to Delhi. The time of the schedule of the meeting is something that will be decided. But tomorrow's meeting is going to be very crucial because that is where the strategy and other plans or their mode of action is going to be decided in the meeting tomorrow. Whether they will in fact be approaching, because right now there has been no talk or any sort of approach that has been done with regards to Nitish Kumar or Chandrababu Naidu. So whether that should be done, what is going to be their strategy, all this will be decided in the meeting tomorrow. So all the 28 parties of the India Alliance have been called in the national capital for the meeting tomorrow.
All right, many thanks to you, Sharon. We're in fact getting in more breaking inputs. Let's quickly bring you the trends that are now emerging as far as Maharashtra is concerned. In fact, we are now learning that Navneet Rana of the Bharatiya Janata Party has lost from Amravati and Supriya Sule has won from Baramati. In fact, Baramati was a very closely watched contest, Avantika, considering it's been a Pawar versus Pawar and
it was
a family contest. Exactly. And so the results have given it away. Supriya Sule has won from Baramati. In fact, very sad
and
news
Navneet
for
Rana, a firebrand BJP candidate who was, in the midst of that entire Hanuman Chalisa row. She, in fact, is also a very aggressive candidate. She losing from Amravati is also big news coming in.
I think it's, in fact, time for the BJP to, in fact, resort to some introspection. But, in fact, before we dive deeper into it, let's also quickly introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao, who is the national spokesperson of the BJP, Abbas Haider, who is the spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Many thanks to you, Mr. Haider and Mr. Rao, for joining in on CNN News 18. First of all, Mr. Rao, what do you make of the losses in Maharashtra, first of all?
Yeah, certainly we are disappointed by the results. We expected the coalition in Maharashtra to not retain the old numbers, but to sustain a large part of it. But I think certainly Maharashtra, though this was not totally unexpected, we have suffered significant losses in Maharashtra. And real problematic state has been Uttar Pradesh, where we were hoping to at least retain our previous strength, 2019 strength of 62 seats. But that is the state which has really sort of, I think, given a mandate which did not suit us, which did not encourage us. But we are, because you see, getting a majority, NDA majority itself is not a, is a remarkable achievement, because no government in the country has been re-elected for the third time in a row in the last 52 years. So this is happening, this third time hat-trick victory, though with a much reduced number, is a historic verdict by itself. So we certainly hope to have a very stable government that is committed to building new India, committed to building Viksit Bharat under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. We have no doubt about whatsoever. But certainly the opposition going from 50 to 100, they might see this as a big a gain for them. So good luck to them. But we have achieving a third time victory in a row is itself a historic verdict, and that will slowly sink in, because today we are being measured against our target of 400 seats. But in reality, if you see this against, let's say, historical trends in this country, as I mentioned, this is a historic win coming after 52 years.
All right. You know, Abbas Haidarji, Uttar Pradesh, which had accounted for a lion's share for the BJP's tally, has gone the Indie bloc way. What an amazing performance by the alliance, Indie bloc and Samajwadi Party. UP ke ladke is trending now on social media. UP ke Shehzade, who are now obviously having the last laugh. What do you have to say about the performance of Sapa? You had the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who till the very last minute did not have a decision, and then finally he decided to throw his hat in the ring, and very strategic selection of candidates. Do you think all that effort has paid off for the Samajwadi Party in Purvanchal, in the state of Uttar Pradesh?
Thank you so much. Yes, certainly it has worked for the Samajwadi Party in India Alliance, and somehow people of Uttar Pradesh have given a message that, you know, empty rhetorics won't work anymore. They have voted for the fundamental issues, and even if they have, Bharatiya Janata Party has lost Ayodhya seat. I'm getting the news now. So you can understand what is happening in Uttar Pradesh. They were claiming that Prime Minister Modi is winning with a margin of 10 lakh vote. He'll win with a margin of 10 lakh. And what happened? Initially, he was trailing behind the India candidate. And now it is like, you know, a margin of just 1.25
You know, I remember, if I'm not mistaken, Akhilesh Yadav during a rally in Chandauli had said that Purvanchal will be the decider, and Purvanchal is going to be that area, that particular area of the state of Uttar Pradesh that is going to deal a severe blow to the BJP. And surprisingly, that kind of prediction has come true.
Yeah, even if you talk about the sixth phase, which happened in the Purvanchal, the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. So we are winning almost 11 seats out of the 13. So this is what has been happening in Uttar Pradesh. And as far as the total number of are concerned, I think Bharatiya Janata Party has just not lost its credibility among the people of the country, but also among the ally partners of NDA. So I'm sure they don't trust Bharatiya Janata Party. They would look for some other alternative, because, you know, Bharatiya Janata Party has a long history of, you know, what they have done with the Shiv Sena and NCP. We all know, all the ally partners know. So certainly with the loss of credential, with the loss of trust, with the loss of credibility, I don't think Bharatiya Janata Party is going to make a government in the center. And certainly their number is going to come down within a couple of hours.
All right. In fact, Abbas, stay with us. I'm also joined in by Mr. Amitabh Dubey, who's the spokesperson for the Congress Party. Mr. Dubey, how do you weigh in on what Abbas Haidar has just had to say? Not to forget the fact, the other aspect of my question is about Congress Party itself bucking the pre-poll expectations, and yet you're approaching the Election Commission sniffing something fishy.
I can't really hear your question, I'm afraid.
Mr. Dubey, I want to know, why has the Congress approached the Election Commission, considering your party is already bucking the pre-poll expectations? You're far ahead than what was expected in the exit polls as well. But why are you constantly trying to, in fact, build upon a narrative that there's something fishy as far as the vote counting is concerned?
I'm not privy to what we are going to the Election Commission with right now. But
I'm informing you, Congress is approaching the Election Commission.
What is going on? See, I'll tell you what I have gauged from what I'm watching. There's been a lot of irregularities in the counting. There are a lot of complaints coming about the counting process. This time in the election, we have set up an entire structure, because there were many questions that had come up in previous elections about the vote counting process, particularly in elections that are very close, where the counting is very close. There were fears that the local administration might be involved in affecting the result one way or the other. So we've set up an entire structure to analyze that and observe it as it's going on, and we're getting feedback from that structure. So it's quite possible that that feedback is leading our leadership to approach the Election Commission wherever there may be complaints. I don't have details about the specific complaints at this point of time.
All right, GVL Narasimha Rao, if I could bring you in on how the BJP is now being attacked for the alliance formula that seems to have failed, especially when you look at states like Bihar and Maharashtra. It's being said that ये तोड़-फोड़ के alliance आपको सहायता नहीं कर पाए. What is your assessment?
No, I think Bihar we have done very well. So I don't think, but as far as Maharashtra is concerned, the allies have, together we have not done as well as we have expected, but we have not sort of junked our ally.
All right, considering you're talking about Bihar, I would also like you to weigh in on, are you very confident that Nitish Kumar will now be with you in this new alliance that forms?
Yeah, certainly. I think anyone who has been a part of a pre-poll alliance will certainly stay together. There is no question of anybody, because they know the other side, the so-called alliance, is not at all a cohesive alliance. The BJP with nearly 240, 250 kind of strength holds as a strong pillar of this NDA alliance, whereas Congress may not be able to even cross the 100 mark. So certainly nobody considers that as a viable coalition or a viable alternative. So the NDA is not only going to form government under Prime Minister Modi ji, it will also be a very stable government for the next 5 years. The only thing is, we will certainly have a larger alliance partners participation. Even in 2014 and 19, though we had single party majorities in both the Lok Sabha houses, we had formed coalition governments. So this time it will be the same, maybe slightly more participation of the allies in the government, but the nature of the government will remain unchanged.
Amitabh Dubey, if you could weigh in on what Narasimha Rao had to say. In fact, in terms of kingmakers and the prospects of a BJP alliance now going forward.
So let us have the final results come in. At the moment, the BJP is obviously the single largest party, short of a majority. So let that process continue. It's up to, of course, the allies to decide which way they want to go. Many of the allies for many years have been subject to pressure from the agencies, ED, CBI and so on. They know what the experience has been under Mr. Modi's prime ministership. This is their one chance to see if they can make a change there, but that's for them to decide. It's not for us as an opposition party to get involved in the internal processes. But as an analyst, I can say that this is one chance when the BJP and the NDA can decide what kind of future they want for their government.
Right, we'll come back to you, all of our guests, in just a bit. But let's just shift our focus to Kerala, because that, has been a very interesting contest. We've seen the BJP opening an account there from Thrissur. But our reporter got a chance, Neetu got a chance to speak with Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He, in fact, has been a very prominent face, a BJP candidate, a last-minute entry into the race, a direct context with Mr. Shashi Tharoor. So let's just listen in what he had to say about these elections and him trailing behind Mr. Tharoor.
Joining me here is Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. So it was more like a 2020 match in Thiruvananthapuram. You going up, then Mr. Tharoor coming down, and finally it's a margin of about 15,000 votes. How do you see this?
No, look, finally in elections, there is people only remember the winners, and people certainly don't remember who came second and who came how close it is. But on a serious note, this was a campaign which I launched on the 5th of March when I was given this opportunity, excuse me, to contest in Thiruvananthapuram. And I said then, and I say today, that we were on a mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram. And our campaign was completely about transforming Thiruvananthapuram, development, prosperity and opportunities. And as a consequence of, I think, our positive campaign, over 3.4 lakh people of Thiruvananthapuram have voted for the BJP, which is a record number. And about 35.7% of vote share the BJP has got in Thiruvananthapuram, which is again a record number. So I am pleased with the support and the response and the love and affection that the people of Thiruvananthapuram have given me. Of course, I'm disappointed with the results. And I think I would have been a good MP for Thiruvananthapuram. But it is what it is, and we will continue to work hard and to grow our party.
For the first time, Kerala has given a seat for BJP in Thrissur constituency. How are you seeing this change?
No, I was very confident, as we were all, that this time in these elections, the BJP will succeed significantly in Kerala. We were expecting 3 seats, and as you can see, Thrissur, we have succeeded. Suresh Gopi has done a wonderful job over the last 10 years in Thrissur. Artingal, my colleague V. Muralidharan, has done a very solid fight where he has come up very short, close to the ultimate winner. And the Thiruvananthapuram Contest as well. And then Shobha Surendran Nalapura, who has done an excellent job in growing the party and the vote share and the number of votes. So it is no surprise that the BJP is growing in Kerala, will continue to grow, and it will completely expose and continue to expose this myth that somehow the South, and in particular Kerala, is a place where the people of Kerala don't want to support the BJP. And these elections have emphatically proved that more and more people are supporting the BJP than they are supporting the left. And that is certainly, in my opinion, the story of today and the story of tomorrow.
BJP has not gotten the magic number 272. With the support of the allies, yes, they have crossed that. The NDA has crossed that. But you all were looking for a much higher number. And the India alliance has also performed well than expected. How do you see it?
No, look, it is something that our leadership will examine, introspect. It is only this is today the day of the results, and the results are just coming out. Where the final numbers end up for the NDA, we still don't know. But clearly, it is clear that the numbers are a disappointment given the exit polls that predicted between 350 and 400. And the leadership of my party and the NDA will decide what are the reasons for it and what next steps to be taken. But you know, these are messages from the people of India, the voters of India, to our party and the NDA, and we will listen to them loud and clear.
At this stage, are you confident that the NDA is coming back to power?
Oh, 100%. I have no doubt that the NDA will form the government, and that there will be a third term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, albeit with a slightly different majority.
Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Okay, let's go back to our guests now, and we have been getting very interesting perspectives, but a huge disappointment. I mean, Akanksha, that's very obvious.
Especially when you look at the Hindi heartland, Avantika.
Yeah, that is true.
You have travelled extensively while covering Uttar Pradesh, and I think you'll be the best person to, in fact, talk about the kind of trends they are emerging and why are they emerging.
Right.
Perhaps let's also take in some inputs.
I'll go to Abbas Haider to get some perspective on this. Abbas, you know, that's what's been coming out. Uttar Pradesh has been a big shock, a huge setback for the BJP. This is the heartland state, as my colleague Akanksha was stating. So what helped? What do you think has helped the Samajwadi Party Congress upset the BJP's Uttar Pradesh apple cart? Do you think it's the strategic distribution of those tickets on non-Yadav OBCs and Dalits? Because when I went to cover most of the areas in Western Uttar Pradesh and Central Uttar Pradesh, something that was resonating amongst all the people in these areas, at least in Western and Central Uttar Pradesh, though of course they've received a beating in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, is that asantosh hai, akrosh nahi hai. I mean, people were clearly disgruntled with the MPs, but there wasn't really a lot of anger for the Modi government. But obviously, we're seeing a big shock coming in from the Purvanchal area for the BJP and a big, huge win for the Indie bloc and the Samajwadi Party.
People of Uttar Pradesh have shown that there is no Modi magic. Modi's popularity was overhyped. And as far as people's mandate is saying, it is saying that Akhilesh Yadav's popularity is more than Narendra Modi in Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah.
Well, people have voted on the fundamental issues. They have voted for 33% reservation in government jobs for women. They have voted for employment. They have voted against inflation. They have voted against the divisive agenda of Bharatiya Janata Party. They have voted for their rights. They have voted for the rights of OBC, Dalits and minorities. We have fought for this election was focused on the issues of PDA. Because Bharatiya Janata Party government in Uttar Pradesh, we talk about 69,000 jobs where OBC quota and Dalit quota reservation was not taken care of by the government, and several other cases. You know, basically these communities have voted against the Bharatiya Janata Party. They have voted for the Samajwadi Party in India Alliance across the state. And yes, people across caste lines, across religious lines, they have voted for us. If we see, we are also ahead in the number of seats in Uttar Pradesh, while the percentage of votes, we are also ahead with, as compared to the NDA in UP.
Yes.
So basically, in both the scenario, the people have, they have stood with us, and I believe that, after like couple of hours, the situation will be better for us, because I can see, I have data in front of me. There are like 7-8 seats where we are tailing by 700 votes, 600 votes.
Yes, we're just referring to those numbers as well. But undoubtedly, Akanksha, it is a remarkable turnaround for the opposition-led Samajwadi Party and the Congress in Uttar Pradesh.
Can I?
Just take a look at the numbers.
I'm going to bring you in on what point has just been made by Abbas Haider and Avantika over there. GVL, a lot of time, and in fact the last tenure of the Modi government was also spun around the narrative of the Sanatan Hindutva unity revolving around the Ram Mandir issue. But it seems that the caste politics in Uttar Pradesh has trounced the Ram Mandir issue. It doesn't seem to have worked. Yes, you will say in your defense that that Ram Mandir was meant to be a promise that you were supposed to deliver, that your government was supposed to deliver. But what happens to the caste dynamics? It doesn't seem that caste dynamics has been subsumed, because it seems that as far as BSP's loss is concerned, that has now become Samajwadi Party's gain.
Yeah, you see, Ram Mandir wasn't an electoral issue for us, and I can tell you, in so many dozens of rallies addressed by our top leadership, we have not raised this issue. We have not asked for votes in the name of construction of the temple. But for the Samajwadi Party, which has not won.
Where I beg to differ, GVL, is that there's a press conference being addressed by Congress's Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Let's also listen in.
2:30 बजे के बाद जो अपडेशन होता है राउंड बाय राउंड, यानी काउंटिंग जब गणना हो रही होती है तो हर राउंड पे एक आंकड़ा प्रकाशित होता है। उसमें बहुत ढील आ गई है या बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, यानी हर आधे घंटे में वो आंकड़ा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे। ये हमारी कंप्लेंट थी। 2 कंप्लेंट्स थी, एक तो कि संसदीय क्षेत्र के अनुसार ऐसा कोई अपडेशन नहीं है ही नहीं, और दूसरा जो असेंबली सेगमेंट्स के अनुसार राउंड बाय राउंड आता है आंकड़ा, वो भी बड़े विलंब के साथ अपडेट हो रहा है। ये 2 मुद्दे थे। तो हमने कहा इससे एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, चुनाव के जो पूरी एक स्पष्टता होती है और निष्पक्षता होती है, उस पर अननेसेसरीली बिना कारण के एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है। तो इसको जल्दी होना चाहिए। हमने कोई ऐसे आरोप नहीं लगाया, हमने कहा कि हमको चाहिए एक सीधा आदेश चुनाव आयोग के केंद्रीय स्थल से कि ये जल्द से जल्द अपडेट हो। चुनाव आयोग ने हमको बड़े आदर के साथ सुना और कहा कि जहाँ तक संसदीय क्षेत्र का मामला है तो ये अपडेशन पहले भी नहीं होता था, अब भी संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि ये आंकड़े आते हैं असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज। तो असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज जो आंकड़े आते हैं उनको अपडेट वो तब करते हैं जब एक असेंबली सेगमेंट अगर 7 हैं एक संसदीय क्षेत्र में, वहाँ पहले आता है तो वो पहले हो जाता है, जहाँ बाद में आता है वहाँ बाद में होता है, इसलिए दोनों में समय का थोड़ा अंतर रहता है। इस बात को उन्होंने बड़े विस्तार से समझाया कि किसी रूप से वो विलंब नहीं होने देंगे, वो आदेश भी देंगे कि जो असेंबली सेगमेंट के अनुसार उसके आधार पर जो अपडेशन होना चाहिए वो जल्द से जल्द हो। और मैं समझता हूँ कि अगर ये आदेश तुरंत चला जाए, क्योंकि कुछ घंटे बचे हैं गणना में, तो ये एक प्रकार से हल होगा। बड़े एक सौहार्द के साथ ये बातचीत हुई और हमने उनको धन्यवाद किया हमको जल्द से जल्द अपॉइंटमेंट देने के लिए। एक और मुद्दा है जिसके बारे में मेरे दोस्त बोलेंगे, मैं अंग्रेजी में संक्षेप में बोल दूँ। वी वेंट टू द इलेक्शन कमीशन at short notice to convey a concern of ours. It was more a concern, less a complaint. We are very happy that they gave us time at very short notice. They heard us patiently. The main issue was about not updating parliamentary constituency data round by round in terms of votes counted and the results of that round. However, it was clarified that it is done assembly segment wise. As you know, these are not assembly elections, but the statistics are counted and updated assembly segment wise. So if a parliamentary constituency has averaged 7 assemblies, then it is done each round in each assembly segment wise. Now the problem was explained to us is that different assembly segments follow different speeds of counting and also of updation, which is why there is a lack of synchronism for the parliamentary constituency as a whole. In any case, the Election Commission has assured us that without all this technicality, they are again going to give very strict instructions that counting and updation round-wise at the assembly segment level shall be the fastest and the most prompt as possible. We are happy if that happens, and I think the matter would be resolved. Only a few hours are left for the elections, and we don't want to create unnecessary question marks, so long as this direction to immediately A, to count fast, and B, to promptly disclose the counting round for each segment. There is a second issue, my friend will address you on that, about Sonipat.
जी आप सबका स्वागत है धन्यवाद सिंघवी जी एक छोटा लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था एक छोटा परंतु महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था और वो
All right, so Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress Party putting things on the record officially over there. As you heard, Avantika, he's gone on to in fact agree of sorts with the Election Commission, talking about why there's a delay in sharing data. Right. And let me bring in Amitabh Dubey of the Congress Party, who's the spokesperson, still continues to be with us. Mr. Dubey, what is your assessment? Why is the grand old party sniffing foul play over here when the Election Commission's now clearly, in fact, explained why there's been this delay? Because, of course, different assembly segments are operating at a different pace, and, of course, they are hoping that in the next couple of hours, results should be crystal clear.
So I couldn't hear you very clearly, but you're asking why we are bringing these complaints to the Election Commission.
Right.
Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, there is a context to this. The context is that the voters, the most important thing is that the people of India, the voters of India, have faith in our institutions, specifically the Election Commission. If you look at CSDS data in 2024, 23 or 24, the latest data, up to 50% of the people either have no faith or have diminished faith in the Election Commission, compared with 2019 when it was about 25%. So clearly the ECI has to bring people into confidence. And when it does things like delays turnout data by 10, 11 days, it refuses to even meet a delegation of opposition parties on the EVM issue for 10 months, it raises questions. And what we want to say is that for the ECI to maintain the faith of the citizens of India, not just the parties of India, it has to be transparent, and it has been lacking in many of these areas, which is why we set up a structure to observe the counting process and to look at how the counting is going. Right. And wherever we see aberrations or abnormalities, we bring it to the ECI's attention. Now, in this case, the ECI seems to have given a satisfactory attention, has been responsive. So this is the system working. We are being vigilant, and the ECI is responding.
All right, fair enough. Amitabh, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also making it very clear that it's a concern and not a complaint. Now, I wanted to shift your focus to the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. He's on a dominant streak in the 2 Lok Sabha seats of Wayanad in Kerala and Rai Bareli in Uttar Pradesh. But the big story that everyone is tracking here is Amethi, the Gandhi family loyalist, in fact, on the verge of defeating Smriti Irani. How is your party reacting to this news? I know that the election hasn't been called in yet, but big news coming in. You have a family loyalist, KL Sharma, who was the last-minute announcement and now on the verge of defeating Smriti Irani, who turned out to be that giant killer in 2019.
Are you asking me?
Yes, Amitabh. The question is for you.
Yeah, okay. Yes. So, you know, the fact is that the feedback we have had is that Smriti Irani was quite unpopular in the constituency of Amethi. She was seen as someone who wasn't very attentive to local requirements. She didn't spend enough time there. The local party, her party workers were not very happy. So it was a calculated gamble that we took a party worker, Mr. Sharma, who's been there for 4 decades, who's very well known locally, who's been active locally, and put him up against her, and it obviously seems to have panned out. I think what she was hoping for perhaps was a high profile context with Rahul Gandhi or with Priyanka Gandhi that would give her the media attention that she often craves. And we strategically denied it to her. So Rahul Gandhi contested Raebareli and KL Sharma in Amethi. And clearly this strategy seems to have worked. And it is working in the context of a wider sweep or at least a very direct contest in UP that was completely unexpected by the exit polls and by the commentariat, and of course even by some political parties. I can say honestly that some people in the party are pleasantly surprised that we have been able to best the BJP
if I may
in one of the
ask you,
stronghold
because
states,
that's a question that's on everyone's mind.
Campaign was launched.
That Rahul Gandhi is, taking an impressive lead from both Wayanad and Raebareli as well. If he wins both these seats, which one will he give up?
Yeah, I mean, that's a question that he has to decide. I'm not privy to his thinking. There's a lot of people in the party who would like Priyanka Gandhi to also be an MP.
Yes.
So, but that's really a question for them to take as individuals and people in their family.
But we are very curious, and I'm sorry if I grill you further on this, Amitabh, but what will giving up Raebareli for Rahul Gandhi mean? Will this be a catch-22 of sorts? Or will Priyanka Gandhi in fact step in to salvage the situation as far as your connect with the people of Raebareli and Amethi is concerned?
Again, are you asking me?
Yes, Amitabh, please go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, of course she has a connect with the people of UP. She's worked in both of these constituencies, and in fact in this campaign also she was working there. But it's a personal decision to contest to become a member of parliament. There are many considerations. Each individual has to look at it themselves. So it's best to leave it to her. There'll be a political calculation, of course, but there'll also be a personal calculation. So I can't try and guess what her motivations and her plans might be. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, and since you're saying you'll have to wait and see, what are the seats now that the grand old party is currently very keenly, very closely eyeing?
What are the whats?
All right, I'm afraid we're running short of time. Many thanks to you, Mr. Amitabh Dubey, for joining in with your precious insights. And with that, let's quickly bring our viewers all the political reactions that have come in. Remember, the results are still pouring in thick and fast, but the reactions are also coming in. Let's play them out for you.
वो हमारे साथ रहे। अयोध्या में बीजेपी हार गई, फैजाबाद बीजेपी हार गई। जहां इतना बड़ा इवेंट किया था मोदी जी ने, ध्यान 14 दिन का व्रत किया, कल ध्यान किया। देश की जनता ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को नकारा है, मोदी को फेयरवेल दिया है, मोदी जी को बस हो गया।
MP from Thiruvananthapuram. So first, congratulations, a nail-biting finish at the moment.
A cliffhanger, yeah, absolutely. Well, I think the World T20 is supposed to be happening in the West Indies and the US, but the super over was here in Thiruvananthapuram. It was quite a tight finish, and I must admit that I would like to congratulate my two rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Pannian Ravindran, for having led such a stiff fight. Neither gave an inch, and it became a very, very close contest in the end. Voters of Thiruvananthapuram have reposed their trust in me once again, and I look forward to fulfilling their trust and serving them with dedication in the years to come.
It was a very high-octane campaign here with the union MOS, and there has been a lot of allegations, complaints going back and forth. A change that way as far as the campaigns of your past three are concerned.
That's right.
So what do you think worked for you, and how do you see the campaign?
On your first observation, I think it's a pity that some of this actually happened, and I hope that everybody can agree to put these things behind them. There are apparently cases filed against me. But in any case, whatever needs to be faced, we'll face it. But I think at this point in democracy, we need to learn to respect each other. I have tried always to show respect to my opponents, and at the same time to take them on the issues, and that's fair game in democracies. That's really how it should be. There was unnecessary bitterness and invective that I would not like to see repeated.
बिहार में आप सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बन के निकले हैं, वहाँ पर 14 सीट आपको मिलती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। अभी तक जो आंकड़े आए हैं सामने, नीतीश किसके साथ हैं, एक सवाल फिर से उठ रहा है, क्योंकि ये कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो थोड़ा बहुत आंकड़ा इंडिया गठबंधन को मिलता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, तो अब ये हो सकता है कि नीतीश जी को वापस लाने की कवायद शुरू कर दी जाए।
परिस्थिति ऐसी आ गई जब राहुल गांधी ने इस सबके सामने कह दिया कि नीतीश कुमार जी को ममता बनर्जी मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, तो प्रधानमंत्री के पद की बात नहीं थी, खाली कोऑर्डिनेटर की बात थी। उसके सामने हमारे सामने कोई रास्ता नहीं था। हमें प्रसन्नता है कि बीजेपी ने सम्मान हम लोगों को अपने साथ लिया, लोकसभा चुनाव में हमारी मनमांगी सीटें दी। आज हम बिहार में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी हैं।
अगर इंडिया गठबंधन से फिर से बातचीत की जाती है और बाकायदा पूरा सम्मान दिया जाता है, पद भी दिया जाता है, क्योंकि ऐसी चर्चाएं चल रही हैं कि उप प्रधानमंत्री का पद भी उनको दिया जा सकता है अगर बातचीत होती है तो।
नहीं, अब हमारा वापस जाने का कोई प्रश्न पैदा नहीं होता। हमने इस गठबंधन को बनाने में मेहनत की, बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के हमने चुनाव लड़ा, हमारी मनमर्जी की सीटें मिली। यद्यपि हम बिहार से बाहर भी सीटें चाहते थे, वो मिलती तो यूपी में और भी अच्छा होता। अगर उत्तर प्रदेश में नीतीश कुमार जी को सीटें देकर के कैंपेन कराते तो शायद उत्तर प्रदेश के नतीजे भी एनडीए के मन माफिक होते। खैर कोई बात नहीं, फिलहाल हमारा यहाँ से कहीं और गठबंधन में जाने का प्रश्न ही पैदा नहीं होता। मैं सिरे से इसको नकारता हूँ।
जहाँ तक मुल्क भर के नतीजों की अगर हम बात करें तो दिल खुश हुआ। हम शायद इससे ज़्यादा उम्मीद कर रहे थे, लेकिन एग्जिट पोल्स गलत साबित हुए। वो जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में भी गलत साबित हुए और बाकी मुल्क के बारे में गलत साबित हुए। जिस तरह अखिलेश ने यूपी में किया, ममता दीदी ने वेस्ट बंगाल में, स्टालिन साहब ने तमिलनाडु में, राहुल गांधी और खड़गे साहब और प्रियंका जी ने जिस तरह कांग्रेस की टैली जो है लगभग अब 100 पे वो टच कर रहे हैं। एग्जैक्ट फिगर्स मेरे पास अभी है नहीं। कोई भी एग्जिट पोल के बाद ये सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि ये इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ऑपोजिशन की रहेगी।
All right, CNN News 18 continues to bring you all the top news makers. But before, in fact, I go to my guest, Mr. V.D. Sharma, who is the BJP State President of Madhya Pradesh. Important to inform you that it's been quite a clean sweep for the Bharatiya Janata Party on expected lines, Avantika.
Yes.
But how do you assess this clean sweep, considering Chhindwara was still considered as a Kamal Nath bastion?
No, but the game has changed. At least the BJP has something to smile about as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, given the kind of shocks that they've been receiving one after the other from the Heartland states. And also some good news for the BJP as far as Kerala is concerned, with them opening their account there. And most importantly, their vote share in Tamil Nadu increasing as well. But Madhya Pradesh, yes, it's an important one and some relief there for the BJP, isn't it?
So in fact, let's find out what's the sentiment within the BJP about this victory. Mr. V.D. Sharma joins us live. पहले तो बहुत मुबारकबाद V.D. शर्मा जी। आपको ये भी कहना चाहेंगे कि कहा यही जा रहा है कि अब मध्य प्रदेश बीजेपी के लिए गुजरात के समान हो गया है। किसको क्रेडिट देना चाहेंगे इस परफॉर्मेंस के लिए?
देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर क्रेडिट अगर देना है तो मध्य प्रदेश के मन में हमेशा मोदी थे और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश रहा। आज हमने विधानसभा के चुनाव में हमने कैंपेन लिया था और लोकसभा के चुनाव में भी मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को तीसरी बार भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बनाने के संकल्प पर आज जो इतना बड़ा जनादेश और आशीर्वाद दिया है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत, प्रत्येक बूथ पर हमने चुनाव बूथ पर लड़ा है और प्रत्येक बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काम किया और विकास और गरीब कल्याण जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार हमारे डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी के नेतृत्व में और इससे पहले की हमारी पूर्ववर्ती सरकारों ने जो गरीब कल्याण का काम किया और विकास के आयाम खड़े किए, इसको जनता ने आज मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर ये आशीर्वाद दिया है और मोदी जी को पुनः प्रधानमंत्री जनता मध्य प्रदेश की, जो हमने कहा कि मोदी जी मध्य प्रदेश के मन में है और मध्य प्रदेश मोदी जी के मन में है, इस आधार पर जनता ने आज आशीर्वाद दिया है।
जी, पर मध्य प्रदेश से थोड़ा हटके चलिए यूपी की बात करते हैं। यूपी में आपका परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी डिसअपॉइंटिंग रहा है। जहां पे जिस स्टेट में योगी मोदी फॉर्मूला की बात होती थी, वहां आज समाजवादी पार्टी का पीडीए फॉर्मूला आपको पछाड़ गया।
पछाड़ना तो नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन जो अपेक्षा के अनुरूप परिणाम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जरूर अभी जो ट्रेंड है जो मतगणना के, उसमें थोड़ा सा हमें ये कमजोरी लग रही है कि थोड़ा हम इसमें बहुत सफल नहीं हो पाए हैं। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि फाइनल परिणाम आते आते उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर भी एक अच्छा नंबर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अभी और बढ़ेगा।
मगर शर्मा जी, एक बात बताइए, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में मोदी का नाम और योगी का काम, ऐसे नारे हमने सुने थे जब हम गए थे इलेक्शन कवर करने में। इनफैक्ट समाजवादी पार्टी को तो गुंडा राज पार्टी कहा जाता था। आपकी खुद की पार्टी कहती थी कि ये जो पार्टी है, सपा की जो पार्टी है, वो बस गुंडागर्दी करती है एंड दे डोंट बिलीव इन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर। बट आज तो पूरे जो स्टोरी है पलट ही गया है। हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस शॉकिंग परफॉर्मेंस जो बीजेपी ने देखा है उत्तर प्रदेश में?
नहीं, अच्छा कर रहे हैं। ये कोई समीकरण और इसके आधार पर हो सकता है कि हमें समाजवादी पार्टी को जो लाभ मिला हो किन्हीं समीकरणों के तहत, लेकिन है तो गुंडा पार्टी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। इनका इतिहास कहता है कि इन्होंने देश के अंदर क्या किया है, प्रदेश के अंदर क्या किया है, इसलिए कोई इसके बारे में कोई धारणा बदल जाएगी ऐसा नहीं है। गलती से जे वहां पर जहां पर इनके सांसद बनेगा क्या होगा, ये तो उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता बेहतर जानती है। योगी जी ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश के विकास को जिस प्रकार से चार चांद लगाए हैं और गुंडीज्म खत्म किया है। अब कई समीकरण कभी कभी राजनीति में बनते हैं, उन समीकरण के तहत हो सकता है कि कुछ प्लस माइनस हुआ हो, लेकिन हम इस पर अलर्ट हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारा नेतृत्व उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर भी इस पर गंभीरता से विचार करके कहां पर क्या ऐसी चीज हुई है इसके कारण से कुछ प्लस माइनस हुआ है, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि अभी भी नंबर और अच्छा आएगा।
पर मिस्टर शर्मा, जो होल्ड होता था बीजेपी का हार्टलैंड, हिंदी हार्टलैंड स्टेट्स पे, वो शायद थोड़ा सा हिल गया है इस टाइम। अगर आप बिहार की बात करेंगे तो वहाँ पर भी जो जेडीयू है, दे हैव परफॉर्म्ड मच बेटर देन द बीजेपी। राजस्थान की अगर बात करेंगे, वहाँ पर भी जो आपका होल्ड था वो भी थोड़ा सा काफ़ी शेक हो रखा है। तो आपको नहीं लगता है कि बीजेपी के जो उम्मीद थे, जितने नंबर आने थे, वो तो उम्मीदों के बहुत ही ज़्यादा कम आए, जो बीजेपी ने प्रिडिक्ट करा था कि जो उनको नंबर आए थे? आपके तो सारे जो कैंडिडेट्स थे वो सारे कह रहे थे कि आपको 80 में से 80 मिल जाएंगे, उससे तो बहुत ही कम आए सीट्स।
चूक कहाँ हुई है ये तो चुनाव परिणाम के बाद समझ में चीजें आएंगी, लेकिन फिर भी कोई इतना बड़ा चेंज नहीं है। एनडीए गठबंधन को अच्छा बहुमत मिला है और माना कि कुछ राज्यों में थोड़ा अपेक्षा के अनुरूप हमें परिणाम नहीं मिल पाए।
In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in on that note. Remember, the Congress party had just approached the Election Commission of India, and with regards to that, we are getting in more inputs. As far as Congress's delegation that approached the EC is concerned, the Election Commission, in fact, has responded saying that the counting is conducted as per Rule 60 of the Conduct of Election Rules at the designated counting centers. Let's try and get in some understanding in terms of what the Election Commission has had to say. Arunima will be sharing more inputs with us. Arunima, share the details with us.
So, you know, the last couple of hours, the Election Commission of India website seemed to not be moving as fast as it was in the initial hours of counting. So, the Congress alleged that this was deliberately slowing down of the counting process. They've all expressed continuously over the last 2 months doubts over the way the ECI has been conducting the election, and keeping with that trend, they landed at the ECI's doorstep a short while ago and raised concerns about the way the counting was happening. So now ECI sources are clarifying that this is again trying to mislead and raise doubts unnecessarily. What they're saying is that the entire counting process is being conducted as per rules, in presence of the candidate, in presence of the micro observers who have been appointed, and so far from no polling station or no counting station rather, there have been any complaints raised of any anomaly. So trying to ascertain that yes, it is taking time because perhaps you know, the counting process of all the EVMs is just taking time, but that does not mean that there is any deliberate mischief or anything amiss in the you know, delay that we are seeing.
So they have admitted to the delays, haven't they? Because Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying that we aren't registering a complaint, it's just a concern that we are raising. He in fact stated, Arunima, that parliamentary constituency data is not being uploaded on time. Has that been fixed? What are you tracking?
See, the Election Commission is trying to explain what we are calling delay. They're trying to explain it in terms of procedure. I'm just going to read out to you what they're saying. In assembly elections, round pertains to the assembly constituencies and hence are declared and reflected on the ECI result portal. For parliamentary constituency, the counting happens in the assembly segments falling in the particular PC, which is the parliamentary constituency. Since different assembly segments have different numbers of round, they run at different speed and that reflects on the overall parliamentary number as well. For example, I can explain to you, if you take Guna, Guna has 8 assembly constituencies. Okay. Each assembly will be doing its own counting and its returning officer will take his or her own time. And then when all the 8 have finished all rounds of countings, only then can you declare what the Guna parliamentary constituency result is. That is what the EC is trying to explain. But like I told you, the opposition and the Congress party have been suspicious of the entire process throughout the 2024 election, and their complaint is keeping in line with that trend.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Arunima, thank you so much for joining us. We will continue to get our viewers all the updates as we track those numbers. Remember, the elections are still on. Those numbers the votes are still being counting. So stay with us. We're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side.
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, with 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those
and
three phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, you know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in fact to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch, but as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56, the Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about?
Begins. On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18. Counting begins.
Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I were to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in fact to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, he's known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 4.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage with me, Avantika Singh, and my colleague Akanksha. Okay, we're just getting in news that the senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has said that on the 14th of February in 2014, Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh had pledged special category status in the new state of Andhra Pradesh for 5 years. BJP leader Venkaiah Naidu has countered that by saying that the BJP, if elected to power, will extend it now for 10 years. It's interesting how the Congress and the BJP now trying all their best to woo Chandrababu Naidu. He has emerged as the kingmaker to 2 months later, the Prime Minister, in fact, in the holy city of Tirupati, had also repeated that very promise. So very interesting. You have Chandrababu Naidu, whose TDP is part of the alliance, the NDA alliance, and is also on course to wrest Andhra Pradesh from Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP. Payal joins us for more on this. Payal, it's so interesting, you know, how these equations change all of a sudden, with the Congress party now trying to lure Chandrababu Naidu, who has emerged as the big game maker, as the king maker in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
Well, of course, tables have completely turned since the last election, and Chandrababu Naidu has got about 17 seats in his kitty as of now, in the run-up to that results finally coming out. So he's of course going to be calling a lot of attention as far as this election and its results are concerned, because one has to understand that 17 seats out of 25 seats is if that is what Chandrababu Naidu gets, and there's Pawan Kalyan, who's also vying for 2 seats. The BJP is expected to get about 3 seats, which clearly means that all the 25 are going to the NDA as well. It's a clean sweep, and Chandrababu Naidu has done exceedingly well for himself in the assembly polls also, where he got a huge drubbing in the last election. So obviously, in 2014, when Chandrababu Naidu came to the BJP and the NDA, he was with them. But in 2019, since there was no promise given by the BJP for special status, he decided to walk out of that alliance. But the similar promise which was made by Jagan Mohan Reddy also remained unfulfilled. So it will be important to see what rope Naidu wants to really walk on. It's going to be tight rope, given the fact that his one promise was to deliver the special status for the state. If that is something which the Congress party is luring, although Chandrababu Naidu has spoken to both Amit Shah and the Prime Minister himself and told them that he is very, very confident that he is going to be with the NDA. But in politics, you never know. But as of now, Chandrababu Naidu is not speaking to any opposition leaders who are trying to call him and trying to speak to him. I'm given to understand the likes of Sharad Pawar also tried to call him and speak to him, but he's not spoken to anyone. He's only spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah as of now, and once again told them with complete confidence that he will be with the NDA come what may.
All right. Many thanks to you, Payal, for joining in with those insights. In fact, we are also joined in by Mr. Ramesh Chennithala of the Congress Party. Mr. Chennithala, many thanks to you for joining in on CNN News 18. First of all, let me congratulate you for the kind of performance that the Congress Party has displayed, not to forget the overall tally of the India Alliance as well. How do you see this panning out today at the end of the day when counting finally gets over?
No, we are very happy that the people of India rejected Mr. Narendra Modi's politics. I feel that I was in charge of Maharashtra.
Yes.
Right. The second largest parliament members are from Maharashtra. See, when the election campaign was going on, it was very clear that the people of Maharashtra is totally against Narendra Modi and BJP. And then Mahavikas Agadi, we got 30 seats now. Some seats are also we are leading, but absolute majority we have got on 30 seats. And one independent who won from Sangli, Vishal Patil. Vishal Patil is a congressman. He already declared that he will be a part of Mahavikas Agadi and the Congress party. So our tally is going to become 30. See, in Kerala we are winning all 17 seats out of 20. 1 seat is for LDF and 1 seat is for BJP. So across the country you can see that there is a sea change in the among the voters.
And
that
why
they are
do you
in favor
think,
of a
Mr.
change.
Chennithala, that is the reason? You know, we saw this big, massive Mahayuti alliance. You have Ajit Pawar leaving the earlier party, shifting to Eknath Shinde. But clearly, as I'm seeing the numbers in Maharashtra, BJP and its 2 allies have been clearly cornered by the voters who are leaning towards Sharad Pawar and of course the other parties. And Uddhav Thackeray, you think that the entire sympathy vote has worked for him, given the fact that many people in Maharashtra still believe that the party was unfairly taken away from him and given to Eknath Shinde?
Exactly. That is the Narendra Modi's politics of Ayaram, Gayaram were rejected by the people of Maharashtra. They doesn't like it. The way in which the government was pulled down, and Shiva Sena was splitted, and Shiva Sena and NCP was splitted, and they both the Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray were humiliated like anything, and we can from the election campaign itself I could have sensed it, and the majority the farmers are in distress. Largest farmer suicide has taken place in Maharashtra. And entire Marathwada region, because of the Maratha reservation,
right.
The government was cheating them. And the Thangar reservation, The Prime Minister promised and nothing happened. All these things culminated on this election. Apart from that, the Agnivir is one of the major issues, Agnivir. And all the farming community in Maharashtra were against them. And all of these issues contributed in our victory.
Mr. Chenithala, there's a lot of talk about how the Marathwada region has today spoken against the ruling alliance in Maharashtra. Do you think that what has happened with Manoj Jarange Patil has sort of backfired for Maharashtra's government at the moment? And what will your party do for the cause of the Maratha vote?
See, we are already mentioned about our line on reservation. That is why we were telling about the caste census, and we are in favor of removing the gap of 50% reservation. All these things are before the people. The point is, the present day government in Maharashtra is not elected by the people. It was made by ED and CBI. See, Ashok Chavan switched over to BJP. Nanded we are winning. See, it shows that people are with Congress and Mahavikas Aghadi. If leaders will change the colors, people and the voters will not change. That is very evident from Nanded.
You know, Mr. Chenithala, speaking of leaders changing their colors, Sanjay Nirupam, if you remember, he said that the alliance with the Shiv Sena UBT is turning out to be self-destructive for the Congress. If you recall, he was so upset, so livid, he called the entire alliance to be indisciplined, unorganized. And look at things, how it stands today.
Yes, actually Sanjay is my good friend. He has taken a wrong decision. Now this alliance has got popular support. Uddhav Thackeray has got 10 seats. Sharad Pawar got 7 seats. And Congress got 12 plus 1, 13 seats. So this is a formidable force in Maharashtra, and people wanted that Maha Vikas Aghadi to continue. That is why they had given such a massive mandate for Maha Vikas Aghadi.
Mr. Chenithala, is today's mandate also a commentary on BJP's alliance-making politics? Many are, in fact, questioning, they're calling it Tor-Ford Ki alliance. Do you think that the sentiment of the people of Maharashtra is still with the original Pawars and the original Thackerays?
Yes, the sentiments of the people is very, very clear. They had never liked this kind of politics of change Uddhav Thackeray and made another government. So, that kind of a politics were not accepted by the people of Maharashtra. You can see the entire Nagpur area, that Vidarbha area.
Right.
Vidarbha area, Fadnavis was the instrumental to do all these things. How the people reacted in the Vidarbha area? Only one seat, that is Nagpur, except Nagpur. All the seats are with now with Maha Vikas Aghadi. Our candidates are leading.
Right.
So if you see all the 6 regions, people are positively voted for Maha Vikas Aghadi. That is very clear, and I feel that this kind of politics of BJP will not be accepted by the people. It was done in Karnataka. When people got an opportunity, people voted out from Karnataka. Like that in Maharashtra also, in a coming Parliament Assembly election, they will vote out BJP and this government.
Mr. Ramesh Chenithala for speaking with us. Joining us is Mr. Anurag Thakur, the Union Information and Broadcasting Minister in Modi 2.0 and now Victor from Hamirpur. Anurag ji, namaste. Anand Narsimhan बोल रहा हूँ. आपको बहुत-बहुत बधाई. Congratulations on a good victory.
नमस्कार आनंद जी, कैसे हैं आप? आनंद में हैं?
मैं तो आनंद में हूँ. आप कैसे हैं? हमीरपुर और हिमाचल को लेकर आपकी क्या सोच रहे हैं?
तो आनंद ही है.
4 की 4 हिमाचल में आपने जीत ली हैं.
बिल्कुल 4 के 4 जीतकर 2014 में भी, 19 में भी, 24 में भी तीनों चुनाव में मोदी जी को 4 की 4 लोकसभा की सीटें हिमाचल ने जिताई हैं.
लोकल असेंबली इलेक्शंस में भले ही हलचल दूसरी हो, लेकिन नेशनल लेवल पर बीजेपी का वर्चस्व दिख रहा है हिमाचल में। अनुराग जी,
निश्चित तौर पर दिल्ली में भी सरकार जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की देश में सरकार बननी है एनडीए की, हम उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लगभग 300 के आसपास सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो आंकड़ा एनडीए के साथ मिलकर आ रहा है, वो अपने आप में दिखाता है कि लोगों ने एक बार फिर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार बनाने के लिए वोट दिया है।
बट द टॉक एंड एम वाज फॉर 400 पार, यहाँ 300 पार के लिए भी धक्के लग रहे हैं। दैट मस्ट बी अ लिटिल डिसअपॉइंटिंग।
हाँ, होता है कई बार, आपकी उम्मीदों के अनुसार आपको सीटें नहीं मिलती हैं, लेकिन फिर भी देखिए तीसरी बार लगातार अगर आपको सत्ता में आना है तो आपका कामकाज ये संभव करवा पाया है। जहां 1984 के बाद किसी को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं मिलता था, एक नहीं दो बार मोदी जी को पूर्ण बहुमत भी मिला, और तीसरी बार एनडीए को भी लगभग 300 सीटें हम जीत रहे हैं।
Two states where I think the setbacks have been huge. One is Uttar Pradesh and the other one is Maharashtra. Have you had the time to think about that? Because the Congress is almost touching 100 now, 99 for the Congress, big gains for the Congress, big gains for Samajwadi Party. Some rejection of jod-tod politics in Maharashtra evident. Anurag, आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि अगर आज के समय देखें तो जनता का वर्डिक्ट एनडीए के पक्ष में है। ये निश्चित तौर पर इंडी अलायंस की सीटें पहले से ज़्यादा बड़ी हैं जो एक गठबंधन बना है, और जो उनकी जीत हुई मैं उस पर उनको बधाई देता हूँ। लेकिन सरकार किसकी बनेगी वो स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक नहीं दो नहीं तीसरी बार अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया, और दो राज्यों में भी
जी
अगर आप देखेंगे हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर्स के साथ, उड़ीसा हो, टीडीपी के साथ आंध्र प्रदेश में हो, हमने वहां पे अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जिस तरह से उड़ीसा में प्रदर्शन किया है, ये अपने आप में बहुत खुशी की बात है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी न केवल लोकसभा बल्कि विधानसभाओं में भी शानदार प्रदर्शन किया। अरुणाचल प्रदेश की बात करें, अन्य राज्यों में शानदार प्रदर्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का रहा।
आंध्र प्रदेश को स्पेशल स्टेटस, डेप्यूटी पीएम फॉर नीतीश कुमार, इस तरह से टीडीपी और जेडीयू को रिझाने की कोशिश कर रही है कांग्रेस, क्या कहेंगे?
मुझे लगता है मीडिया की बयानबाजी ज़्यादा है आनंद जी, ये मीडिया में ज़्यादा है। किसी एक चैनल ने चला दिया, बाकी 4 ने और चला दिया होगा।
नो, जयराम रमेश जी ने ट्वीट किया है अबाउट आंध्रा स्पेशल स्टेटस।
आपकी किससे बातचीत हो पाई है?
जयराम रमेश जी ने ओपन ऑफर दिया है, वी विल ब्रिंग बैक आंध्रा स्पेशल स्टेटस। इट्स एन ओपन ऑफर टू द टीडीपी बाय सेइंग दैट।
डिपेंड करता है कि किसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी है। कोई कुछ भी कहता रहे, लेकिन लोग विश्वास किस पे करते हैं? ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने 10 साल इंतजार कराने के बाद जो हमने पार्लियामेंट में हालत देखी थी, तेलंगाना राज्य बनते समय क्या हालत हुई थी।
Bengal also big wins for the Trinamool, 29 for them. The NDA is only in 12. So will you see that as a setback? Because Bengal में आप काफी confident थे as a party कि आप अच्छा करेंगे।
निश्चित तौर पर हमारी उम्मीदों के अनुसार कुछ राज्यों में जो हमारी अपेक्षाएं थी उस तरह से सीटें नहीं मिली हैं, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। आंकड़े बताते हैं। कारण क्या रहे आनंद जी, मुझे लगता है अभी बहुत जल्दी होगा। वोट शेयर कितना है, क्योंकि मैं अपना चुनाव लड़ रहा हूँ इसलिए मैं सब वोट शेयर देख नहीं पाया
जी।
कई जगह हो सकता है भाजपा का वोट शेयर बड़ा हो, लेकिन बाकी जगह उनका कंसोलिडेट हुआ हो। तो ये भी डिपेंड करता है कि ऑपोजिशन का वोट कंसोलिडेट हुआ है तो उसका इम्पैक्ट भी आपको कई बार नजर आता है। दूसरी तरफ भाजपा का अपना वोट शेयर भी बड़ा हो सकता है, तो उस पर देखे बिना मुझे कुछ भी टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं होगा।
कांग्रेस 100 तक पहुंची है, दैट्स अ बिग रिसर्जेंस। Will you believe that Rahul Gandhi is now been able to assert himself? And this is credit to them. Amethi, Raebareli, दोनों जीती है
अगर आप
कांग्रेस
47 सीट से 99 सीट पे जाने पे इतना खुशी मना रहे हैं तो कोई बुराई नहीं है, आपकी सीटें बड़ी हैं। लेकिन अभी भी 100 से नीचे हैं, 272 तो दूर की बात है।
वरिष्ठ पत्रकार जावेद अंसारी हमारे साथ हैं, वो आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं अनुराग जी, विद योर काइंड इंडल्जेंस। यस
अनुराग भाई, आपने बहुत से वादे पूरे किए, एक नहीं किया, धर्मशाला ले जाके क्रिकेट मैच खिलवाने का, वो कब करेंगे?
जावेद भाई, अभी हमें फ्री हो गए, आप जिस दिन आपके पास समय हो मीडिया के मित्रों के पास, धर्मशाला का खूबसूरत स्टेडियम आपका इंतजार कर रहा है। और मुझे पता आप कितने एविड क्रिकेट फैन हो। मैं जब पहली बार एमपी बना, अब तो मेरी 5वीं टर्म है, तब से हम क्रिकेट खेलते रहे और अब इस चुनाव के बाद एक बार फिर आपको ले चलते हैं दिल्ली की गर्मी से दूर, पहाड़ों की ठंड में, धौलाधार की छांव।
बिल्कुल।
5-time MP अनुराग जी, व्हाट्स द रोड अहेड? क्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में फिर से सरकार बनती हुई दिख रही है? आप आश्वस्त हैं इसको लेकर?
मैं बहुत आश्वस्त हूं, ना केवल मैं बल्कि देश कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सरकार बनेगी, क्योंकि दुनिया को उम्मीदें आज भारत से है और भारत के नेतृत्व से तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी से है। और भारत की जिस तरह से उन्होंने लीडरशिप दी है, कमान संभाली है, वो 10 वर्षों में बहुत आगे देश को लेके गए। लड़खड़ाती चरमराती अर्थव्यवस्था से दुनिया की 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना दिया। 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकाल कर लाए। अब भविष्य के लिए भी जो दिखता है कि हमारी 8.2% विकास दर दिख रही है, वो अपने आप में दुनिया में सबसे आगे है। तो इसके लिए आपकी स्टेबिलिटी, कॉन्टिन्यूटी, स्थिरता, निरंतरता बहुत आवश्यक है और वो तभी आती है जब मजबूत नेतृत्व, और मजबूत नेतृत्व नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के साथ ही आपको मिलता है।
My final question to you now, बहुमत की सरकार तो है लेकिन allies के साथ, it's not a single party majority that the BJP enjoyed in 14 and 19. Will that impact the Viksit Bharat module? Will that impact certain radical steps that were planned in the first 100 days and beyond? क्या उस पर कुछ चीजें बैक बर्नर पे चली जाएंगी?
नहीं आनंद जी, कौन ऐसा भारतीय होगा जो विकसित भारत बनता ना देखना चाहता हो, जो देश का विकास ना देखना चाहता हो, जो देश को आगे बढ़ते ना देखना चाहता हो। हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर साथ में आए एनडीए में तो देश के विकास के लिए ही आए, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के साथ ही आए, और जिन्होंने देखा कि 10 साल में कितनी ईमानदारी के साथ, पारदर्शिता के साथ नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सरकार चलाई और आज फिर चलाने के लिए तैयार हैं। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, विकास के एजेंडे से कोई दूर भागना नहीं चाहता और हमारा भी अगले 5 साल के लिए दिलो दिमाग पे एक ही बात है, विकास विकास विकास, गरीब कल्याण और विकसित भारत, इसका संकल्प हम लेके चले हैं। ये हम करके ही दिखाएंगे जनता के आशीर्वाद से।
Anurag Thakur ji, congratulations again. Many would not believe that you're already a 5-time MP at such a young age. Wish you all the very, very best. Thank you for speaking with us.
बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्रिकेट का वादा आपसे लेकर लिया है, आएंगे जरूर खेलने।
क्रिकेट का वादा पूरा करेंगे सर।
Thank you. Going straight across to Mr. Basavaraj Bommai, who is joining us, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. Mr. Bommai, namaskara. Congratulations. How would you see your performance and also performance of the BJP and the NDA in Karnataka this time, sir? 19 out of 26 at this point. 28.
Yeah, we are shortfall of another 3-4 seats, which we have lost marginally. Otherwise, we had a aim at 24. But however, we have got 19 now with JDS 2 chipping in. And I think it reflects the scene of all India, where we are falling short of majority mark lines. Anyhow, but the spirit is the same. The spirit has, which has been lit by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is so very strong that I think whatever the numbers are, our total sankalp, Vikas ka sankalp, it will be there forever.
What is your assessment? What perhaps went wrong? Why the setback in Karnataka, and also national picture if you were to see the target set and where the NDA is and the BJP is currently?
In Karnataka, I think we should have planned pretty well during our seat selections. And Pan India, the campaign which was totally casteist, done by the Congress party and its allies, has really disturbed the vote bank. Those who are voting for entire nation, that was little fractured. The main reason is that the casteist approach of the opposition has really toned down the development agenda of Narendra Modi, and you know how it is when the caste comes. It will be totally emotional and as well as very little thinking goes into that.
Do you think this Samvidhan Badal Denge narrative actually hurt the BJP? We'll change the constitution, kind of a fear mongering.
I don't think that Samvidhan Badal Denge, but it was a package, you know, that they tried to misguide the SC, STs and OBCs in a different way. They said Samvidhan Badal Denge for SC, ST, as well as they said that caste census will be done and jiska kitna abadi hai uska utna hak. All these things have temporarily whip off the emotions, and they try to misguide, and they are successful in few states, especially UP. They have been successful. That's how they are able to muster some numbers there.
Do you believe
probably,
there was
we should?
Please complete.
There is a saying that politics is a religion is a religion is a short-term, the long-term politics, and politics is a short-term religion. And to beat religion, caste comes, and to beat caste, subcaste comes, and to beat everything, cash comes. This is how somebody had told me. I think that approach, the opposition took that line.
The BJP has lost Ayodhya also, so the Ram Mandir was not a factor at all. This entire Hindutva aspect didn't work for the BJP.
If somebody has studied the political demography of Gorakhpur MP constituency, it is heavily loaded by minorities and other castes. So the Ram Mandir is there in Ayodhya, but however the entire constituency, the social structure of that constituency is little different from the Ayodhya, where the Ram Lala is now there.
In Karnataka, do you believe, along with the seat ticket allocation, internal strife and perhaps some complacency within the BJP Karyakartas has hurt the party?
No, the Karyakartas have ultimately, they have come together and done it. But however, another issue is in this thing is the guarantees which are given by Congress government has played the role, as well as the Congress government has used their money power and official power to the hilt in a desperation, and that has also affected our marginal losses.
Yeah, from a Congress Mukt Bharat, is it now becoming a Congress Yukt Bharat, resurgence of the Congress now, Mr. Bombay? 99 seats for the Congress party. Final question, sir.
No, shall I tell you one thing that,
yes,
okay,
sir,
they have taken 99 seats, but ultimately in the long political journey of this country, Congress had it enough. And in the days to come, I know that Congress will not be the same Congress, and the numbers also will play an important internal politics of Congress.
Right. Mr. Basavarav Romai, thank you very much for speaking with us. Handing it back to Akanksha and Avantika with news about Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his win in Varanasi.
All right, many thanks to you, Anand. In fact, let's also introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Mr. Abhishek Dutt, who's the spokesperson of the Congress party, Javed Ansari, who's a senior renowned journalist. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in. Mr. Bhati also joining in of the Samajwadi Party. But let me also bring you those breaking inputs. Prime Minister Modi making a very important declaration over there. He's in fact gone on to declare the winners.
No, he's won. He's won with 1.5 lakh margin. That's a huge news. That's a big news coming in.
That is the big breaking news we are bringing to you of Prime Minister Modi's victory, an emphatic victory being declared over there from Varanasi.
How much did he win the last time?
But Javed still, he is winning Varanasi for the third time.
And so are others. And Mr. Shivraj, Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan has won from Vidisha by 8 lakh votes.
Yeah, but you know, Javed, they may have lost out on the votes. 244, they are falling short of the majority, that's true. No, but the Prime Minister winning Varanasi by 1.5 lakh votes, how do you respond to that?
It's a win. He needs to be congratulated. But he's won by a lot less than what they were expecting. His own people, Mr. Amit Shah, said that they will win by the highest margin recorded ever.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Ansari, finish.
So that he's fallen far short. In fact, early in the morning, they had the jitters because at one point
he was trailing.
At one point, he was trailing.
Abhishek, that in fact, like to bring you in.
This, on the back of the fact that they've lost Ayodhya, tells its own story.
True. Abhishek, that in fact, if I could bring you in, this is the first time we are seeing such a shrunken margin as far as Prime Minister Modi's victory is concerned. Would you also like to add in your inputs as far as Ajay's own performance is concerned? Abhishek, can you hear me?
I'd like to thank the entire voters of Varanasi, our alliance partners, and our candidate for giving a very big show, fighting against Mr. Narendra Modi ji in Varanasi, and at one time he was trailing if you were following his election result. At the end of the day, him winning with a very small margin shows the popularity of Narendra Modi ji in our country, and especially in UP. The same Bharatiya Janata Party had claimed that Mr. Modi will win with more than 6 lakh votes. Today, he stands with a margin of 1,57,000. After putting in all the resources, the entire government was there to support him. The way they were pushing the, the voters of our party, all the supporters were under heavy police pressure. But still, we all managed a very good election over there.
Right.
And Mr. Modi must confess one thing today, that brand Modi no longer stays in our country. Modi guarantee has not worked. People of the country have given a very strong message, and I'd like to thank all of them.
All right, just stay on with me. Rajkumar from the Samajwadi Party is also joining us. Rajkumar ji, UP has been a big surprise, big shock to the BJP, but the Samajwadi Party, Sapa Party jo hai aapki, to biggest change maker, emerging as the king maker. Is it because of the distribution of the tickets, that entire strategy which has worked in the benefit of the IND and the Samajwadi Party alliance?
नहीं, बिल्कुल जो अखिलेश यादव जी ने टिकटों का वितरण किया, जो वो लगातार बोल रहे थे पीडीए का नारा दे रहे थे, उस पीडीए को बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिकल रूप से उन्होंने उतारा। आपने देखा कि हमने 2 जनरल सीटों पर भी एससी कैंडिडेट लड़ाए, जिसमें फैजाबाद, जहां राम मंदिर बना हुआ है, वहां पर अवधेश प्रसाद हमारे जीत गए हैं, और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि मेरठ भी हम जीत जाएंगे, जहां हमने एससी कैंडिडेट उतारा है जनरल सीट पर। 11 महिलाओं को टिकट दिया अखिलेश यादव जी ने, और ओबीसी के अलग-अलग
तो रहा है, नॉन यादव ओबीसीज को ज्यादा महत्व दिया है, दलित्स को ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस दिया है, सो इट्स बीन वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक. जावेद, वुड यू एग्री दैट इट हैज बीन अ स्ट्रेटेजिक?
100%. They've been very smart, very intelligent about it, and the BJP has goofed up its ticket distribution. If they had won UP, the credit would obviously have gone to the Prime Minister, to India's modern day Chanakya, Mr. Amit Shah, and of course the strong man of UP, Mr. Yogi Adityanath. Who would they give for this debacle? Who will they give the credit? Who will they give the responsibility?
Puri Yadav family has done very well, Rajkumar ji.
Not just Yadav family, not just Yadav family, it would be the SP, the India Alliance, not INDI, it's INDIA Alliance. INDI, BJP says it, we don't have to repeat it. The India Alliance is the #1 grouping in Uttar Pradesh, and not
यूपी के रिजल्ट को आप समीक्षा करते समय आपको इस बात पर विशेष ध्यान देना चाहिए कि उत्तर प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो सांप्रदायिकता की, जातिवाद की राजनीति है, उसे नकार दिया है, और ये जो मुद्दों के आधार पर चुनाव हुआ, जो अखिलेश यादव जी ने जनता के असली मुद्दे थे, रोजगार, महंगाई, भ्रष्टाचार, जो आपका अग्निवीर, किसान की जो MSP की गारंटी, ये सारे मुद्दे उठाए, उन मुद्दों पर जनता ने वोट दिया। ये देश के लिए एक अच्छा संदेश है।
In fact, we've all very consistently heard these appeals coming from the UP CM as well as the Prime Minister, that when it comes to Uttar Pradesh, there was a lot of talk about the Yogi Modi model, the double engine ki sarkar. All of that seems to have failed at the moment.
That appears to have had more support in media houses than with the electorate of Uttar Pradesh. And I have a question. Modi is won by 158,000. That's breaking news. How much has Rahul Gandhi won in Wayanad and from Raebareli?
Huge.
What is the number?
Huge. I mean, he's on a dominant streak on both those seats, Wayanad and also from Raebareli,
and
just Amethi.
You will give it as much prominence as you did.
Right, I think we should bring in Abhishek. Abhishek, many critics were talking about how caste has been subsumed and that in fact BJP was being credited for being this unifying force of the Sanatan Dharma. But do you think that caste is not a factor that is yet done away with when we look at the emerging trends and the results, especially in Uttar Pradesh?
See, it was not the people who said that. It was only anchors in the TV studio.
No, we never negated caste.
I'm not talking about you. Please don't take it to yourself. I said anchors in the TV studio. I didn't say you. And some people who were giving exit polls, they were mentally convinced that whatever Mr. Modi is saying is actually correct. But if we look at the reality, the way I was there in Uttar Pradesh during the election campaign, the way Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji along with Akhilesh ji and other alliance partners went to the people, they were very specific with the agenda. महिलाओं को प्रति साल 1 लाख रुपए की सम्मान राशि, युवाओं को रोजगार, किसानों को MSP कानून और साथ में उनका ऋण माफ. These were the biggest issue that the country is facing.
Right.
There is massive price rise, massive unemployment, and Bharatiya Janata Party, especially the Prime Minister, the way he's been speaking throughout the election campaign, he talks about Mahila, Mangal Sutra, Muslim. What was his agenda during the campaign? Did he ever went to the public and said, in the last 10 years, we've given so many jobs to the people of our country? Did he tell the people of our country that the price rise has come down?
True.
They used to laugh at the Congress, especially Smriti Irani. Let me just complete one second, please. Smriti Irani ji used to make fun of 440 rupees gas ka cylinder. And today, when the cylinder was 1,000 rupees, she never opened the mouth. People are very smart. They don't speak. They vote. And they voted exactly what people of the country wanted them to vote.
All right, Abhishek, we'll have to see how, in fact, the final results shape up. Many thanks to you for joining in on CNN News 18. Remember, results are still emerging at the moment as we speak, but the larger picture is still very much clear. On that note, it's time to slip into a quick break. We'll be back with the latest. Stay with us at CNN News 18.
Talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where he had to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawala on that if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawala, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather. After the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, with 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those
and
three phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, you know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA.
Back live in the battle for Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me, Zaka Jacob on the magic wall, and Rahul Shivshankar, our consulting editor, also with us. But let's go straight to these pictures coming in from the Congress headquarters, where Rahul Gandhi has arrived, Priyanka Vadra has arrived, to jubilation, celebration, and all smiles. The Congress party on the verge of touching 100 seats. A big comeback from the 2019 performance of 52 seats. There's a big leg up, nearly 48, 47 seats up now, the Congress party. Although many within the BJP believe the Congress still pales in front of the performance of the BJP itself, which collectively right now is leading on 242 seats, leads and wins together, and about 9 more than the collective INDIA or the India Alliance performance. So that's the argument that's coming through. But for the Congress party, they have been able to shoulder a huge burden and a huge bulk of the performance of the INDIA. The single largest party within the opposition is led by Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra, and they have won Amethi and Raebareli hands down. Big win in Amethi and in Raebareli, and that's why there are big smiles on the faces of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra. The Congress will believe that their story, their narrative, their campaign on ground has worked, and that's why it's returned them rewards in states like Karnataka, states like Maharashtra, states like Rajasthan, in Uttar Pradesh, and also overall their performances that has taken them to 99 seats. They've also done very well in Kerala. Zaka, these numbers, as we stay with these pictures, the Congress numbers is a story in itself.
Oh, absolutely. Out of the 233 that the India Alliance has, clearly the Congress is by far the biggest chunk of that at 99 seats. The second biggest is the Samajwadi Party. But just focus on those pictures. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, clearly they're all smiles. Supriya Srinath right behind them. And, you know, just pause for a moment, because a year and a half, 2 years ago, when Rahul Gandhi undertook that Bharat Jodo Yatra, no one was quite giving him a chance. No one was really talking about it. People said it's an exercise in trying to relaunch him for the 5th time or the 10th time. The first Bharat Jodo Yatra really brought together unexpected people, and they got the kind of support that I don't think even Congress insiders were expecting. And then the second Yatra kind of got completely subsumed by the election cycle itself, the one from west to east. And no one really gave Rahul Gandhi that much of a chance, because, you know, it was like the election cycle is already here, and of course the India alliance's seat sharing problems overtook the Nyaya Yatra and its cycle. But, you know, think about it for a second. I mean, this man has been vilified. He has really been under the pump, both from the BJP and, may I say, you know, folks, some of us folks here in the media as well. But today is his moment, and you got to give him his due.
Credit where it's due, but we cannot forget that the Congress's success in Uttar Pradesh could not have happened without Akhilesh Yadav.
Right.
The one person and whose party and whose strategy needs to be admired, saluted and also acknowledged is Akhilesh Yadav and his performance, the PDA break one, the Pichla, Dalit and Agra, the Alpsankyak, that combination that he did with his seat sharing and also transfer of votes of cadre, helping the Congress party, all of that should be given.
The glue actually is the Congress, and it has to be. The math, you know, just adds up. We've been talking about this, the direct contest, unless the Congress gets to 100, you know, how can they get that? Look at this. In Rajasthan, again, it's the Congress that's the glue. In Maharashtra, the Congress today has more seats than the Uddhav Sena or the Sharad Pawar NCP, which again, you know, is all right. We've got Dipinder Hooda of the Congress now joining us, senior leader from Haryana, who's now won the Rohtak seat as well. Dipinder, many congratulations. As I see it, I think in Haryana, the Congress is winning or leading in 6 constituencies. The Aam Aadmi Party, I believe, has 1, or it was leading in 1. So 6 out of 10 in a state where the last 2 times you were wiped out, 10-0, 10-0. What does this mean? What is the voter of Haryana telling the people today?
Thank you. First of all, through you, I'd like to thank the people of Haryana and people of my constituency for showing faith and showering their blessings on the Congress party and supporting me in my constituency. Like you rightly said, at the moment, we are clear in 5 seats.
Yeah.
And there is a contest going on in 2 seats. We hope that, you know, things may turn around there. 3 seats are clear for the BJP. That's the situation in Haryana. I'm leading by 3,25,000 votes, and some certain counting is going on. Overall,
what is it? What is it? Is it Jats being upset with the BJP? Is it unemployment? Is it the Agniveer issue? We know there are a lot of folks who go to the forge from Haryana. What is it that you know, led to this kind of a result?
See, all what you are saying, all sections have voted for us, not just one community. Across spectrum, people are upset with the BJP. BJP has tried this narrative of divide and rule, not just in Haryana, across the country, somewhere on the basis of religion, like in Uttar Pradesh they've been trying, and somewhere on the basis of caste, like in Haryana they tried. But people are now fed up with this agenda of divide and rule, and people have rejected this agenda. This is one of the messages coming out of this election. And you know, what has happened in Haryana has great implications locally, because our state government, which is the elections are due in 4 months, but the state government has already lost the majority when 3 BJP supporting independent MLAs had withdrawn their support and had given their letter of support to Chaudhry Upendra Singh Hooda ji during the Lok Sabha election. So BJP government today in Haryana has just 41 MLAs, and we need 46 for a clear-cut majority. So not only the BJP has lost confidence of the House, the BJP has also lost confidence of the people, because more people, in terms of vote share, we are ahead of the BJP as per the figures which are coming to us, and also in terms of the number of assembly segments in which we are leading. So through you, I demand that the BJP should, this is a moral defeat for the BJP in Haryana. BJP government should take the responsibility. It's a ये जो सरकार है, ये अल्पमत में सरकार चल रही है. अब इस सरकार को नैतिक जिम्मेदारी देके इस्तीफा लेना चाहिए, या गवर्नर साहब इसको बर्खास्त करें और हरियाणा के अंदर तुरंत चुनाव कराए जाएं. ये हमारी मांग है आज, और हम लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं कि लोगों ने हमारी उम्मीद से ज्यादा लोगों ने जो हमें साथ दिया, हमारा साथ आशीर्वाद.
Dipinder Hooda, thank you so much for speaking with us. He's saying now, given these results, 5 to the Congress in a state where they got 0 last 2 times, he is saying that the current government of Mr. Naib Singh Saini is in a minority, and that the governor should dissolve the House and call for elections immediately. These, meanwhile, are pictures from the Congress headquarters, the AICC media briefing room.
Well, there will be a press conference. I think Pawan Khera is there, Supriya Srinath is there. It looks like Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra will jointly address that press conference. But before we go across, some big updates coming in from Bengal. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has accepted defeat. He has conceded defeat to Yusuf Pathan. So another Trinamool Congress victory. Bengal is yet another story where the Trinamool Congress has come back and wrested the seats that it conceded to the BJP the last time around. So it's a big story there. The BJP is at 242 at this point, ladies and gentlemen. 293 for the NDA, 99 for the Congress Party, 233 for the INDA alliance. Now, overall, these results seem to be settling in, although we are given to understand about 44 seats where the margin of victory is fluctuating. It's between 1,500 to 3,000 votes, and that's why it's going to be a story for everyone, and we have to watch these 44 seats very, very carefully. These numbers will settle only by about 6:30, 7 p.m. we are given to understand. So it's a longer coverage of the battle for Bharat. It's not over yet. The NDA believes they will cross 300. The BJP believes it will touch 250. Will that happen? The Congress believes it should get to 105. It will be 100 plus. The INDI alliance believes they should get up to 240. We'll see what happens because it's quite tough. Even as Dipender Huda was saying, in Haryana itself, there are 2 seats where it's neck and neck. Now, sources within the BJP are turning around and saying, hey, don't deny us our victory. We are coming to power for the 3rd time. We have actually retained our vote share of 37.3% from 2019 with 245 seats. Our collect individual seats at 242 is still 9 greater than the entire opposition alliance put together. So why are you denying our victory is what the BJP is saying. Yes, we may have set a target of 400 par. We may have said that we will do better than 2019, but we have come back to power for a 3rd time, and that too with a strong coalition and a 3rd consecutive term, which is historic. Anand, Congress hasn't even crossed 100 is their point of view.
Yeah, Anand, I've been writing a piece over the last 1 hour, and I've come to this sort of conclusion after looking at all the results, etc., that look, the BJP at the end of the day, led by Prime Minister Modi, is set for a historic 3rd term, albeit with a weakened mandate. No one is denying that, but in that mandate are some lessons for the BJP to learn.
Yes.
The Congress has spent 10 years out of power learning its own lessons. One of them was to perhaps concede ground to other political parties, which it has done. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, perhaps the BJP now needs to learn how to carry other parties along, perhaps be more consensus orientated. There are lessons. But these pictures are historic in their own way.
Mr. Kharge is turned out to be a bit of a lucky totem, if you will, a lucky talisman.
Sonia Gandhi is also coming.
All right, Sonia Gandhi is also there. Rahul Gandhi is there. Jairam Ramesh, Mr. Nasir Hussain.
It'll be very interesting. It'll be very interesting to hear whether the Congress party is going to let the NDA form the government. We don't know. They could make a push for it.
They believe that this mandate is against Mr. Modi, and therefore the India alliance.
He should not be the Prime Minister, and they're being aggressive. See, Jairam Ramesh being unabashed as he openly invites Chandrababu Naidu by saying we will give Andhra Pradesh special status. The talk about, and there is unconfirmed rumors that Nitish Kumar has been approached with the Deputy PM assurance. Although both allies have very clearly said that no, we are strongly with the NDA, we are not going anywhere. The SKM in Sikkim has also openly endorsed their support for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and they are firmly with the NDA.
उसके बाद में हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष राहुल जी आपसे बातचीत करेंगे और हमारे बीच में कांग्रेस संसदीय दल के अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी भी मौजूद हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
क्यों इसको नहीं डाला शायद। Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, प्रियंका गांधी जी और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूँगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला, बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े, हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूँगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करें। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया, इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका साथ भी हमको रहा और हमने चुनाव में भी जहाँ हमको जितना हो सकता है वो साथ आपने दिया, इसलिए आप सभी को भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं और सभी को नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा वो आपको संबोधित करें।
नहीं, खड़गे जी आपने बड़ी सही बात बोली। जहां तक आप हमारी मदद कर सकते थे उसी लेवल तक मदद की। देखिए, ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे। क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं, आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए, और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया, और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी, और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था, और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया, और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होके लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे हैं वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए, मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not like the way they have run this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I'm extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी, ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट प्लीज, एक मिनट, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, 1 मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खड़गे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, 1 मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they are getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there, and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
सर, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये हिंदुस्तान के गरीब की जीत है, संविधान बचाने की जीत है, तो अगर आप लोग विपक्ष में बैठते हैं और सरकार बनाने की पहल नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि नंबर एनडीए और इंडिया अलायंस में कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है, और अगर पहल नहीं करते हैं तो कैसे उनको आप जो है आगे उनका हक दिलाने के लिए आगे आ पाएंगे?
वही सवाल आप मतलब दूसरे तरीके से पूछ रहे हो। कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पर हम एक्शन लेंगे।
सर, खरगे साहब भी आपसे पूछना चाहते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी में जश्न हो रहा है और उनके हिसाब से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी मार्क्स से ऊपर मिला है, तो एनडीए सरकार बना रही है। तो यहाँ पे क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने कहा नैतिक आधार पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को नहीं बने रहना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में भी खेमेबंदी होगी इसको लेके, और क्या खुद नरेंद्र मोदी को ये फैसला लेना चाहिए?
देखिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने आपके सामने स्पष्ट किया, जब तक हम अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से बात नहीं करेंगे और जो नए पार्टनर हमको जुड़ने वाले हैं उनसे भी किस तरीके से हम बात करके अपने को मेजॉरिटी बना सकते हैं वो देखेंगे। सारे स्ट्रैटेजीज अगर यही मैं बोलूँगा फिर मोदी जी होशियार हो जाएंगे, इसलिए
जयराम जी राहुल जी, खरगे साहब ने कहा कि हम जनादेश को स्वीकार करते हैं। जनादेश इंडिया गठबंधन के लिए क्या है? विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए या सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करने के लिए? और आप दोनों सीटों से जीते हैं, बधाई। आप कौन सी सीट रखने वाले हैं?
नहीं, सब दोनों सीटों से जीता हूं, और रायबरेली और वायनाड के जो वोटर्स हैं उनका दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। अब डिसाइड करना है कौन सी सीट पे मैं रहूंगा, थोड़ा पूछूंगा और फिर डिसाइड करूंगा। दोनों सीटों में तो नहीं रह सकता हूं, बट अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है।
राहुल जी, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए जब आप निकले थे तब से लेके अब तक काफी लंबी यात्रा रही, काफी बीच में उतार चढ़ाव आए। अब 100 का आंकड़ा आपने छुआ है। 2009 में जब इसी तरह का मैंडेट आया था तो पार्टी के अंदर दो राय थी, एक हम विपक्ष में रहें, पार्टी मजबूत करें, या सरकार के साथ जाएं। आप सरकार के
2009 में
2009 में हाँ
नहीं, 2009 में तो क्या बात
नहीं 2009 में दोबारा जब बहुमत मिला था तब एक राय थी कि आप विपक्ष की पॉलिटिक्स करके पार्टी को मजबूत करें।
ऐसी कोई राय नहीं थी, आपकी रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन है।
मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अब आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, दो चीज है। ये जो मैंडेट मिला है, आप अपोजिशन में रह के आप और पार्टी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं या सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? आप चाहते क्या हैं?
नहीं, देखिए, हम एक कोalition के भाग हैं, ठीक है। कांग्रेस पार्टी है, बाकी पार्टियां हैं, और उनके साथ अभी हमारा डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है। हमने, भैया शांत हो जाए, हमने उनसे कहा था, इंडिया पार्टनर से कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद 5 तारीख को हमारी मीटिंग होगी और उस मीटिंग में हम ये जो सवाल है इसको डिसाइड करेंगे। तो सचमुच में इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमारे पास है नहीं, कल होगा।
राहुल जी, अमेठी में आपके लिए कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी ने अपने पीए को चुनाव लड़ा दिया, अब उन्हीं किशोरीलाल शर्मा
नहीं, देखिए, ये
बीजेपी ने कहा था।
नहीं, देखिए, बीजेपी लोगों को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करती है,
और आज उन्हीं किशोरीलाल ने हरा दिया।
तमीज से बात नहीं करती है। मगर किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी जो हैं, वो 40 साल से अमेठी में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और उनका अमेठी की जनता के साथ रिश्ता है। शायद बीजेपी के लोगों को ये बात समझ नहीं आई थी कि किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी अमेठी से बहुत क्लोजली कनेक्टेड व्यक्ति हैं और इसलिए उनकी जीत निश्चित थी। और मैं उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि अच्छी तरह वो जीते हैं। और उनको बारे में ये कहना कि वो पीए हैं, स्टनो हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, ये ऑफेंसिव है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए।
राहुल जी मैं मोहित हूँ न्यूज नेशन से। सर कहते हैं
आपने एक बात बोली जो मैं इसके जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए यूपी की जनता से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आपसे ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल विजडम, मतलब आपने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। यूपी की जनता ने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। नहीं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमाल करके दिखाया, मगर बीजेपी यूपी ने हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति समझकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर खतरा समझकर उत्तर प्रदेश ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की रक्षा की है। और मैं सब स्टेट्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं स्पेशल कहना चाहता हूं, आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का, इंडिया गठबंधन का समर्थन किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी
आखिरी सवाल। और इसमें यूपी में एक और बात मैं बोल देता हूं, एक और बात यूपी के बारे में बोल देता हूं। इसमें मेरी बहन प्रियंका गांधी का भी काम है, जो यहां पीछे छुपी हुई है।
राहुल जी शुक्रिया। साथियों शुक्रिया, हो गया। सर राहुल जी लेट्स गो।
That's the Congress press conference comes to an end. Rahul Gandhi sticking to the story of what saved, what helped the Congress party and the IND alliance on ground. Very clearly the aspect of Samvidhan Bachao, and he kept the constitution there, and this is the message, especially thanking the voters of Uttar Pradesh who he had admonished back in 2019 when he had gone to Wayanad. At that time he had said that the people in the north don't understand, have the political maturity or understanding that people in the south have, but today he has credited the Uttar Pradesh voters. He's also thanked Priyanka Vadra for the work that she has done. In the behind the scenes, she's aadmi chup ke khadi hai, piche khadi hai, but she's the one who's put on the hard yards in Uttar Pradesh and for the campaigning. Big mandate for Amethi and Raebareli, from Amethi and Raebareli for the Congress party. Overall, the Congress saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi morally should not accept or should not continue as Prime Minister. The NDA, on the other hand, saying we've got more numbers. The BJP as a party itself has 8 more seats than the INDI alliance put together. So how is it a mandate against us? 2004, 2009, the Congress never had 241 seats. No party since 1991 has had these seats, and that too 3 times in succession that they have had more than 240 seats. So this is something which the BJP believes itself is historic for the NDA, and the NDA has the numbers comfortably. But Rahul Shivshankar and
here's the thing.
Zakazeka.
One second. 2 things. I think the person in UP that he should have really thanked is Akhilesh Yadav. Because Akhilesh Yadav is sitting at 36. He said India Alliance, but he didn't take any of the alliance members by name. 36 is what the SP has. 36. SP is the single largest party in Uttar Pradesh, more than the BJP. It's the 3rd largest party in the new parliament. In the 18th Lok Sabha, Samajwadi Party will be the 3rd largest after BJP and Congress. And Congress has 6. But I think the interesting thing, to my mind, Nalin, and a lot of people, and Rahul Shivshankar, please weigh in on this. A lot of people were asking about this. What happened in UP, which did not happen so much in Bihar, or did not happen so much in Madhya Pradesh, and maybe happened to a lesser extent in Rajasthan? Because this was unexpected, completely unexpected. What was different here?
Well, look, it's quite clear that the Prime Minister, in his incipient 2nd term, had to deal with 2 massive disruptions. And they've actually had an impact on the livelihoods of a large number of people. Now, why weren't you receptive to it is a question that the BJP will have to ask itself. But I suspect that there has been a combination of 2 factors. One, that Mayawati's vote has actually collapsed. The benefit of that has gone not to the BJP, and that's another question that they need to ask themselves, but it has gone more to the Samajwadi Party. The BJP always prided itself.
Professor Gurmurthy has joined us, but Mamata Banerjee is speaking. 29 for the Trinamool in Bengal.
দ্বিতীয়ত হচ্ছে যে সন্দেশখালি নিয়ে এত অপপ্রচার কুৎসা আমার মা বোনদের অসম্মান করেছে, সেই সন্দেশখালিতেও আমরা জিতেছি। এবং মনে রাখবেন, আমরা উত্তরবঙ্গেও ওদের নাকি হোম মিনিস্টার সকল তার মেরুদণ্ড মানুষ ভেঙে দিয়েছে। সেই রকম তমলুক কন্টাইতেও কিন্তু মেরুদণ্ডটা ভেঙেছে। আমাদের আগে ভোটের রেজাল্ট থাকতো 2 লাখ, 2.5 লাখ, 3 লাখ। যেভাবে অবজারভারকে কাজে লাগিয়ে এসব করে বেড়াচ্ছে, এর বদলা আমরা নেব, রাজনৈতিক বদলা।
Mamata Banerjee talking about what's happened in Tamluk and Kontai and saying that she will take political revenge for what's happened there. She's also said that this entire false narrative around Sandesh Khali has the...
আমরা grateful to Supreme Court for their good justice. আপনারা ইলেকশন চলাকালীন দেখলেন 15 লক্ষ ওবিসির সার্টিফিকেট বাতিল করে দেওয়া হলো। ইলেকশনের আগের দিন আমাদের অনেক ছেলে মেয়েকে সিবিআই নোটিশ পাঠিয়ে ভয় দেখানো হয়েছে, অনেককে ডেকে পাঠানো হয়েছে। একদিকে এনআইএ, একদিকে সিবিআই, একদিকে ইডি। কি নয়, আমি খুশি মোদি যে সিঙ্গেল লার্জেস্ট মেজরিটি পায়নি, উনি ক্রেডিবিলিটি লস করেছেন।
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not got single largest majority despite using all the central agencies as alleged by Mamata Banerjee and saying he should resign, he should step away and he should not continue. He morally does not have the right to be Prime Minister.
Responsibility, the mandate is against Mr. Modi. They haven't yet revealed what their cards are, whether they will be staking claim to form the next government. The numbers as they stand right now, 292 NDA, 241 BJP. So which means unless there is a major breakup in the NDA, they're not falling short of 272. Yes, all this hype around 400 and 370, all of that has come undone.
Well, in a sense, the Prime Minister is hoisted on his own petard. He set himself a target. He said that he was going to win 400 seats for the NDA and 370 for the BJP. He may have done this to... He may have actually done this to sort of buoy the cadre itself, but it has been interpreted as a sign of overconfidence. Now, the point is that we've had coalition governments that have been running for 30 years before this hiatus of 10, where the prime ministers have actually spent large amounts of time in office and returned triumphant, even though they were still ahead of coalition governments. The Prime Minister has actually done very well to bring the party back after 10 years of the kind of anti-incumbency.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, everybody...
Let me just finish, because fundamentally, if you look at the BJP's vote share across the country, it hasn't gone down, it has actually increased. The BJP has also made gains in newer territories that it did not hold earlier. Yes, there has been a mess up of massive proportions in Uttar Pradesh, and we've all of yesterday we spent this time here in the studio gauging Uttar Pradesh, saying that look, Uttar Pradesh holds the key to this election. Yes. Somewhere along the line, the BJP and its karyakartas have perhaps taken either the opposition too lightly, or the opposition has had an impact on the voters' mind by going out there and saying that this 400 plus target is a combination of arrogance, and number two, it's a combination of an attempt to try and change the constitution. Now, you know, at the end of the day, communication matters. And to be fair, if the Samajwadi Party and the Congress have run a campaign and they've found a receptive audience,
well, Rahul, just one sec. See, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mamata Banerjee, Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav. All these leaders individually have campaigned and they have worked hard, right? Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Pan-India, Rahul Gandhi, Pan-India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, 240 seats. Rahul Gandhi, 99 seats. Mamata Banerjee in Bengal, as her bastion, has added 7 seats to her previous tally, 29 seats. Akhilesh Yadav, yes, perhaps phenomenal performance, and we should give him credit for that because he's got 30 plus seats on his own, and he's the third largest party. But even now, at 99 and at 36, they far trail Narendra Modi at 245.
You're absolutely right. Anand,
so who is a Mamata Banerjee to turn around and ask that Narendra Modi should actually not take his claim to be Prime Minister by winning the BJP 240 seat?
Look, accountability is the essence of democracy. Those who were saying that India's democracy has withered, there's been backsliding, etc., etc., well, they'll have to eat a lot of humble cake today. The Prime Minister received a rap on his knuckles. He's been given a wake-up call.
Yeah.
How he heeds it is, of course, up to the Prime Minister and the BJP and its managers. The point is that the elector, the voter, has come out and said, look, we are thirsting for some succor.
Yeah.
Now, you have to give us that. If you're not capable of it, well, we've told you that we're giving you another chance, though with a caveat and a bit of a shackle. You've got to work harder
in terms of trust factor,
Earn it.
winnability factor, strike rate, he far outnumbers and outperforms any of the other leaders on the horizon. The BJP right now has more seats than the entire collective opposition.
One second. This is a
reality.
lesson in humility.
Absolutely.
Let's be very, very clear about it. In Indian politics, the Indian voter, from time and time again, he's shown this to Mrs. Gandhi, he has shown this to Rajiv Gandhi, and I guess in his own way, in her own way, the voter today is showing Mr. Modi, do not take us for granted. The Indian voter is not somebody you take for granted. And you can put it in a historical context, Nalin.
And it could be also within the party where many would have said that don't take the party leadership and those who are core committed to for granted. Yeah.
Absolutely clear, Zaka. That is the one overarching message of this election. Modi remains popular. He is still the single largest party. But the message is to the Prime Minister and to the BJP that don't take us for granted.
Yeah.
Simple. It also means that you can push people up to a point, but no further than that. I think in terms of the fact they still don't trust the other guy to come to power, but they've put the BJP on notice.
Yeah. This is putting the
Rohan
BJP
Mitra, Tom Wadakan with us, Pradeep Bhati with us. We'll just go across to Professor Gurumurthy. Professor Gurumurthy, your assessment. Oh, we've lost Professor Gurumurthy. He was there with us. We'll try and get him back. Professor Gurumurthy was joined, and we'll try and understand from him, because this could be, is this a... Yeah, Professor Gurumurthy is back with us. Professor Gurumurthy, is this a possibility that it's a message saying don't take us for granted from the voter and also from the cadre, the core cadre?
See, I would look at it slightly differently because it's not a pan-Indian phenomenon. If it is widespread, if the reduction is widespread and there has been no gain at all in different parts of the country, I think there would be a single reason. But I think this is basically confined to 4 states where the BJP traditionally had fared well and thought it would fare well, like West Bengal. So I wouldn't say there is any single reason which would explain this. But I do think that the BJP underplayed the effect of this 1 lakh katakat. See, Mayawati was holding the poor people on an ideological plane. She would not allow them to sell themselves for freebies. When Mayawati ceased to be a contender, her votes melted away. And I think this freebie would definitely have had an impact on UP. You know, it need not be that it shifts 10% votes. If it shifts 3% vote, that is sufficient. So I feel that there are a variety of reasons for that. And of course, communal consolidation is also a factor. And I do think the caste factors also played a role. So I have a feeling that it is not explainable by any particular reason. Maybe that the BJP was also overconfident. It didn't put its act together. It thought that Narendra Modi was going to win them the elections. So it is for the BJP to analyze, try and a comprehensive analysis of why it failed in UP. But I believe governance is more important. You know, after 1989 till 2014,
I think we're losing his...
Professor Gurumurthy, we have a patchy line with you through, sir. We'll try and connect with you again to try and understand this perspective. Because you said overconfidence, along with that is arrogance also a factor, and some very, very smart strategies employed in Uttar Pradesh, especially by Akhilesh Yadav. Does that actually make a difference? Zaka, Pradeep Bhatia is here, so let's try and talk about what they did in Uttar Pradesh and what they did right.
So one critical thing that Akhilesh Yadav did and the Congress also did is to give tickets to a large number of non-Yadav OBCs, a large number of Dalits. In fact, I believe Akhilesh Yadav gave just 5 tickets to Yadavs. That's right. And one, I believe, to a Muslim candidate. There was no other MY candidate who got a ticket. It was all, you know, the smaller caste OBCs who got the tickets. I think 50% of the tickets went to either Dalits or to other lower backward castes.
Was he took a leaf from the BJP playbook
of
UP. He replicated the social coalition that the BJP had built. So 5 Yadavs, and those were from the family. 17 Dalits, and all the others, most of the others were non-Yadav OBCs, so Kushwahas, Mallas, you know, that kind. So this is exactly what the BJP did. So what basically, see, he learned a lesson in 2022 when he got a real hike in the vote share, but fell short with a glass ceiling because all he had was a Muslim in the Yadav vote. He knew that to win, he has to broad base it. So what has happened this time? Why have we seen a political earthquake in UP? Is because the opposition has been very smart. They had the natural, they had the Muslim vote, they had the Yadav vote, they added a smattering of the social coalition of people who broke away from the BJP and came, and the BSP which broke down, it ended up going here. So that's what took the opposition across for conversion. Because BJP's vote share has fallen by 5 or 6%.
I think we should come out of this mindset that Samajwadi Party is only getting Muslim and Yadav's vote. We have to actually come out of this, and this is all studio-based idea which has been floated all around.
We said the exact opposite of that.
But what is that? What is that? That is a long time back story. Let's bygone is bygone. What I am saying is, people of the Uttar Pradesh felt cheated, and they buy the Honorable Akhilesh Yadav's dream of UP, the dream of hatred which has been spread by Honorable Prime Minister, and the language he has used. The people of Uttar Pradesh has shown him the way, because the reason of his losing the popularity is that last time he got vote somewhere around 5 lakh, and this time around 1.5 lakh. So 70% of the people who voted for him actually disowned him this time. So let one should be clear that popularity of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has come down drastically. So he is no more that popular leader that we were talking about. PDA, which the slogan which we have given, is majorly voted for Honorable Akhilesh Yadav and Samajwadi Party. And there is no doubt now the PDA, the leader of tallest leader of PDA and Bahujans is Akhilesh Yadav ji today in entire India and Uttar Pradesh. Third thing, the people of Uttar Pradesh, they have shown the way to India, INDA, and also to India, that what kind of politics and what kind of false promises that BJP was making from last 10 years and 7 years in Uttar Pradesh has to be shown this way, that we have really cut them half in Uttar Pradesh, and the number will even go
see, these numbers are changing. Aapke number badh gaye hain. Samajwadi Party has gone up to about 43 right now, 43 and 36, and the Trinamool has again gone up to 30. And the BJP slipped there. So the regional Chhatraps in that fight with the BJP, they are actually scoring and they are hurting the BJP. The BJP slipped below 240. They had gone up to 245 in terms of leads. They have slipped to 239. The NDA is at 290. They had gone up to 296 at one point in time. And inching towards 300. They've slipped back 6 seats. And large number, Congress still remains at 99. That means a large number of the regional Chhatraps and the regional players are actually hurting the BJP.
This is a mixed response to the Bharatiya Janata Party, depending on geographies. It's quite clear that certain local issues have overridden the larger issues that the BJP was trying to evoke.
We have Tom Vadakkan and Rohan Mitra also.
No, let's go and ask them. In fact, Mr. Vadakkan, would you like to comment on why you have a situation where the BJP has gained some in the south but has lost where it really mattered to it, the areas, the geographies that powered it to victory in 2 general elections.
Rahul, these are matters that we will be analyzing, but from what I see, this issue about freebies, especially in an aspirational background, I think it's like asking for more. I mean, I'm reminded of Charles Dickens' book, where you keep asking for more and then you offer this. So the point is, where is the delivery happening? If the delivery had to be done, then it would have been economical. But when you are nowhere near the powers, I mean, you have done well, essentially because of this freebies. You have made these offers across. People have believed you. Now, when you have to deliver, that's where the questions come up. Now, we have the numbers at the current position. And I think Modi ji is going to be sworn in as on the 3rd term. And we have a plan for 100 days and another 5 years. We have a joint plan with the NDA partners. We will face the rough weather. We know we can deliver. The only point is we are not offering freebies that way. I mean,
no, but Tom,
can
I just ask a thing? I think Rahul mentioned this. You guys made the whole thing about 400 par and, Mission 370 and so on. So it's not like the media did it or the opposition did it. You guys raised the bar and now you've fallen well short of that bar. Yes, of course, you will continue to be in government, but a much reduced majority. Are you not acknowledging what the voter of this country is trying to tell you?
Humbly accepting the mandate. There's no question about that. We are in a humble, full respect for the mandate. But there are issues which has to be analyzed. And now as to the question of the target of 400, that was for our own consumption. That is to buoy up our own teams, to tell them, look, we need to attain that mark. That's part of
But Tom, it was not said in a closed room. No, you went to the bully pulpits and said Mission 400, Mission 400. Every day, every rally, this is what was said. In fact, the first sort of backlash came after around the first phase when the BJP itself realized, and credit to them, that look, people are asking what's in it for us. You want 400, that's your problem, right? What are we getting out of it? So I think the BJP realized that and they stopped. I think from the PM downwards, they stopped using Mission 400 and 400 par. I think that thing got stopped. Rohan Mitra is also there with us. Look, I'm very, very clear about this. I think though Mr. Kharge, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, the other opposition, Mamata, has also not revealed their cards as to what the India Alliance wants. I don't think they've come to a decision on whether they want to stake claim or whether they want, they would just rather, see the back of Mr. Modi and they're okay with anybody else from the BJP, taking on from here and leading the BJP into the 3rd term. I think given these numbers, they probably would be more comfortable doing that and be a more vociferous opposition.
It would be difficult in any case to pick one particular leader to lead this. The Congress would have a claim. Yes. You have the Samajwadi Party, that's the 3rd biggest. Yeah. And then you have Mamata Banerjee, who's no shrinking violet. Yeah. So, there will be
and the most important thing, you have to get somebody from the NDA. You have to get both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. Right now they need to get both. Otherwise, the NDA still has the majority. Yeah. So, Rohan Mitra, again, what is the message of the Indian voter? That is the most critical thing, because I think at the end of the day, and I tweeted about this as well, Janta Janardhan, in a democracy, people are God. And this is God's voice. Listen to what the people are saying.
See, and in that voice, just adding that, the BJP as a party has got 239, the Congress as a party has got 99, and Samajwadi as a party has got 36. Trinamool as a party has got 30. Yes, Rohan Mitra.
Good evening, guys. I was listening to you, and absolutely, the BJP is the single largest party. Their coalition has crossed the halfway mark. But the point is not that. Mr. Vadakam was saying something about the freebies. The freebies, this is not the freebies. When the country, there are no jobs for the poor people, when the divide between the rich and the poor is constantly, increasing, and you're seeing the people, like the poor people, who you're saying that you're giving them the free ration. But outside of that, what? What next? The only reason the Congress and the allies in the India parties, we spoke about giving freebies. It's not freebies, sir. It is about giving them a livelihood. It is about taking care of their basic needs, which the BJP forgot, because the BJP was thinking that, the stock markets are going up, Mr. Adani and Mr. Ambani and the bigger industrialist was making money. So we were reaching out to the poor people. Coming back to the verdict, Zaka, you've said, the numbers were 400 plus. Even after the exit polls, the whole India alliance was written off. Everything was against us. When the people were changing parties, we were told that, the Congress and the India alliance is against the Hindu religion as a whole. Today, what have we seen? In Allahabad, the India alliance has won. This is where the Ram Mandir has been built.
Ayodhya.
So
Ayodhya. You mean Ayodhya, Faizabad.
Yeah. If the India alliance people, come on, we are not anti-Hindu. We are not anti any religion. We are just standing by the people who are, who have been lynched. But if they are in the Muslim religion, standing by them does not make us anti-Hindu. There have been comments, I'm not going to deny it on your channel, there have been some comments which have, hurt the Hindu sentiment, but they are not coming from the top leadership. I'm going to point out people like Acharya Pramod Krishnan, people like, Gaurav Vallabh, who changed parties right at the, at the onset of the elections. This was their only narrative, that the Congress party and the allies are anti-Hinduism. But it is not true. When you're talking about issues, you're talking about employment, you're talking about jobs, these are the bigger issues which the India alliance tried to bring forward to the people. And these are the things we fought this election upon. And we have increased, the Congress party from 52. We are almost there. We almost doubled our seats.
Correct.
And the BJP has lost 60 seats.
Yeah,
so it's a victory. It's a big victory for us.
It's a big win for the Congress party, because you've jumped to something that you've not achieved in the last 15 years. That's true. But since 2009, you've not seen these kind of numbers. But this is still not enough for you to say that you are the single largest party, or it's an overwhelming mandate away from the BJP.
This is not a vote. This is not a vote for them.
Yeah, it's not a vote for the Congress or it's a vote outside of. It's somewhere in between, where somewhere the voter is saying we need to temper things down a bit because we don't want anybody to get carried away. Tom Wadakan, quickly, we got to take a break. Quickly, want to understand. Mamata Banerjee is saying there is a Bihar ka picture baki hai. RJD, Rabri Devi is saying Bihar mein picture baki hai. Is there a certain worry around what Nitish Babu would do? Because there is an open, wooing that's happening about special status in Andhra Pradesh to Chandrababu Naidu and the Telugu Desam party, and now to Nitish Kumar. Sources have said, unconfirmed sources saying he's been offered deputy PM by the INDA alliance and the Congress.
Well, in politics, all this happens. In fact, I've heard it from the television centers of various channels, that these are the possibilities, that they could happen, that could happen. But there's a ground reality. The ground reality is NDA is as firm and cemented than you can imagine. So all this big talk about Deputy Prime Minister and what have you. And let me remind you that about the stock market, please don't link any election with the stock market. Stock market behaves on its own. They decide on what. How can you decide that because the stock market has gone down because you got 99 seats? Please, if you understand the stock market, you will never talk like that. Stock market operates on the market vibrancy, and
there is a sentiment. There was a sentiment of stability that was expected. There was a sentiment of stability, and clearly when the exit polls happened, the stock markets went up. The BJP said, look, everybody's buoyant. So today, when the numbers went down, the stock market also tanked because the buoyancy was there was a balloon bust because they thought, अरे ये तो कुछ सब गड़बड़ हो गया, अब 400 पार नहीं हो रहा है, 350 पार नहीं हो रहा है. So the sentiment was there. Let's not say it's not there. It is there. Just quickly, Professor Gurumurthy is joining us. Bhatti ji, coming to you. Pradeep ji, one sec. Professor Gurumurthy, we've got to take a break, but Professor Gurumurthy, quickly. Oh, we've lost him there. We've lost him there again. Just wanted to ask him about Tamil Nadu because so much of effort put in Tamil Nadu and it's 39-0. What's the story? Professor Gurumurthy is back with us. Professor Gurumurthy, quickly on Tamil Nadu. 39-0 is the score. So all that effort gone to a naught?
BJP vote share is more important than BJP seats. In all channels I had mentioned it, because for the first time after 1989, a national party was leading a third front. And it was heading the third front and it had gained traction. See, Tamil Nadu was divided between these two Dravidian parties, and there was no way Nationalist Party could make a headway. They had to ally with one of them after 1989. But the BJP got a fortuitous opportunity because the ADMK did not want to ally with it. I thought it was the fortune of the BJP that the ADMK moved away from that. I think this election has shown that there is scope for a national party. That message has been delivered by the BJP. It's not a small message. As someone who has been observing Tamil Nadu politics for the last 50 years, I think it is a very, very important message, like which happened only in 1989 when Rajiv Gandhi led the charge against both these Dravidian parties. I think the BJP's potentiality has been revealed. Let us assume the BJP had got some 5 seats in association with the ADMK. It wouldn't have mattered. That the BJP on its own is getting some 13-14% votes if you take the BJP alliance. I think it's a very major breakthrough. Though in terms of seats, even I never expected that the BJP was going to make an impact in terms of the number of seats.
Right, but in Maharashtra, sir, this entire Jod Tod being rejected, celebration shots coming in from Matushri and Shiv Sena Bhavan. Arvind Sawant has won. Uddhav Thackeray there. You had Aditya Thackeray literally lifting Arvind Sawant and congratulating him. Joy there. What a comeback for Uddhav Thackeray, where all was lost. It was seen he's over, he's jaded, but he's shown who the real Thackeray is.
Uddhav has 4 seats in Mumbai. Out of 6, 4 out of the 6 seats are with Sena Uddhav, which is South Bombay, Arvind Sawant, South Central Bombay, Anil Desai, Northwest Bombay, Amol Kirtikar, and Northeast Bombay, Sanjay Dina Patil. So 4 out of 6 seats are with the Uddhav faction of the Sena.
All right, we've got to take a break. Commercial compulsions request all our guests and our viewers to stay on with us and continue to watch our feed on YouTube. Also, ladies and gentlemen, to all our viewers, thank you for your viewership through the day here on Battle for Bharat. Keep that going till late into the evening because it's not settled yet. It's still fluctuating as you see the leaderboard. Stay with us.
Conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now because, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal. What's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right? Let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave. And today, it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at, Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I were to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back. Counting begins!
On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace, but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18.
Lok samajhte hain. Has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, you know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because, you know, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, you know, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, he's known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest. It's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If you look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here on the Battle for Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. The results are still consolidating. There are still about 20 to 25 seats which are hotly contested and about 10 seats which could go right down to the wire. So the final tally could still evolve. But let's try and understand the composition of the parliament now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi comes back with a historic third term, and this feat has not been repeated by a single party which has got more than 240 plus seats since 1991 or 89-90 if my memory serves me right. The Congress party on the verge of getting to 100 seats, on the road to a comeback, and they will be very, very buoyant for the years ahead. They've made some solid gains riding on the back of their alliance partners in the INDA. For Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he needs the NDA. He needs the NDA and some solid partners like the TDP and the JDU who are being openly wooed by the opposition right now. But it's historic for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a mandate which very clearly gives him a thumbs up as the most trusted leader in the country, albeit falling short of the target set by himself. He wanted 370 for the BJP and 400 par for the NDA. That's not happening. It's not even 300 par for the NDA or 272 par for the BJP. But it's still a handsome mandate. The BJP is the single largest party, outnumbering the overall collective opposition together, INDA alliance in its current construct together. So the BJP gets back into power. At the helm will be Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is expected at the BJP headquarters in just about half an hour from now at 7:30. What is the contours of his speech? The contours of his speech will be very critical. Zaka Jacob with us. Zaka, phenomenal across. If you look at the performance of all the parties, the regional Chhatraps, there is a story. Andhra and Odisha are seeing new governments. Telangana is seeing a bit of an upheaval. Where is the Aam Aadmi Party in all of this? Another story nobody is talking about.
Yeah, they have nothing in Delhi. One of the two states is there in power. Mr. Kejriwal is in jail. They have 3 seats in Punjab. But I want to focus just for 1 second on Andhra Pradesh, because really the two people who are the Cheshire cat right now are one Chandrababu Naidu and the other Nitish Kumar. But Chandrababu Naidu, what a phenomenal return to power this is. At just the Lok Sabha level, the NDA has 21 seats. A bulk of it is, of course, the TDPs. They've got 16. Last time they had 3. And the BJP had nothing last time. They have 3. And the Janasena, Pawan Kalyan's party, has 2. So, essentially, the mandate here is A, for Chandrababu Naidu because of the state elections. And I think in the state elections, he's got 150 out of 175. It's like a 2/3 majority. It's like a crazy mandate. That has then rubbed off on the Lok Sabha as well, because it was simultaneous election. And of course, when you have this kind of mandate, when the people have made up their mind to get rid of the incumbent like they did against Jagan Mohan Reddy right now, then it sweeps across the board. Then there's no distinction between Assembly and Lok Sabha. And the Lok Sabha result in that sense has been a beneficiary of the anti-incumbency in the Assembly election. So Chandrababu Naidu is looking at these 16 MPs. He is now basically the second biggest component of the NDA. So he, like I said, is the Cheshire cat. He's being wooed by both sides. Although he's told my colleague Payal Mehta that he's firmly with the NDA camp. He's not going anywhere. He had a very bitter, deeply personal sort of parting of ways last time around. So Smita Prakash, please weigh in on this. These two folks, Nitish Kumar, who has been, on this side and that side and back again on this side. And now you have Chandrababu Naidu, who again was with the Vajpayee NDA, left quite bitterly after the Modi-Amit Shah era, and then now he's back with the NDA. Do you see these people being firmly with the NDA, or is there some cause for concern?
Well, looking at the numbers, anything is possible, whoever predicted these numbers, right? So, anything is possible, but the fact is that Chandrababu Naidu, and I interviewed him a short while ago, not now, but during the campaign, and he seemed solidly with the NDA, and I didn't detect any signs of him viewing the possibility of, moving out of that NDA fold. He has a vision for the state, and he is quite determined to put that into action. And I think, he's made it pretty clear in his meetings with the BJP before. Mamata Banerjee did say that the NDA now is on the BJP is on the crutches of Nitish Babu as well as Chandrababu. And she's not wrong in that, because the BJP on its own is unable to form the government. They need the NDA, and it's not a happy situation for the BJP. But the fact is that they are the single largest unit, and the president will call them to form government. If I'm not mistaken, that's how it works, right?
Correct, yeah.
So they will be called to form the government. The Prime Minister will be at the BJP headquarters, and he's probably going to be addressing his workers. He's the one who gave the 400 par Nara. He's the one who gave the Nara of Modi ki guarantee. Now he will explain to the voter, he will explain to his flock as to what went wrong and what is the agenda for the next 5 years. Because
no, I did want to ask this, because Mamata Banerjee is saying this, Rahul Gandhi and Kharge are saying this, that this is a mandate against Modi.
Yes, true. They are going to say this, and everybody was saying that it's like a referendum, though we don't have a system of referendum in this country. But everybody was saying it's a referendum because it is the Prime Minister who kept on repeating this in all his rallies. He kept telling everybody, इन्हें जिताइए पर याद रखिए जब कमल पे निशान लगाएंगे तो मुझे वोट जाएगा.
हर वोट मोदी के लिए जाता है.
हर वोट मोदी के लिए जाएगा. So he made it about
not
himself.
Not just that, this 400 par thing, was this an issue of overconfidence, or also somewhere they said, ठीक है 400 नहीं 300.
Probably mind games, Anand. I think it's mind games now.
But it's the Prime Minister. It's not just that. The BJP put the Prime Minister front and center even on their manifesto and in their entire election projections.
It was Modi ki guarantee.
It was Modi ki guarantee, and in fact, Mr. Modi himself tweeted to say, they start calling me Modi, and it was all Modi ka parivar, etc., etc. But I just want to come back to this point about why are we fretting over the fact that this is going to be a coalition government, as if it's going to lead to the kind of paralysis we saw in the UPA years. You still have to realize that the fulcrum of this government rests on a very large component of the BJP.
Yes.
Secondly, the BJP has had coalition experience in Maharashtra, where they ruled in a particular state. They've had coalition experiences in Karnataka under Mr. Modi, and those coalition governments have worked.
And not just that, the Vajpayee government 6 years was far lesser numbers
you
for
could
the
say
BJP.
that Mr. Vajpayee and Mr. Modi are temperamentally very different people.
Correct.
But the point is that give and take has happened at different levels in important big stakes.
I think we got Mr. Salman Khurshid with us. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Salman Khurshid, namaste. Yeah. Thank you for joining us again. 99 seats for the Congress party, sir. Congratulations. Phenomenal performance by the alliance, the opposition in Uttar Pradesh, in Maharashtra, and some very key states. What would you attribute this to?
Well, I think there was a change of attitude amongst ordinary people. There were issues that we raised or we picked up from ordinary people, and we highlighted or underscored. And if you can just sum it all up, it's all about the Constitution. The Constitution, the way of life we've been nurtured on, the plans for India that our founding fathers had, all of those were being pushed back, and I think it was important to make them resonate amongst ordinary people, and they did. And specifically in terms of what it meant for their everyday life, what it meant not to have jobs, what it meant to have runaway inflation, what did it mean to have women who were insecure in the streets of this country, what it meant for the farmer not having enough on his plate when he was feeding everybody in the country. And a lot of those things resonated with these people. And then, I mean, all this, let's say that it's little bit of a hogwash about 400 and 400 par and this, that and the other, threatening the Constitution impliedly or explicitly, etc. All that made the difference.
Mr. Khurshid, at 235 for the INDI alliance or the India alliance and 239 for the BJP. Do you believe that the opposition should make a go to try and form government by trying to woo some partners of the BJP in the NDA?
Well,
or should the opposition sit in the opposition?
These are questions of ethics and morality in politics. How much of that have we seen of late, frankly? So are we going to be pragmatic or are we going to be moral? These are big questions, and these questions have to be answered by people who lead the parties that have come together in the alliance, and essentially have come together in the alliance because they were rejecting the kind of politics that had been done. So these questions will emerge before the leaders when they meet tomorrow or perhaps day after or whenever.
I'm just asking in your own personal wisdom, sir.
How much of
in your own personal wisdom and your long political
no,
career, I'm trying to
my
understand.
personal wisdom doesn't matter unless I whisper into your ear. Personal wisdom doesn't matter because personal wisdom is then projected as a third outlier position that you take away from your party's own responses. So no personal wisdom now. When I write a book about all this many years later, I'll probably put it into that
How
book.
much would you credit the Samajwadi Party for the success in Uttar Pradesh, for the alliance, SP and also Congress, considering handsome wins in Amethi and Raebareli?
I don't want. No, I don't want to create problem for an alliance that has come together beautifully and has worked very well together. But facts are facts. A fact is that there was a huge element in UP that was willing to support and wanting to support the Congress party. And I hope that the Samajwadi Party realizes that that element may not have come in the same measure to the Samajwadi Party. Our coming together made a difference, and they made a difference to both. We were fighting fewer seats, they were fighting more seats, so perhaps it looks larger on the screen for them than it does for us. But we've both collaborated, we've both cooperated, and we've given strength to each other. Now, how do we take this forward? It will be a big challenge, and we'll work on that challenge, because if we have the right intent and the right sincerity, we will hopefully keep this alive and make it go a long distance.
All right, Mr. Khurshid, you'll be happy to know that Farrukhabad, from where you used to fight earlier, is one of the hotly contested seats right now. I believe the margin is just a few thousand votes. Currently, the BJP candidate there is leading. But do you see a path to revival for the Congress party in Uttar Pradesh? You are currently leading in 6 seats. So 6 MPs the Congress will have from Uttar Pradesh, which is probably the most since 2009.
You've said a very tantalizing thing by saying that, look at what is happening to Farrukhabad. So I cannot resist saying that, well, if I was there, it might have looked very different. But be that as it may, it was a hotly contested seat, and I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that, but let the best man win. And obviously, because we are in the alliance, I would hope that the alliance wins. So let's call it when the final figures come out. But when you ask me about where do we go from here, I think that there is a genuine movement back towards the Congress, a genuine movement back, and perhaps we offer a great deal to add strength to the Samajwadi Party, as perhaps they do to us, and that's worked very well, and I hope that that will continue to work in the years and months to come.
All right, so you're hoping that in the 2027 assembly elections as well, this alliance will continue?
Gosh, you've got me there. You've got me there. Absolutely, absolutely. But there'll have to be a lot of work on it before we go into that alliance.
All right. Salman Khurshid, Rahul, do you have a question?
I have no question. I think Mr. Khurshid has set the contours very well. And I just wanted to ask you one small question, Mr. Khurshid. Who do you think deserves the utmost credit for the Congress's showing in this election? It's been a dramatic revival in fortunes. Who do you think is the lead driver of this?
Well, look, isn't it obvious? Who was the one who traveled the length and breadth of the country? I mean, there are many good leaders who've contributed, but everyone's contributed in their own region or state. But look at who's gone across the length and breadth of the country and given us these results. And
that's the only reason I posed that question is because there were a group of leaders called the G23 that asked some questions of the Congress party and its leadership. Are those questions now, do they pale into insignificance?
Well, I don't want to use the same expression for those leaders, but some of those leaders have not waited for answers and they've moved away. Some have got their answers and have participated in accepting those answers. So that's a chapter in history which perhaps had an importance at that time, but we've all lived through it. It's gone and passed. And I think the answers today, if those questions remain alive, the answers today are in the performance of the Congress Party.
Mr. Salman Khurshid, thank you for your time and thank you for speaking with us, sir. Thank you so much.
I think the breaking is an interesting one.
Yes, the interesting one because Chandrababu Naidu has called off the briefing that was scheduled for the TDP. Amidst the buzz of allies switch, he's called off a briefing. So is there a twist in this whole story? There is also talk that the JDU is thinking twice. Rabdi Devi has said there's a twist in Bihar. Or are they waiting for the Prime Minister's speech at 8 p.m.? The Prime Minister is scheduled to arrive at the BJP headquarters at around 8 p.m. and thereafter he is expected to address the Karyakartas. And of course, there would be a message to the voters. We'll try and get...
yeah, we should get a reporter.
Yeah, Arun Dhanta is joining us. Arun Dhanta is joining us from the BJP headquarters. Yes, what are we expecting, Arun? And what is the talk about why the TDP has cancelled its briefing?
Well, Anand, I'm not able to hear you properly, but I think you asked about the preparations here and the timings of the Prime Minister. So, Prime Minister is expected to reach here at BJP Extension's office somewhere around 8 p.m. That's what we are told. And in fact, I would request my camera person to just span the camera and show the preparations for Prime Minister's arrival here. This is the stage that you see, and from there, Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the BJP Karyakartas, workers here, and also there is a ramp in between the crowds through which Prime Minister Modi will walk from the gate, Extension's gate, to this stage venue, and you can see these people right behind me are in a celebratory mode. They are saying that NDA is forming the government. That is more important for them than what BJP is getting. भाजी आप कहाँ से हैं?
मैं दिल्ली से हूँ जी।
भाजपा की सीटें तो 250 अभी पार नहीं हो पा रही हैं, तो कैसे देखते हैं आप? कैसे चलेगी सरकार? कैसे होगा?
सर मोदी जी का जादू है, ये पूरी सरकार बनाएंगे अपनी, ईमानदार सरकार है ये, और इन्होंने देश के लिए बहुत कुछ किया है, जो और एमपी हैं वो इनकी तरफ अपने आप।
अच्छा, देश के लिए बहुत कुछ किया है कह रहे हैं,
दिल्ली की सातों सीटें आई हैं,
मेजॉरिटी
सभी गीदड़ मिलके शेर का शिकार फिर भी नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन दिल्ली शेर निकला, वो अकेला ही अपना काम कर गया, सारे के सारा हिंदुस्तान के लीडर इकट्ठे हो गए लेकिन मोदी को हरा नहीं पाए।
लेकिन दिल्ली में तो 7 सीटें जीती आप लोगों ने।
बिल्कुल हमने 7 सीटें जीती हैं और सरकार भी मोदी जी की बहुत बेहतरीन बनेगी और बहुत बेहतरीन चलेगी।
किस तरह से स्वागत करेंगे? हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि पीछे एक रैंप बना है पूरा, यहाँ से चलकर आएंगे पीएम इससे आपके सामने, तो किस तरह से आप लोग स्वागत करेंगे? क्या कुछ तैयारी है?
जी आप देख रहे हैं कि मैं ही नहीं, पूरे के पूरे लोग, आप खुद पत्रकार हैं, भीगे हुए हैं पसीने से, लेकिन अपने नेता के लिए सारे अपनी जी जान से यहाँ उनके स्वागत के लिए इकट्ठे हैं। हम जोरदार स्वागत करेंगे।
Thank you, Arun. Thank you, Arun. So the preparations going on. A lot of the Delhi BJP cadre there. Big win in Delhi. All 7 seats to the BJP, despite the Congress and AAP coming together in Delhi. Nothing there for them. The Aam Aadmi Party decimated in Delhi and also in Punjab, where the Congress has taken the mandate, the larger share of the seats there out of the 13 seats. So Punjab is also a story. But quickly on Chandrababu Naidu, Payal Mehta joining us. Payal, why has the TDP cancelled the briefing? Is it to, and it now gives a lot of talk to this entire wooing by the Congress party?
Yes, there has been a lot of talk as far as that is concerned, but Chandrababu Naidu and his people have continuously been telling us that he has assured Prime Minister Narendra Modi and of course Amit Shah both that he's going to be very strongly with them because it's a decisive mandate for Chandrababu Naidu-led NDA government there, both in the assembly as well as in the state. In fact, Jagan Mohan is ready with who swept the election last time around with 155 seats, has been reduced to just 10 MLA seats. So that is the kind of impact that one has been able to see. I'm given to understand that Chandrababu Naidu is having closed-door meetings right now with his close aides to figure out how to go about the rest. But he is likely to come in for the NDA meeting whenever it takes place.
So he is not going anywhere out of the NDA. Similar words coming in from Nitish Kumar. Quick word in Odisha where there is a double whammy for Naveen Babu.
Yeah, he's lost his own seat. The seat from where he has been fighting for the last 5 elections. Naveen Patnaik has lost that seat. And I think this is the voters of Odisha speaking. That thank you very much. You've served us well. You've been the longest serving Chief Minister of Odisha and the second longest serving in all of India. But we are now looking beyond you. When a Chief Minister loses his own seat, Smita, I mean, that's the voter of the state.
Kantabanji and Luxembourg. Luxembourg also. Both the seats.
Both
the seats. Luxembourg defeats Naveen Patnaik. Kantabanji,
It's
Naveen
like an
Patnaik
admiral
loses.
going down with
First
his ship.
defeat in any election. First defeat for Naveen Babu in any election.
It's going to come as a shocker to him because I think he had started believing in this, that he's invincible. He's a very calm kind of a person, so he doesn't get excited over it. But I think it's going to be a reality check for his party too, which had believed that the people really adore him, especially women voters. But adoration is a separate matter, and when it comes to delivery and voting on that is a separate matter altogether.
Now correction there, he's lost Kantabanji, but Hinjli where he's fighting, he's still leading. He's still leading, but not by a large margin, we are given to understand, but he's still leading in Hinjli.
Yeah.
But it's the first time he's lost an election. Result of the second seat is awaited for Naveen Patnaik, but Odisha in itself is
I think he's going to win the second one. One of them is, it seems like a sure shot, even if it's a slim majority still.
Yeah, but then there is a story there in Odisha.
Yeah.
And largely we've got Sanju Verma joining us at this point. We also have our other guests from the DMK. We have Dharnidharan, Salem Dharnidharan also with us. In Tamil Nadu, big story there if you look at Tamil Nadu and the DMK and the allies coming together to win. But -2 for the DMK. If you look at the breakup, the DMK is actually -2 from last time around because they considered the seats to the allies.
Fewer seats from what I remember.
Fewer seats. So 22 seats to the DMK.
1 up for the Congress, 2 to the CPI, 2 to the CPM, VCK getting 2, IUML 1 and MDMK 1. So it's 39-0. It's a repeat of what we saw in 2004. So Salem Dharnidharan, what would you attribute this to? Because obviously the BJP had put a lot of emphasis from Annamalai downwards that they're going to make inroads, that whatever they lose in North India, they're going to make up for it in Tamil Nadu in particular. BJP and NDA not getting any seat, even the ADMK not getting any seat. Dharani, I think you're on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself,
You're
please.
on mute, yeah.
Sorry about it. Yeah, firstly, thank you for having me on the show. And I think that is what I've been saying and reiterating in your shows and other channels and every debate I've been participating, that we are going to sweep Tamil Nadu. We know the pulse of the people. We have delivered. In fact, we promised more than what we said we will be doing for the people. I think this victory is for a leader's effort on having inclusive growth in the state of Tamil Nadu. And also if you look, the biggest problem with BJP was they never had a ground presence in Tamil Nadu. It was only a social media built-up presence or a media makeup. To win elections, you need grassroots presence. This is what I've also been reiterating. BJP did not have sufficient booth workers in any of the constituencies. How can you win election? Leave alone win election. All deposit without booth workers.
But Mr. Dharnidharan, here is the thing. Just the data that's come in. 9 seats in Tamil Nadu. The BJP is runner-up. Chennai Central, Chennai South, Kovai or Coimbatore, Kanyakumari, Madurai, Nilgiris, Tirunelveli, Tiruvallur and Vellore. 9 seats where the BJP is in runner-up position. That means that there is some traction for the BJP and ground. Does this also mean there could be a shift in the narrative of the political parties? One is the DMK versus the BJP now becomes the principal opposition.
No, I think which I think we have to wait and watch. But the fact of the matter is they could be runner-up, but you have to look at the difference. Except for Dharmapuri, nowhere BJP gave a fight to the DMK. The difference from the beginning were more than 20 percentage points. Look, Central Chennai, the difference is more than 2.2 lakhs. Even you go to Uti, where the Union's Home Minister for State is contesting against Arasa, the difference is more than 2.4 lakh, 2.5 lakh votes. So the difference is huge. The problem maybe BJP has come second is because ADMK did abysmally bad. They just didn't do bad, they did abysmally bad. So because of that, BJP came second. It's like you get second rank in school exams, but you're only 60% because everyone else did bad. Everyone failed the exam. So that's why BJP came second in those 9 constituencies, not because they did well or they gained traction.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Is there a redefinition of who will be the opposition in Tamil Nadu going forward? Sumant Raman has a point. Yes, Sumant Raman. Then we bring in the BJP and also Manojit Mandal of Trinamool is also here.
First of all, you need to look at the numbers. The BJP, you said 9 people have come second, out of which one is OPS, one is TTV Dinakaran, one is AC Shanmugam, who have got nothing to do, I mean, who are sort of NDA allies, as it were. In 2014, the BJP, the NDA, actually came second in 10 seats as well. At that time, it was a different NDA with Mr. Vijaykanth, PMK, and so on. And we know what happened. The bottom line is, they have not reached the 20% mark that they said they would reach. In fact, they're well short of it. And the AIADMK alliance is close to 24%. So by no stretch of imagination can it be even said that there is any consolation for the BJP in Tamil Nadu as far as this particular attempt. And to add insult to injury, 14 seats, if you add the total of the AIADMK and the BJP together, they would have won the seat. Mind you, that would have been 14 more seats for the NDA in such a close fight. So this is a monumental blunder by the BJP in driving
the overall context.
The
in
overall
291,
context,
they would have been 14 seats more.
If you add 14 seats to 291, then NDA is 300 par very comfortably, and it also strengthens the NDA. So Sumant Raman has always been of this point from day one that the ADMK and the BJP should not have broken away. BJP should not have tried to go it alone. Had they
the BJP, Mr. Annamalai drove them away.
Drove them
the AIADMK away.
Okay, Sanju Verma.
You know, I've been on a couple of debates since morning, and what I find extremely amusing, and I'm not being arrogant or overconfident, I said in the morning to Zaka that, of course, Uttar Pradesh has been a huge disappointment, and so has West Bengal. But be that as it may, you know, I'm surprised why this enthusiasm, you know, within the Congress camp. I was listening to Rahul Gandhi's press conference a while back. BJP alone, without the NDA, BJP standalone has got more seats than the entire Indi cabal put together, point number one. Point number two, BJP has increased its vote share by about 1.64 to 2%. Point number three, Narendra Modi is going to come back for the third time in a row, because those who are saying that Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, you know, the situation is tricky, let me say this to them, that if you look at the history of, you know, post-independent India, be it Deve Gowda, be it Chandrasekhar, be it VP Singh, be it I.K. Gujral, मैंने ये बार-बार कहा है, ऐसा कोई बचा नहीं जिसे कांग्रेस ने ठगा नहीं. Even with respect to Uddhav Thackeray, it was not the BJP which decided to part ways. We had won 105 seats in the assembly elections from Maharashtra in 2019, and the Uddhav Sena had won then only 55 seats. The decision to part ways came from Uddhav Thackeray's end. And if you tell us that we stole the mandate, we can say that being the largest party at 105 seats, we still accommodated you. It was not we who stole the mandate. Rather, by going and dancing in the Congress's lap, it was Uddhav Thackeray who decided to part ways. My fourth and most important point is this. The Congress is saying Narendra Modi has lost the moral high ground. I mean, are you joking? We won Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh with record numbers. We won Uttar Pradesh Assembly elections 2022 for the first time in 37 years. You know, the same sitting chief minister came back to power. We won Uttarakhand with a thumping majority. You know, we have a bit of a down day, and you start casting aspersions on the credibility of Narendra Modi.
Allow me to read that,
that
please.
is not working.
Allow me to read that, please. Prime Minister has just tweeted, देश की जनता जनार्दन के एनडीए पर लगातार तीसरी बार अपना विश्वास जताया है. भारत के इतिहास में ये अभूतपूर्व पल है. मैं स्नेह और आशीर्वाद के लिए अपने परिवारजनों को नमन करता हूं. मैं देशवासियों को विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि उनकी आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए हम नई ऊर्जा, नई उमंग, नए संकल्पों के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे. सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने जिस समर्पण भाव से अथक मेहनत की है, मैं इसके लिए उनका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं. So clear tone from the Prime Minister where he is thanking the voter for giving the NDA the mandate, and we are going to come back with renewed energy, renewed verve, and with new promises. So he is not going anywhere, and the NDA is not going anywhere. The Prime Minister has said very clearly, accept the verdict by the people, thank the verdict for choosing the NDA, but it is fir ek baar Modi Sarkar. Rahul Shivshankar.
I fundamentally believe that this is a rap on the knuckles for the Prime Minister and the NDA for being slightly inattentive. And I think this is fundamentally what has led to, in the area where there was maximum distress amongst a large number of voters, that inattentiveness has caught up with them. Otherwise, this is not some glowing mandate for the opposition or the opposition's vision. Fundamentally, you can't take away, of course, from the fact that the Congress has doubled its numbers, but it doesn't mean that it has become suddenly the party of governance in the public eye. I think the Prime Minister is well within his rights to stake claim. Other Prime Ministers have done so with less as far as their parties are concerned, and gone on to deliver years of good governance. You could qualify by suggesting that, look, yes, there will be compromises that the Prime Minister will have to make. Everything that he set out to perhaps do, he will have to seek approval, greater consensus. That doesn't mean that the job of ruling a country or giving people back...
Rahul, do you think the big ticket ideas, whether it is uniform civil code,
look,
one nation, one poll, do you think he'll be able to get these things through?
Can I comment on this?
Yes.
We are talking somewhere close to what Narasimha Rao government had. We are talking somewhat close to what UPA 2 was when we are talking about numbers, somewhere close to that, right? Those were two governments which had enormous financial changes that they made, the liberalization, etc. That happened in UPA 2, that happened in Narasimha Rao government. They brought about a lot of changes. They were very, so it depends on your Prime Minister, it depends on the government if they want to be dynamic or if they want to have be a nervous wreck while running a coalition government. It depends how you do it. Look at Vajpayee. Vajpayee had a coalition government, he did the nuclear blast. It depends on how you run it. He had DMK.
Karnataka, Bihar, Maharashtra, under the aegis of the Prime Minister, there were coalition governments.
It depends on how
he was not running those governments. Those respective chief ministers and
BJP
leaders.
Also the personality of the Prime Minister, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Modi's personality is not attuned towards compromising. It is what we would presume.
So,
looking at his track record. But it could.
Going forward in this third term, he is going to be dependent on two individuals with whom he has had a very bitter fallout in the past.
Zaka, he hasn't survived in politics
without having bitter fallout.
Without being a flexible politician.
Flexible politician, because the same people are back in the fold. Pre-poll alliance are back in the fold with the Prime Minister.
That while the Prime Minister's persona is of being Chappan Chhati and all of that, the Prime Minister is also an old school politician. He always has been, right? He's just smarter at it than a lot of people.
True.
So I think the issue here is not whether he necessarily, they will have to be a spirit of compromise and accommodation. But I think that's, and there could be good decision making and so on. But I think the more contentious issues probably will have to go on the back burner. So and that's not about personality.
For some time before things stabilize, the plan could be rejig for the first 100 days.
I think that some of the ideological Hindutva, lined policies might actually have to sit aside, because both the JDU and the TDP have substantial minority vote banks, and they may not be very comfortable with that sort of articulation.
He's a Prime Minister who went with the PDP at one point of time.
Correct.
So when you talk about flexibility, what can be more flexible than having an alliance with the PDP at one point of time?
Right. Well, we have to. We go back to the Salem Dharnidharan, Sanju Verma, and also we have Mr. Praveen Khandelwal joining us. But we've got to take a break. We've got to take a break ahead of the Prime Minister arriving at the BJP headquarters. Request everybody to please stay on with us. Stay with us. The YouTube feed continues, ladies and gentlemen. Tune in, and viewers there too. Stay with us. Yes, Payal.
So, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu in no uncertain terms has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago. So he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in fact to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where he had to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawala on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawala, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Back on the battle for Bharat with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's latest tweet, where he says, "Thank you Odisha, it's a resounding victory for good governance and celebrating Odisha's unique culture. BJP will leave no stone unturned in fulfilling the dreams of people and taking Odisha to new heights of progress. I'm very proud of all our hard-working Karyakartas for their efforts." And we also have Amit Shah, who's just tweeted, quickly reading this, "NDA की ये विजय देश के लिए अपना जीवन खपा देने वाले नेता श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के जन जन के अटूट विश्वास का प्रतिबिंब है. It's a reflection of the trust of the people on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. ये मोदी जी के विकसित भारत के विजन पर जनता जनार्दन का विश्वास मत है. ये जन आशीर्वाद मोदी जी के बीते एक दशक के गरीब कल्याण, विरासतों के पुनरुत्थान, महिलाओं के स्वाभिमान व किसान कल्याण के कार्यों की सफलता का आशीष है. नया भारत इस जनादेश के साथ विकास यात्रा को और गति देगा. That's what, गति और शक्ति देने के लिए तैयार है. That's what Amit Shah has actually tweeted. भाजपा की तीसरी बार मिली ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के अथक परिश्रम का प्रतिफल है. इस जीत के लिए भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री JP नड्डा जी और देश के हर भूभाग में मेहनत करने वाले भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं को मैं बधाई देता हूं. भाजपा के लिए उनके कार्यकर्ता ही सबसे बड़ी पूंजी हैं। आप सभी ने जिस परिश्रम और से उत्तर से दक्षिण और पूरब से पश्चिम तक गली गली घर घर जाकर मोदी जी के लिए जनता का आशीर्वाद मांगा, वो सचमुच सराहनीय है। मैं आप सभी को इस भगीरथ प्रयास के लिए मनपूर्वक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। This is what Amit Shah has tweeted. There is more where he is saying the NDA की जीत बीते 10 सालों में मोदी जी के जिस तरह से गरीबों, महिलाओं, पिछड़ों, वंचितों और युवाओं के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पुरुषार्थ किया है, उसके लिए जनता का आशीर्वाद है। इस जीत के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी को बधाई देता हूं। So clearly the BJP and the NDA taking this as a mandate, a pro-incumbency mandate, a mandate for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that's how they are going to now celebrate this victory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected at the BJP headquarters in just a short while. He's also thanked the Andhra voters where he's come out and thanked them for that historic mandate. Nitin Gadkari also tweeting similar lines as Amit Shah. Live footage, live pictures coming in from the BJP headquarters where the Karyakartas are already assembled. Prime Minister Modi is expected there any moment now. Nitin Gadkari has also said Bharat ki Janata ने आदरणीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस also tweeting, but first आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए को तीसरी बार सरकार बनाने का जनादेश दिया है। मैं देश की तमाम जनता को तथा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और पार्टी अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा और भाजपा के समस्त कार्यकर्ताओं को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं और उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। So these are the words that are coming in from the top leadership of the BJP, who are not only celebrating this but clearly indicating that the NDA is going to stake claim to form the government again. Andhra Pradesh has given an exceptional mandate to the NDA. I thank the people of the state for their blessings. I congratulate Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Pawan Kalyan Garu and the Karyakartas of the TDP, the Janasena and the BJP for this emphatic victory. Will work for the all-round progress of Andhra Pradesh and ensure the state prospers in the times to come. That's another tweet that has come out by Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulating the victors and the victory in Andhra Pradesh. So the NDA is going to stake claim under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to form the government for a third term. Smita Prakash, is there going to be any impact of the opposition's overtures, the promise of special status to Andhra Pradesh, Deputy PM allegedly for Nitish Kumar?
Yeah, of course there will be, because those two are very important to this to the coalition now. Deputy Prime Minister, I don't really know whether that works or not, and whether Nitish really wants that. He will have to move out of the state. He'll have to move to the center. It's been a long time. He has not worked in the center for decades now. For him to come back and to assimilate into a BJP-led coalition is not going to be an easy task for him. You know, as a chief minister, you have unbridled power. To come to the center is not an easy thing. I doubt he will want that, if that's going to be something that he will negotiate. But who knows, right? There's a kind of a prestige associated with the post of a deputy prime minister. Mr. Advani occupied that position at one point of time, but he was also the home minister when he was that. Whereas with Chandrababu Naidu, I think he has a vision for the state. He will stay in the state. If you see the body language of the Karyakartas who are sitting at the BJP headquarters, that itself is telling. It's a mandate, yes, but there's a subdued, they're quiet. Maybe once Modi and Amit Shah and Nadda come onto that balcony, there'll be more enthusiasm. But clearly, right now, it's like subdued.
See, Shamika Ravi had put out an interesting post. She said, you target 95% and you get 90%, so you are upset. And somebody else gets 40% and then they're celebrating because they passed. And you set a benchmark and you didn't achieve that benchmark, so you're not celebrating and you're upset. At 244, the Narasimha Rao formed a government back in 1991.
The guy who got 60% didn't say, no, I'll get 150.
I'll get 60%.
No,
that's the whole point. That's the point.
Notice the discipline of right now, even under this stressful situation, they put out their tweets together. The Prime Minister puts it out a couple of minutes later. Amit Shah puts it out a minute or so later. Fadnavis puts it out, and the other NDA colleagues have not yet put out theirs. They wait for the Prime Minister, and so now after this, you'll probably see Babu and Nitish Babu and Chandra Babu putting out their tweets. So you know, it's all done in a very systematic manner. That doesn't change with the NDA or with the BJP.
No, that system also is there with the INDA alliance. They have got the same tone and said what Mamata Banerjee said, exactly what Rahul Gandhi said, what Mallika
No, in fact, one thing. Not so much in the discipline of it, but the framing and the phraseology is, this is a mandate against Modi. Mamta said it, Rahul Gandhi said it, Mr. Kharge said it. The India Alliance, I'm saying this again and again, I don't think tomorrow when they meet, of course they will discuss, they are not going to give up a shot at power. I think that's what it is.
Manojit Mandal wants to speak, and Pawan Verma is also there, and then we'll bring it back into the studio respectfully, please. Yes, yes, Manojit Mandal, thank you for your patience.
Have you calculated Mr. Modi's margin this time? It is reduced by 1/3. He won by 4,80,000 votes last time. Now it's 1.5 lakhs. That is the mandate of the people of this country. And we are celebrating. Khela hobe, match is on. Still there are so many matches to be played. Do not worry. And even if Nitish Kumar ji leaves BJP, he can still be the Chief Minister of Bihar. And Chandrababu Naidu on his own power, he can be the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. But the bigger picture is, this is a clear mandate against Mr. Modi and BJP. On moral ground, he must resign. And he's now tweeting in phases. First this one, and then second one. He's just trying to reignite his karyakartas. I mean, they're all depressed. They're all depressed. Abki bar chasapar bhanda phot gaya, bhai sahab. People of this country have now realized that this is the government of love. If you're willing to yield, the BJP wants to respond. And now it's wait for the next 2-3 days.
Right.
The stories are still cooking up. Do not worry about that. Do not forget that Chandrababu Naidu
Mr. Mandal, I heard you.
Mr. Modi.
Mr. Mandal, I heard you.
Must not forget that it was jailed because of Mr. Modi.
Okay.
It can be a compulsive coalition.
Okay, allow the BJP to respond, please. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Sanju Verma.
I'm surprised. The knives are out for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the same TMC after Mamta Banerjee in 2021 lost from Nandigram to Suvendu Adhikari. What did they say? Oh, the EVMs are faulty. Please keep quiet. I did not heckle you.
This time also.
Can I please have my say, because I did not heckle this man.
Let's not speak over each other.
I did not heckle you.
No, whatever. You made your point. You made your point. No. 1 minute. You made your point, Manojit Mandal. A 1.5 lakh margin victory compared to 4.5 lakhs is a moral loss. But a loss outright is a manipulation. That's your position. Let the BJP make their point. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Let's be very clear.
1 minute.
Mr. Raman, it's not your turn to speak. Let me have my say and then you can rebut me. Let me be very clear. The entire opposition cabal with their knives out for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, one by one, let me categorically answer. Mamta Banerjee, did you take the moral high ground and say that I will not become the Chief Minister after losing Nandigram to Suvendu Adhikari? No. Under the aegis of Rahul Gandhi, Kharge is just the face. We all know the Gandhi family takes decisions in the Congress party, which is a private limited company. I repeat that. Rahul Gandhi should have resigned long back. Under the aegis of Priyanka and Rahul, they lost Uttar Pradesh 2022, they lost Uttarakhand 2022, they lost Goa 2022, they lost Madhya Pradesh 2023, they lost Rajasthan 2023, they lost Chhattisgarh 2023, but they still say Rahul Gandhi jaisa neta to Congress mein hai hi nahi. And आप लोग आज बैठकर बीजेपी को ताना मार रहे हो, प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी को नसीहत दे रहे हो. Even if I assume that the Congress has got 100 seats, even if I assume Congress standalone, I'm just finishing my point.
Allow her 10 more seconds. Manojit Mandal, let's not heckle each other. We don't need enough talk time. Yes.
The semantics and the maths will play itself out in the next couple of hours. Taking on the higher side of things, assuming the Congress actually makes it to 3 digits and gets 100 seats, that is still a strike rate of just 18%. And compare that to the BJP's 245 on the higher side. Maybe we'll get more. That is still a strike rate of 45%, which is 3 times higher than the Congress. So, kaha Raja Bhoj, kaha Gangu Teli? Abhi aap decide karo.
Here is a simple. 1 minute. Pawan Verma. 1 minute. Pawan Verma ji, and then I'll come back to Sumantram. 1 minute, sir. Sumantraman. Mr. Pawan Verma has not yet spoken. Let him speak, and then I'll come back to you. The simple point is, nobody said BJP has to cross 370. Nobody said NDA has to cross 400. This benchmark was set by the Prime Minister and the BJP and the entire machinery themselves. So 1 minute, sir. Sir, hear me out. hear me out, sir. This benchmark, one minute, the exit pollsters also got it wrong, sir. Exit pollsters got it wrong. The benchmark was set by the BJP and this. Nobody else before that said that. It was set by, and they are being judged by that benchmark right now.
Yeah,
not by anything else, not by that benchmark right now. 1 minute, Pawan Verma, let him speak, Pawan Verma, yeah.
Thank you, Anand. I hope for the 2 minutes I take, I won't be interrupted. You see, when the Prime Minister himself set the benchmark ki ab ki baar 400 par, then the expectations were that a majority in any way is guaranteed, but this time in his third term for a Viksit Bharat and the Amrit Kal up to 2047, he will get a decisive mandate to implement it. The fact of the matter is, however brave a face the BJP puts on it, it did not go the script of the BJP. Secondly, in some ways, I must confess, this is a referendum on Mr. Modi himself. Rarely have I seen a party of the stature and size of the BJP being completely almost eliminated in terms of its visibility, because it was Modi ji who said in speeches, Modi ko 400 seat chahiye. The manifesto was called Modi ki guarantee. And therefore, I think the Prime Minister should take heed, as should his party by the way, of the fact that their expectations were belied, and there is a point beyond which the voters' real concerns cannot be deflected by rhetoric such as on the Ram Mandir issue and such as on the constant trope of Hindu-Muslim polarization. It cannot happen, and therefore I don't think that, yes, it's a strange election. Congress with 100 seats feels it has a victory, and BJP with 240 plus thinks it has not won as it should have. Yet, in my view, the BJP needs great introspection after these results, and also needs to think about some of its strategies. The targeting of opposition leaders went too far, and it created a reaction. The bringing in of outsiders, 106 of them into the party, and giving them tickets, it alienated RS workers, I know for a fact, who have worked and toiled on the ground for 30-40 years.
Right.
These are factors which the party must take into account and probably become a more collegial rather than this unilateral manner in which it was functioning.
Right. Some points to ponder. We've got to take a commercial break. Please bear with us, and we'll take forward the conversation before the Prime Minister arrives at the BJP headquarters at 8 p.m. The battle for Bharat continues. Thank you for your support, not just on television, but also on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for making us #1 there. Thank you very much. Stay with us.
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, The BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those three phases.
If you look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu in no uncertain terms has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be.
Counting begins! On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace, but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18.
Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections. But he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in fact to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different... Our problem and the BJP's problem essentially is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where he had to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP...
Back on the battle for Bharat, ladies and gentlemen, some talking points which may have been glossed over when we are really focused on the BJP and the Congress scenarios, ladies and gentlemen. Omar Abdullah has lost. Mehbooba Mufti lost. Nearly 40% voter turnout in Jammu and Kashmir, and they have lost. The new government is set to take oath this week. No wasting time. The Rashtrapati Bhavan has actually confirmed there will be a cabinet meeting of the ministers. New government swearing in is before the 9th of June. So सीधा काम पे लग जाएगी सरकार. No wasting time. No thing for any speculations. And after the 9th of June, around the 9th of June, Chandrababu Naidu has said that the TDP government will take oath. He's just met with Pawan Kalyan. Many updates coming through. Swearing in before June 9th. So it's going to be a heavy, busy week. Maybe towards the weekend, we may have the swearing in. Interestingly, where is the Aam Aadmi Party in all of this is a big, big question, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and understand some aspects. Out of the 292 seats, the leads that we are seeing and wins that we are seeing for the NDA, the BJP has a 54.42% strike rate. The TDP has a 94.12% strike rate. The JDU has a 75% strike rate. The INDA alliance, Congress party contesting in 338 seats has a 328 seats has a 30.18% strike rate. Samajwadi Party has a 52.11% strike rate. Trinamool Congress has a 60.42% strike rate. The BJP contesting in 441 seats overall. So, if you look at it, the allies within the NDA and the BJP itself has returned a far, far better strike rate compared to the INDI alliance, especially the Congress party, which has a strike rate of 30%. So is this really a mandate in favor of the Congress party or a mandate against Prime Minister Narendra Modi? That's the big question. The overall strike rate of the BJP, 246 out of 441, is a 56% strike rate. That's the number there. The Congress is at 30%. This is the performance overall. If it was a mandate against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, will that strike rate have been as high as 56%? Is the BJP being faulted or being held to its own standards that it set compared to what the actual numbers are? That's one aspect. And we did, and nobody else said that part. The exit pollsters got it wrong. But it was set up by Prime Minister Narendra Modi itself. But even now, if you look at it, the BJP as a party has 7 more seats as a single party than the overall alliance itself. The big update coming through even as the Prime Minister is about to arrive in at the BJP headquarters that the government will take oath this week. So there is a speed on the work. Yeah.
Sachin Pilot on the line with us. Sachin, thanks very much for speaking with us. Zaka here. First of all, many congratulations. India Alliance at 233, Congress Party alone at 99. But the reality of the numbers is, at the end of this mandate, that Mr. Modi will be sworn into office for a third term. NDA with 292, they're 20 seats ahead of the majority mark, and the BJP at 240. How would you see, and what is your reading of how the Indian voter has spoken?
First of all, I think we're jumping ahead of what we should be doing, because until the last vote is counted and the Election Commission actually notifies all seats, it's really not fair to decide what will be the outcome. Let the votes be counted and the trends be what they may be. The takeaway for this election certainly is that there is a strong pushback to the numbers that the BJP had in its ranks when they went to polls and what they were claiming to get publicly. So that's one. Second, I think the issues that we had raised as opposition, whether it's the Congress Party or the India Alliance partners, were issues that resonated with the electorate, and they have voted, to my mind, in favor of what we thought was important for the people of this country. The Congress Party's performance in many states has improved dramatically, and I still think the final word on that will be taken tomorrow when the India Alliance partners and leaders meet together, because we fought this election as a coalition. So collectively we'll take a call as to what is to be done. But you can't take away from the fact that the claims of 300 par, 400 par, 500 par, they have, those claims have now laid flat on the ground. Second, I think the government that is provided, one second, the government that we had, just one second, I'll finish. The government we had for the last 5 or 10 years, if the performance was a parameter, and if the claims that the BJP made and the NDA made, if they were self-imposed benchmarks that they had for themselves, then surely someone must take a responsibility and take a call as to what went wrong. For us as opposition, our unity, our coming together results in UP, in Bengal, in Rajasthan, Haryana, so that BJP, wherever there was an alternative, the people have chosen that party and that leadership. So I think the takeaway, the final, coalition, government, Rashtrapati inviting someone, not inviting someone, what we will do, not do, that's a later stage. For today, just pure takeaway, simple takeaway from the number and trend that we've seen. Why the markets crashed today, what the exit polls were saying, what the propaganda was, what the narrative was, that's all come fully exposed now, I think.
But, from Rahul Gandhi to Mamata Banerjee, everyone in the India Alliance who's come out and spoken today after this is saying that this is a mandate against Mr. Modi. Mr. Modi has tweeted, Mr. Amit Shah has tweeted, they are saying that this is a renewed third term and they're going to work in this third term with renewed vigor. I want to ask you a very specific and direct question. Why do you believe the India Alliance has a shot to stake claim to form the next government? Because the numbers are clearly not with you. And unless there is a significant break in the NDA, you cannot stake claim because the NDA is well past the halfway majority mark. So why do you believe that this mandate is for you and is against Mr. Modi?
You're putting the cart before the horse. The final numbers are not out yet. There's been no meeting of either the NDA or the India Alliance. We don't know what the stand the two coalitions will take. Numbers will dictate that. But I'm saying when you have a benchmark of sitting 303, targeting 370, wanting 400, then surely the performance is also a reflection of how people view your government. You can't, a political message, you can choose to ignore it, but the people have given that message very clearly. There's no ambiguity in that. You can talk about the number, the percentage, the vote share, the popularity, etc. But the clear, sheer political message of today's trends and results this far is that the numbers have come down dramatically, and states where they were expected to perform, very well, have actually let the BJP down, and there are strong reasons for that. The fact that we believe that the issues of mandir, masjid, Mangal Sutra, etc. did not resonate, the fact that unemployment, young people, inflation, farmers' distress were real issues. People felt that the constitution, authorities of our constitutional authorities are undermined. The bundling away of chief ministers into prisons, freezing the bank accounts of the Congress Party in mid-election, undermining authority of the institutions that we have in this country. All of those became factors of this election. That's what Mr. Gandhi and Mr. Kharge said, that we fought this election on these issues, we've got this result. You fought election on certain of the issues and your numbers have come down. That's a political message. The final numbers and etc. will all come later. But you can't hide from the fact that the people have sent a very strong message in no unclear terms.
Mr. Pilot, just very quickly, you said that a message has been sent Are you disappointed that the India Alliance did not get this majority? They were sort of speculating that they might end up with 295 and would be in a position to oust the Modi government that had collaborated to bring down the constitution. Does it disappoint you that the voters haven't given you that mandate?
Well, as a political worker, one always aspires to do better than what we've done. But I think we fought a good election, and more importantly, if you recall, during the 2 months of the campaign, hardly anyone talked about what the BJP's manifesto was. The Congress manifesto was always in discussions because it, I think, hit the right spot and the nerve and what people were thinking and wanting. Our campaign, our candidate selection, our narrative, our hard work of the leaders and the party workers, I think that's all borne fruit. So we had, for example, my state of Rajasthan, for 2 elections we had 0 seats. Today we are looking at winning almost up to 12 seats out of 25. So it's a clear message from people of my state at least and other states that status quo is not acceptable. There is anti-incumbency. People have voted against the high-headedness and the sense of disdain that government had developed towards the opposition, towards parliament, towards again misusing of the agencies of government of India. Right. All these things have played into the mandate. You can claim what you want, but you can't hide away from the fact that people have spoken and spoken loudly.
Mr. Pilot, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations on the 11 or 12 wins in Rajasthan. One of those wins which is not there is Jalore, where Mr. Gehlot was focusing on Jalore. You are responsible for this. Do you believe finally you will get your due? You've been asking for it within the party for a while. Is there anything more left to prove for you?
I have never asked for anything. It is a collective effort. Jeet bhi sabki hoti hai, haar bhi sabki hoti hai. And it's not about one candidate. It's about the Congress doing well and not doing so well. So we all pooled in, we all worked hard as a team, and we always have. One may have some differences on some issue or the other, but this was a large election for the country and for the Congress party as a whole. So we all put our heads together. Unfortunately, we won some and we lost a few. We'll work harder, and next time we should prevail. But this election is a good example of how in states where BJP had a double engine, was not able to deliver. And again, that political message also reflects on the fact that the government of Rajasthan has actually been able to leave no impression in the minds of the people.
Congratulations, Mr. Pilot. Thank you for speaking with us. And Zaka, we've got somebody from Kerala now, the winning candidate from Thrissur, Mr. Suresh Gopi is with us. Namaskaram, Mr. Suresh Gopi. Congratulations on that victory in Thrissur.
Namaskaram. Namaskaram. Thank you. Thank you.
So the NDA and the BJP is on the leaderboard. Your thoughts, sir, on the victory?
It's the first time BJP has won in Kerala.
First time.
The BJP in Kerala, the NDA in Kerala, and me as well. I think we are having a big slice of a huge cake. It's so happening, so very happening, and it's a happy happening because we have initiated making inroads into what they say, this is Kerala. So this Kerala is ours too.
I hail from Thrissur and it's my native place, Mr. Suresh Gopi. So there is a lot of support that was there for you and the work that's been done. But overall, you have actually got support from across sections. How would you see that? And over the last 5 years, you worked in that constituency too. You were number 3 the last time around.
Yeah, but that was also a surge from the record set by Srishan Master. He crossed the 1 lakh mark, and I could lift it from there to 2,94,000 odd votes. So that was an instant, very dramatic surge in the power of BJP or NDA in Kerala, because Thrissur was a CPM bastion and never a BJP bastion. We had no base votes. From there, we have grown to this humongous success, which is blessing, which is a huge blessing. I can take it only as a blessing. Blessing from the real secularists of Kerala, the real secularists of Kerala in Thrissur.
Mr. Suresh Gopi, I want to ask you about...
From all
Yeah, the rest of the seats in Kerala.
Votes have come in from all segments of politics.
As things stand right now, I think UDF has 17, BJP has 1, the left has 2. Do you believe the ground is now fertile? Because the BJP used to be always characterized as a 10%, 12%, 13% party.
Is it
but
2
now,
for the left?
No, I think I'll just tell you in 1 second what the left is looking at right now.
Left is currently
two for the LDF is what we have.
One for the LDF.
Okay,
it's one for
all right.
the
I stand
LDF.
corrected. One for the
I
LDF.
think
But
your
what I want to
information-
ask you is, do you believe now that BJP has opened its account, now that BJP has got its first seat victory in Kerala,
one for the LDF,
the ground is now fertile for you to win more
Emotionally,
seats in future elections?
Emotionally, more than a win, more than a victory, a lustrous victory, I feel that we have made a lotus mark in Kerala, which was almost over impossible. And we have made it very close to possible. So I think my work, my deliverance should also be to benefit the people definitely, the people who believed in my capacity, the people who are expecting too much from my political governance, and while I transact all those beliefs and confidence in me, I will also make sure that my party benefits, my politics, the political party which I am aligned with will also benefit from all the good doings, the deliverances. So first target will be definitely the local body next year, and then fourth I think it will be the assembly elections, where I think we will make a very thumbing mark. That is my expectation.
Congratulations, Mr. Suresh Gopi. We have to interrupt the conversation, sir, because the Prime Minister has just arrived at the BJP headquarters. The Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, the party president, they're all there. Vinod Tavade was making the introduction and talking. There is an enthusiasm for the PM amongst the supporters. The Prime Minister just opening up, getting out of the cavalcade and his security van, the SPG present there, and he's entered the campus. Huge cheers, there is confetti and also a lot of fanfare. Everybody's got their mobile phones out, and the Prime Minister now showing the victory sign. The Prime Minister showing the victory sign. Is the overall celebration a little subdued? Is he going to be able to lift the mood of the cadre, not just at the BJP headquarters, but he will be addressing them nationwide when he speaks in a short while? From here to see whether he'll address the gathering. But he's got down and then he's going to walk through that ramp and then get up to the stage there.
उनको सहयोग करेंगे और हम सब मिलकर मोदी 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 मोदी.
So amidst the Modi Modi chants that are being encouraged among the Karyakartas present there at the BJP headquarters, Prime Minister arrives at the BJP headquarters to celebration. The NDA is going to stake claim to form government. We are given to understand it will happen even before the 9th of June. The Prime Minister's tweet very clearly saying that he is committed towards working for the people. He's already said that with renewed promises, renewed vigor, renewed energy and renewed verve, we will continue to work. He has said कि मैं देशवासियों को विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि उनकी आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए हम नई ऊर्जा, नई उमंग, नए संकल्पों के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे. Now what does that imply? Rahul Shivshankar, even as we stay with these pictures.
Well, clearly he's taking this as an affirmation of his leadership. It's quite clear that for Mr. Modi, after having been in power for 10 years, he believes that the people have given him an opportunity to serve them for another 5 years, albeit at the head of a coalition government. Not that coalition governments have been unknown to Indians. We have all lived under coalition governments and some of us even prospered under them.
So amongst all of you, what happens next? What does this imply? Yeah.
achievement. It's somewhere at the FDR or Thatcher level achievement. So when people are now saying ताना मार रहे हो and things like that, ये ताना तो हमारी तरफ मीडिया की तरफ आएगा, pollsters की तरफ आएगा, BJP की तरफ आएगा, because everybody thought 400 is going to be something achievable the way they went on in the prachar of their own targets. And you know that they're going to form the state governments, they're going to do this, that they're going to be the single largest party in Bengal. Had they not set those huge targets and put those, you know, in such a massive manner, then maybe the pollsters,
many say that had Amit Shah not said 200 par in Bengal, 77 would have been celebrated.
Yeah.
But then 200 and 77
See,
failed.
but it's actually a fabulous
you've got to set targets. This is part of, you know, morale boosting for everybody. Now, in this case, the 200 you didn't get 300 also. But the larger question, I think, here is there has to be a shift in gear. How is that? What gear is he going to move?
So are you saying?
And that I don't think anybody has an answer. We'll get probably an indication from his speech today. No, but in the next few days, we'll get.
Are you saying, let's say if the Modi 1.0 and 2.0 were at gear 4 or gear 5, he'll have to come down to gear 3 now?
Well, it will be Modi 3.0 now. What is that? Which gear is he going to go on?
मतलब
I don't know.
गति कम होगा?
भाई देखो, it depends what your ultimate objective is. If your objective is that you want to finish this is my perception, you want to finish 5 years of governance, then you'll move at one particular speed. But I believe that really we are talking about a 3-year.
No,
2.5, 3
years. The third term is a legacy building.
He's put something out there.
Why are you saying that?
Very interesting. Rahul Shivshankar was talking about this as well some time back. Yeah, well, why do you no, make your case, but why do you say that this will be a 2.5, 3-year term?
Partly because the nature of the
mandate.
Majority and also the nature of the mandate, it's still inherently fragile.
Okay.
I mean, it's okay. You've got a 20+ majority.
Correct.
But it's inherently fragile.
Fragile if he's not shopping for more allies. If he is just content with just a Nitish and a Chandrababu, that's a different matter. He may go beyond 292 because there are other pickings, others available for picking. You are talking about others, 18 others also who are sitting there. Who knows that they might come to...
You will get a working majority of 300+.
Yeah, because you have Aam Aadmi Party which is imploding.
Zero.
It's possible that the Shiromani Akali Dal might just decide to come
and
back.
Can I just make a small point? Yeah. Even for the first 6 months, it's quite possible that the situation in the Rajya Sabha might ease further. You have Andhra Pradesh and Odisha both now in your kitty. So those numbers perhaps will change, making at least for the first 6 months, the business of transacting,
it's about the elbow room that JDU and TDP will accord the Prime Minister. The elbow room is important.
Somebody sent me a WhatsApp message. This is an election in which those who have won are feeling like they've been defeated, and those who have lost are feeling like they've won.
Yes.
Now, the real question now is, as Sopan was indicating, how does Mr. Modi deal with the nature of this mandate? This was supposed to be the coming of a new age of Bharat. It was supposed to be a new civilizational, the cementing of a new civilizational turn. What this mandate, truncated mandate is showing,
those are some of
that
the
is still being contested.
Which will have to, which will have to be sort of consensually pushed forward, if at all.
What is certain is that the nature of the polity that we've seen in the last 5 years, that has now changed.
So there's going to be a recalibration.
There will have to be a recalibration. Because something has shifted.
But 2 out of the 5 people here in the 6 people here in the studio have just said within the span of the last 1 hour that this is not going to be a full-term government. There could be change, depends upon the space that's been set by the Prime Minister and also the nature of the allies, the elbow room that will be accorded by the allies. Clyde Crasto of the NCP is with us. Quick comment, Clyde, congratulations for a phenomenal mandate the voter has handed out in the Lok Sabha elections for the alliance, the Mahavikas Aghadi. Sharad Pawar's NCP making big gains. The Uddhav Sena making gains. The Congress, actually the number 3 in that UT is actually now the biggest gainer in Maharashtra.
The number 1
How
party.
would you see that?
The number 1 party.
Number 1 party in Maharashtra. Yes, Clyde.
Thank you, Anand, my friend. Well, it's a good day for us. I mean, having said that, the national picture looks different, but in Maharashtra, like I spoke the other day with you, we were going to do well, I said, and we did well. I mean, right now the projection shows us we are leading and won in 7 out of 10 seats. So therefore, it's a good thing. I mean, we thank the people of Maharashtra. They've given us the seats and the votes. But having said that, it's also a mandate against the kind of politics BJP has been playing in Maharashtra. Like we've been saying this again and again. I don't want to repeat it. Today is another day, a day where, the BJP also has got a majority in certain ways. We've also got good numbers. But the BJP in Maharashtra has to remember one thing, that this kind of politics will not be acceptable by the people here. They concentrated so much on breaking parties, breaking families, that they forgot to, what the people's problems were, people's issues were. So this is what, at the end of the day, a learning that the BJP should take, that don't take the people of Maharashtra or India for granted.
Yeah, I have to interrupt you. JP Nadda, National President of BJP speaking.
हम सबके बहुत ही प्रिय और देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री सम्माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे रक्षा मंत्री आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी, हमारे गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई शाह जी और यहां उपस्थित इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इस विजय उत्सव में आए हुए हमारे सभी समर्थक, कार्यकर्ता बंधु, मीडिया के मेरे साथी, प्रिंट मीडिया, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के मेरे साथी और देश भर से टेलीविजन के माध्यम से जुड़े हुए हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता और भारत की यशस्वी जनता, आज ये बहुत ही खुशी का विषय है कि आज इस धन्यवाद मोदी जी को देने के लिए और विजय उत्सव मनाने के लिए इतनी बड़ी संख्या में उत्साह के साथ आए हुए हैं कार्यकर्ता। आप सब लोगों की तरफ से और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से सबसे पहले इस कार्यक्रम में मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। हमें सबको स्मरण है कि चाहे चुनाव की बेला हो, चाहे देश को नेतृत्व करने की बात हो और देश को समस्याओं से निकालने का, अब जिसे हम कहते हैं कि आपदा को अवसर में बदलने में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने हमेशा देश को, पार्टी को, देश की जनता को फ्रंट से लीड किया है। ऐसे हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मैं आज सभी एनडीए के साथी दल और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, जिन्होंने अथक प्रयास के साथ पीछे कई महीनों से अथक प्रयास किया और एनडीए को जो जीत दिलाई है, उसके लिए मैं साथी दलों का और हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं का और साथी दलों के कार्यकर्ताओं का भी हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं और उनका भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Andhra Pradesh, I congratulate you on NDA's victory in Lok Sabha and Andhra Pradesh Assembly elections. Our people of Andhra are blessed with a remarkable mandate. This mandate is a reflection of their trust in our alliance and its vision for the state. Together with our people, we shall rebuild Andhra Pradesh and restore its glory. हाँ, बोल दिया।
एक ऐतिहासिक पल, एक ऐतिहासिक घड़ी के चश्मदीद गवाह बनने का हम सबको सौभाग्य दिया। ऐसे हमारे मतदाता बंधु, जिन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए को अपना आशीर्वाद दिया और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया, ऐसे करोड़ों करोड़ों देशवासियों को मैं पार्टी की ओर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। हम जानते हैं देश ने एक नई करवट राजनीति में ली और एक नया इतिहास रचा है 2014 के पश्चात। हम जानते हैं कि 2014 के बाद मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक मजबूत सरकार बनकर के आई, मजबूत सरकार। और हमने देखा कि इस मजबूत सरकार को 2019 में फिर से भारत की जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला और देश के चाहे कोई आपदा आई, चाहे समस्याएं आई, चाहे गरीबों के उत्थान के विषय थे, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नीतियों को फिर से 2024 में आशीर्वाद देते हुए इस ऐतिहासिक घड़ी को हम देख रहे हैं, जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी तीसरी बार लगातार प्रधानमंत्री बन रहे हैं। इस बात को भी हमने देखा, ये भी हम इसके अभी हम साक्षी हैं। मित्रों, एनडीए का गठन के पश्चात ये कोई भी गठबंधन पहली बार भारत के राजनीति में तीसरी बार लगातार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाने जा रही है। और हम सब लोग खुशनसीब हैं कि हम उस ऐतिहासिक घड़ी के पल के चश्मदीद गवाह भी होंगे और साथ ही साथ उस पल को हम सब लोगों को देखने का सौभाग्य मिल रहा है। मैं यहां ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि जो लोग देश हित के लिए काम करते हैं उन्हें चुनौतियां भी आती हैं और उन चुनौतियों को बखूबी लड़ करके देश प्रथम, देश को आगे बढ़ाना है, देश को आगे ले जाना है, इस कार्य के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। लेकिन कुछ लोग जिनके लिए खुद का स्वार्थ महत्वपूर्ण होता है और खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए स्वार्थपूर्ण गठबंधन करते हैं और स्वार्थपूर्ण तरीके से लोक लुभावने वायदे करके सरकार के नजदीक आना चाहते हैं, जहां ऐसे लोगों को देश की जनता सबक सिखाती है, वहीं इनका इकोसिस्टम जो देश के विकास के दृष्टि से जुड़ी हुई चीजें हैं उसको नकार देता है। बड़े बड़े राजनीतिक घटनाओं को दुनिया के सामने, देश के सामने उसको गलत तरीके से रखने का प्रयास करता है। हम बंगाल में 3 सीटों से बढ़कर के 77 सीट हो जाती हैं, उसकी चर्चा नहीं होती, कह देते हैं हम हार गए, भूल जाते हैं कि हमारे मत प्रतिशत कितने गुना बढ़े। और आज ही उड़ीसा में विशुद्ध पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। विशुद्ध भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में और उनके कुशल नेतृत्व के कारण वहां बन रही है। लेकिन कुछ लोग 30-40 सीटें जीत ले तो धूम मचाने लग जाते हैं और वो भूल जाते हैं कि देश किस तरीके से मोदी जी के साथ खड़ा है। इस बात को भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं आज के दिन प्रधानमंत्री जी को इस बात के लिए भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपके नेतृत्व में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हमने एक एक प्रदेश में अपना झंडा, एनडीए का झंडा गाड़ा। और आज मुझे खुशी होती है आपके साथ ये चर्चा करते हुए कि अरुणाचल प्रदेश में लगातार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में तीसरी बार हमारी सरकार बन रही है, तीसरी बार सरकार। उड़ीसा में हमने 80 सीटें जीती हैं, 40% हमारा मत प्रतिशत रहा है और उसी तरीके से लोकसभा में भी एक तरफा फैसला लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के पक्ष में दिया है। मैं आपके साथ इस बात की भी चर्चा करना चाहता हूं कि आंध्र प्रदेश में हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर के साथ वहां भी एनडीए की सरकार बन रही है। इस तरीके से परिवर्तन हुआ है। मित्रों, केरल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपना खाता खोला है, जहां हम कहीं दूर दूर तक नहीं दिखते थे, दूर दूर तक नहीं दिखते थे। उस केरल में कमल खिला है और वहां भी एनडीए की उपस्थिति हो गई है। इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। हमारे वोट शेयर बढ़े हैं, हमारे प्रदेशों में वोट का शेयर भी बढ़ा है। और इसके साथ साथ मैं एक बात और कहना चाहता हूं। 2014 में यह बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक घटना घटी थी कि एक गरीब मां का बेटा भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बने थे और वो भारत की गुर्बत और भारत के अंदर रहने वाले गरीब लोगों की दुख उसको उन्होंने आत्मसात किया था। वो जानते थे गरीबी क्या है, वो जानते थे कि गरीबों का नेतृत्व करने की क्या आवश्यकता है, वह जानते थे कि देश को किस तरीके से आगे बढ़ाना है। और मुझे याद है कि 2014 में जब एनडीए की सरकार बनी तो आपने उस समय कहा था, मेरी सरकार गांव को, गरीब को, वंचित को, पीड़ित को, शोषित को, दलित को, महिला को, युवा को, किसान को समर्पित रहेगी और उनके विकास के लिए हम काम करेंगे। आज हम गौरव के साथ कह सकते हैं कि आज आयुष्मान भारत में 50 करोड़ लोगों को दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा हेल्थ कवरेज मिल रहा है और उनकी चिंता हुई है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हुई है। और आगे 30 में इस देश का कोई भी नागरिक जो 70 साल से ऊपर का होगा उसको भी आयुष्मान भारत का कार्यक्रम से जोड़ा जाएगा। इस बात को हमको ध्यान रखना। उसी तरीके से चाहे बहनों को गैस का चूल्हा पहुंचाना हो, गैस का सिलेंडर पहुंचाना हो, हर घर नल, हर घर जल, इसकी व्यवस्था करनी हो, हमारे भाइयों को, बहनों को बैंक से जोड़ना हो, ये सारे काम प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हुई और गरीब की चिंता की गई, गरीब की चिंता की गई। मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहूंगा कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2014 में बागडोर संभाली थी तो भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था लड़खड़ा रही थी। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था के साथ साथ बैंकिंग व्यवस्था ये बिल्कुल लड़खड़ाई हुई थी, एक तरीके से ढह गई थी। और भारत देश की अर्थव्यवस्था के साथ साथ बैंकिंग व्यवस्था जब लड़खड़ाई तो दुनिया में भी हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था की ताकत कम हुई। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बैंकिंग व्यवस्था को मजबूती दी गई, अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती दी गई और बैंकिंग व्यवस्था के बारे में दुनिया ने भी सराहा कि आज भारत एक मजबूत बैंकिंग सिस्टम के साथ खड़ा है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि 2014 में हम 11वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था थे, 11वें नंबर की। आज हम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सुदृढ़ तरीके से 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था है और मोदी 30 में तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बन रहे हैं। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था तीसरे नंबर की होने जा रही है, इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में गांवों को मजबूती मिली, गरीबों को ताकत मिली, दलितों को सम्मान मिला, युवाओं की आशाएं और आकांक्षाओं को पूरा किया, महिलाओं को सम्मान दिया और किसानों को मुख्य धारा में लाने का काम किया और वंचित पीड़ित लोगों को विश्वास के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। ये 10 साल का परिवर्तन हम सब लोगों को देखने को मिला है। मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहता हूं कि विपक्ष नकारात्मक सोच, नेगेटिव सोच के साथ काम करता रहा। कोई भी सकारात्मक 10 साल में कोई भी सकारात्मक योगदान विपक्ष का नहीं रहा है। और मैं तो यह भी कहूंगा कि अभी भी उनको गुमान है, अभिमान है कि देश में एक ही परिवार राज करने लायक है, यानी रस्सी आपने बारंबार जलाई, रस्सी जल गई पर बल नहीं गया, इस तरीके का इनका व्यवहार रहा है। मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहता हूं, चुनाव के दौरान इन्होंने झूठ फैलाया, इन्होंने फेक वीडियोस निकाले, जनता को बरगलाने का काम किया, गुमराह करने का काम किया, जनता को एक तरीके से झूठ बोल करके वास्तविकता से दूर रखने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इन्होंने चुनाव में प्रजातांत्रिक मर्यादाओं को भी ताक पर रखा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के लिए अपशब्द कहे, गालियां दी, एक बार नहीं अनेकों बार। ये विपक्ष का बौखलाहट बोलता है, ये विपक्ष की खिसियाहट बोलती है, ये विपक्ष का बारंबार हार देखने के कारण ये नतीजा हम सबको देखने को मिलता है। और ये अवसरवादी गठबंधन यह जिस तरीके से काम करता रहा है, लोगों ने इसको बारंबार खारिज किया है और 2024 में भी इनको खारिज किया, यह भी हम सबको मालूम है। ये तीसरी बार हार का सामना कर रहे हैं और उसके कारण ये बौखला गए। मेरी इनको सलाह है कि आप अब अपना आत्मनिरीक्षण कीजिए, सेल्फ इंट्रोस्पेक्शन कीजिए। समय आ गया है कि बारंबार आपको भारत की जनता क्यों आपको गिरा रही है, क्यों आपका साथ नहीं दे रही है, इसका आपको इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करने की आवश्यकता है। और मैं यहां यह भी बताना चाहूंगा कि गठबंधन एनडीए का मजबूती से मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश का नेतृत्व करते हुए आगे बढ़ेगा और देश को आगे ले जाएगा, इस बात का हम सबको विश्वास है। मैं यहां प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और आपके बीच में ज्यादा समय नहीं रहूंगा, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी आपको मैं विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि एनडीए का एक एक कार्यकर्ता, हमारी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता, जो आप हर पल, हर घड़ी, हर दिन, हर महीने, हर वर्ष पूरी ताकत के साथ देश की सेवा में जुटे।
Was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I were to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases, is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those
and
three phases.
if we look at the Uttar Pradesh
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, जय जगन्नाथ, जय जगन्नाथ। आपका ये स्नेह, आपका ये प्यार, इस आशीर्वाद के लिए मैं सभी देशवासियों का ऋणी हूं। आज बड़ा मंगल है और इस पावन दिन एनडीए की लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बननी तय है। हम सभी जनता जनार्दन के बहुत आभारी हैं। देशवासियों ने भाजपा पर, एनडीए पर पूर्ण विश्वास जताया है। आज की ये विजय दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र की जीत है। ये भारत के संविधान पर अटूट निष्ठा की जीत है। ये विकसित भारत के प्रण की जीत है। ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, इस मंत्र की जीत है। ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की जीत है। भाइयों और बहनों, मैं आज देश के चुनाव आयोग का भी अभिनंदन करूंगा। चुनाव आयोग ने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा चुनाव इतनी कुशलता के साथ संपन्न कराया। करीब 100 करोड़ मतदाता, 11 लाख पोलिंग स्टेशन, 1.5 करोड़ मतदान कर्मी, 55 लाख वोटिंग मशीनें, हर कर्मचारी ने इतनी प्रचंड गर्मी में अपने दायित्व को बखूबी निभाया। हमारे सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने अपने कर्तव्य भाव का शानदार परिचय दिया। भारत के चुनाव प्रोसेस, चुनाव के इस पूरे सिस्टम और चुनाव प्रक्रिया की क्रेडिबिलिटी पर हर भारतीय को गर्व है। इस स्केल पर चुनाव का, इस एफिशिएंसी के साथ चुनाव का दुनिया में कहीं कोई उदाहरण नहीं है। और मैं देशवासियों को कहूंगा, मैं इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को कहूंगा, मैं ओपिनियन मेकर्स को कहूंगा कि भारत की लोकतंत्र में ये चुनावी प्रक्रिया की ताकत है, एफिशिएंसी है। ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा गौरव का विषय है। भारत की पहचान को चार चांद लगाने वाली बात है। और ऐसे जो भी लोग हैं जो दुनिया में अपनी बात पहुंचा सकते हैं, उन सबसे मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि भारत के लोकतंत्र के इस सामर्थ्य को विश्व के सामने बड़े गर्व के साथ हमें प्रस्तुत करना चाहिए। इस बार भी भारत में जितने लोगों ने मतदान किया, वो अनेक बड़े लोकतांत्रिक देशों की कुल आबादी से भी ज्यादा है। जम्मू कश्मीर के मतदाताओं ने इस चुनाव में रिकॉर्ड वोटिंग कर अभूतपूर्व उत्साह दिखाया है और दुनिया भर में भारत को बदनाम करने वाली जो ताकतें हैं, उनको आईना दिखा दिया है। मैं देश के हर मतदाता को, जनता जनार्दन को विजय के इस पावन पर्व पर आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मैं देश भर के सभी दलों, सभी उम्मीदवारों का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं। सभी की सक्रिय भागीदारी के बिना लोकतंत्र की ये विराट सफलता संभव नहीं थी। भाजपा के, एनडीए के हर कार्यकर्ता साथी को भी मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथियों, इस चुनाव के, इस जनादेश के कई पहलू हैं। 1962 के बाद पहली बार कोई सरकार अपने 2 कार्यकाल पूरे करने के बाद तीसरी बार वापस आई है। राज्यों में जहां भी विधानसभा के चुनाव हुए, वहां पर एनडीए को भव्य विजय मिली है। चाहे वो अरुणाचल प्रदेश हो, आंध्र प्रदेश हो, उड़ीसा हो या फिर सिक्किम। और इन राज्यों में कांग्रेस का सुपड़ा साफ हो गया है। मेरे पास डिटेल तो नहीं है, लेकिन शायद उनको जमानत बचाना भी मुश्किल हो गया होगा। भाजपा उड़ीसा में सरकार बनाने जा रही है और लोकसभा चुनाव में भी उड़ीसा ने बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया है। ये पहली बार होगा जब महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ की धरती पर बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा। बीजेपी ने केरला में भी सीट जीती है। हमारे केरल के कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत बलिदान दिए हैं। कई पीढ़ियों से वो संघर्ष भी करते रहे, जन सामान्य की सेवा भी करते रहे और पीढ़ियों से, मैं सालों से नहीं कह रहा हूं, पीढ़ियों से जिस क्षण का इंतजार किया वो आज सफलता को चूमने लगी है। तेलंगाना में हमारी संख्या दोगुना हो गई है। मध्य प्रदेश, गुजरात, छत्तीसगढ़, दिल्ली, उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल, ऐसे कई राज्यों में हमारी पार्टी ने लगभग क्लीन स्वीप किया है। मैं इन सभी राज्यों और अरुणाचल प्रदेश, ओडिशा, आंध्र प्रदेश और सिक्किम विधानसभा के मतदाताओं का भी विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं इन राज्यों की जनता को विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि केंद्र सरकार आपके विकास के लिए कोई कोर कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ेगी। आंध्र प्रदेश में चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए ने शानदार प्रदर्शन किया है। बिहार में नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में भी एनडीए ने शानदार प्रदर्शन किया है। साथियों, 10 वर्ष पहले देश ने बदलाव के लिए जनादेश दिया था। तब देश ने हमें, क्योंकि वो समय था देश निराशा की गर्त में डूब चुका था। 2013-14 का कालखंड देखिए, देश निराशा की गर्त में डूब चुका था। फ्रेजाइल 5 शब्दों से मैं नवाजा जाता था। हर दिन अखबारों की हेडलाइन घोटालों से भरी रहती थी। देश की युवा पीढ़ी अपने भविष्य के संबंध में आशंकित हो गई थी। ऐसे समय देश ने हमें निराशा के गहरे सागर से आशा के मोती निकालने का जिम्मा सौंपा था। हम सभी ने पूरी ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया, काम किया। 2019 में इसी प्रयास पर विश्वास व्यक्त करते हुए देश ने दोबारा प्रचंड जनादेश दिया। इसके बाद एनडीए का दूसरा कार्यकाल विकास और विरासत की गारंटी बन गया। 2024 में इसी गारंटी के साथ हम जन जन का आशीर्वाद लेने देश के कोने कोने में गए। आज तीसरी बार जो आशीर्वाद एनडीए को मिला है, मैं इसके सामने, जनता जनार्दन के सामने विनय भाव से नतमस्तक हूं। साथियों, आज का यह पल निजी तौर पर मेरे लिए भी भावुक करने वाला पल है। मेरी मां के जाने के बाद ये मेरा पहला चुनाव था, लेकिन सच मानिए देश की कोटि कोटि माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों ने मां की कमी मुझे खलने नहीं दी। मैं पूरे देश में जहां जहां भी गया, माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों ने अभूतपूर्व स्नेह और आशीर्वाद दिया। और यह आंकड़ों में नहीं दिख सकता है। देश के इतिहास में महिलाओं द्वारा वोटिंग के सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट गए। इस प्यार, इस अपनेपन को मैं शब्दों में बयान नहीं कर सकता। ये मेरे भावों में है, ये मेरे मन मस्तिष्क के कोने कोने में रचा बसा है। देश की कोटि कोटि माताओं बहनों ने मुझे नई प्रेरणा दी है। साथियों, पिछले 10 साल में देश ने बहुत बड़े फैसले लिए हैं। राष्ट्र प्रथम की भावना हमें असामान्य लक्ष्य हासिल करने का हौसला देती है। ये हम में कुछ कर गुजरने की इच्छा शक्ति उत्पन्न करती है। हमने दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाएं चलाई। आजादी के 70 साल बाद 12 करोड़ लोगों को नल से जल मिला। आजादी के 70 साल बाद 4 करोड़ गरीबों को पक्के घर मिले। देश के 80 करोड़ जरूरतमंदों को मुफ्त राशन की सुविधा मिली। करोड़ों गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा मिली। राष्ट्र प्रथम की इसी भावना की वजह से जम्मू कश्मीर से 370 हटी। जीएसटी और आईबीसी जैसे रिफॉर्म हुए, बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म हुए। हमने राष्ट्रहित को हमेशा सबसे आगे रखा। आप याद करिए, कोरोना का इतना बड़ा संकट आया, हमने वही फैसला लिया जो देश हित में था, जनहित में था। हमने हर दबाव से अलग हटकर कदम उठाया और इसी का नतीजा है आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से विकसित होती बड़ी इकोनॉमी है। राष्ट्र प्रथम की यही भावना भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाएगी। साथियों, हमारे सामने एक महान संकल्प है, विकसित भारत का संकल्प। 10 साल के बाद लगातार तीसरी बार जनता जनार्दन का प्यार, उनका आशीर्वाद हमारा हौसला बढ़ाता है, हमारे संकल्प को नई मजबूती देता है, नई ऊर्जा देता है। हमारे विरोधी एकजुट होकर भी उतनी सीटें नहीं जीत पाए जितनी इस लोकसभा चुनाव में अकेली बीजेपी ने जीती है। मैं देश के कोने कोने में उपस्थित बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं को कहूंगा, देशवासियों को कहूंगा, आपकी मेहनत, इतनी गर्मी में आपका बहाया पसीना, ये मोदी को निरंतर काम करने की प्रेरणा देता है। और मैं देशवासियों का दोबारा दोहराना चाहता हूं, अगर आप 10 घंटे काम करेंगे तो मोदी 18 घंटे काम करेगा। आप 2 कदम चलेंगे तो मोदी 4 कदम चलेगा। हम भारतीय मिलकर चलेंगे, देश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। तीसरे कार्यकाल में देश बड़े फैसलों का एक नया अध्याय लिखेगा। और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता हमेशा ही समाज के हर क्षेत्र और हर वर्ग के विकास की रही है। बीते 10 वर्षों में हमने 25 करोड़ लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला है और इसमें एक बड़ी संख्या एसटी, एसटी, ओबीसी की है। हम तब तक नहीं रुकेंगे जब तक गरीबी देश के अतीत का हिस्सा न हो जाए। वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट हमारी सरकार के गवर्नेंस मॉडल के केंद्र में रहा है। स्पोर्ट्स से स्पेस और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप तक हम हर क्षेत्र में माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को नए अवसर देने के लिए काम करेंगे। बीते 10 वर्षों में आपने देखा है, हमने मेडिकल कॉलेज की संख्या 2 गुनी की है, एम्स की संख्या 3 गुनी की है, स्वरोजगार और स्टार्टअप में ऐतिहासिक बढ़ोतरी हुई है। हमने भारत को दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चर बनाया है। अब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, सेमीकंडक्टर और ऐसे नए सेक्टर्स में और तेजी से काम किया जाएगा। हमने देश के डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया है। हम तब तक नहीं रुकेंगे जब तक देश का डिफेंस सेक्टर आत्मनिर्भर नहीं बन जाता। हम अपने युवाओं को शिक्षा, रोजगार, स्वरोजगार हर क्षेत्र में सशक्त करेंगे। किसानों के लिए बीज से बाजार तक आधुनिक नीतियों को बनाने का काम और प्राथमिकता पर होगा। दलहन से लेकर खाद्य तेल तक हम हमारे किसानों को हर क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए काम करते रहेंगे। साथियों, आने वाला समय ग्रीन एरा है, हरित युग का है। आज भी हमारी सरकार की नीतियां प्रगति, प्रकृति और संस्कृति के समागम की है। हम ग्रीन इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन पर निवेश बढ़ाएंगे। ग्रीन एनर्जी हो या फिर ग्रीन मोबिलिटी, हम भारत को सबसे आगे ले जाएंगे। भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए एनडीए सरकार पूरी शक्ति से काम करेगी। भाई और बहनों, आज का भारत वैश्विक समाधान का हिस्सा भी बन रहा है। हमने कोरोना के दौरान देखा है कि कैसे भारत की वैक्सीन कैपेसिटी ने दुनिया को संकट से बचाने में मदद की। हमारे चंद्रयान ने चंद्रमा के साउथ पोल पर लैंडिंग करके स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन के नए रास्ते खोले हैं। क्लाइमेट चेंज से लेकर फूड सिक्योरिटी तक जो भी विषय दुनिया के सामने है, भारत उनके लिए काम करना अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझता है। भारत ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन को स्टेबिलिटी और डायवर्सिटी देना भी अपना दायित्व समझता है। इसलिए भारत आज विश्व बंधु के रूप में सबको गले लगा रहा है। मुझे विश्वास है मजबूत भारत मजबूत दुनिया का एक मजबूत स्तंभ सिद्ध होगा। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के भारत को आगे बढ़ना है तो उसे करप्शन पर भी लगातार तेज प्रहार करना ही होगा। डिजिटल इंडिया और टेक्नोलॉजी ने करप्शन के अनेक रास्ते बंद किए हैं, लेकिन ये भी सच है कि करप्शन के खिलाफ लड़ाई दिनों दिन कठिन हो रही है। राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए जब करप्शन का महिमा मंडन शुरू हो जाए और इसमें निर्लज्जता की सारी हदें पार हो जाए, तब करप्शन को बहुत ताकत मिल जाती है। इसलिए तीसरे कार्यकाल में एनडीए सरकार का बहुत ज्यादा जोर हर तरह के करप्शन को जड़ से उखाड़ फेंकने का होगा। भाई और बहनों, भाजपा के हर कार्यकर्ता के लिए हमेशा से दल से बड़ा देश रहा है। सेवा भाव से बड़ी राजनीति कोई नहीं हो सकती। इसलिए हमें सेवा भाव को सर्वोपरि रखने की परंपरा को निरंतर मजबूत करना है। भाजपा का कार्यकर्ता जन आकांक्षाओं, जन भावनाओं और जन अपेक्षाओं का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है और ये हम कभी भूल नहीं सकते हैं। जरूरी है कि समाज के हर वर्ग से और हर व्यक्ति से हम निरंतर संवाद करते रहे। साथियों, कुछ ही दिनों में देश छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के राज्याभिषेक की 350वीं वर्षगांठ मनाएगा। उनका जीवन अपने आप में इस बात की प्रेरणा है कि ध्येय पथ पर अड़ी कैसे रहा जाता है। अपने ध्येय पथ में भी हमारी मेहनत में कोई कमी ना रहे, हम पूरी निष्ठा से, पूरी ईमानदारी से देश की सेवा करते रहे। हमारे जीवन की ये बहुत बड़ी कसौटी होनी चाहिए। हम सभी मिलकर देश के लिए काम करें, हम देश हित को सर्वोपरि रखें, तभी हम अपने लक्ष्यों को हासिल कर पाएंगे। हमारा संविधान हमारी गाइडिंग लाइट है। इसी साल हमारे संविधान के 75 वर्ष पूरे होने जा रहे हैं। केंद्र की एनडीए सरकार सभी राज्यों के साथ, चाहे वो किसी भी दल की क्यों न हो, मिलकर काम करेगी। विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य के लिए हम खूब मेहनत करेंगे, जमकर मेहनत करेंगे। हमारे पास रुकने का, थमने का समय नहीं है। ये राष्ट्र नीति के लिए एकजुट होकर आगे बढ़ने का समय है। विकसित भारत के हमें निरंतर बड़े फैसले लेने हैं। भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए उत्तम फैसले भी लेने हैं। 6 दशक के बाद देश के मतदाताओं ने एक नया इतिहास रचा है। 6 दशक बाद किसी गठबंधन को, एनडीए को लगातार तीसरी बार देश की सेवा करने का अवसर दिया है। जनता जनार्दन के साथ विश्वास का ये अटूट रिश्ता, ये लोकतंत्र की बहुत बड़ी शक्ति है। आपका आशीर्वाद नए उत्साह, नए उमंग के साथ काम करने की हमारी ऊर्जा है। मैं हमारे अध्यक्ष श्रीमान नड्डा जी और संगठन की केंद्र की टीम, संगठन की राज्यों की टीम, जिले की टीम, मंडल की टीम, बूथ लेवल की कमेटी हो या पन्ना प्रमुख, नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में अनेक चुनौतियों के बीच जिस हिम्मत के साथ, जिस समर्पण भाव से राष्ट्र प्रथम के मंत्र को जीते हुए इस चुनावी जंग में एनडीए को विजय दिलाई है, वे सबके सब अनेक अनेक अभिनंदन के पात्र हैं। मैं आज देशवासियों ने मुझ पर बहुत बड़ी कृपा की है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर बहुत बड़ी कृपा की है, एनडीए पर बहुत बड़ी कृपा की है। मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का पुनः आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं हमारे एनडीए के सभी साथियों का भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं इस देश के महान लोकतंत्र को, महान संविधान को फिर श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the gathering there at the BJP headquarters, reiterating his commitment to continue on the path to make Bharat Viksit by 2047, continue to push through the entire reforms agenda, said with renewed energy, renewed vigor. The fact that it's a coalition will not deter. He said NDA and not the BJP this time around, and multiple times he said that he will continue to push together. There will be a crackdown on graft as a promise. And he's also said, you walk 2 steps, I'll walk 4. I'll work harder than you, and it's the time to work harder. Will this energize the cadre where all the shoulders and overall the energy looked a little deflated? but has the Prime Minister been able to pump them up? He started with Jai Jagannath, talked about the victories in Odisha, in Andhra Pradesh, the gains in Arunachal, and also the performance of the party in states like the Himachal, Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, saying we almost swept these states and its great performance there. Calling for introspection, he's also said that the NDA government at the centre, so confident that his partners, his allies will continue to work with him. The Prime Minister making his way out. Will he acknowledge the Karyakartas there? There you go. Acknowledging the Karyakartas. He made the reference to 62. He made the reference to 1962, even as Vinod Tavade urging the Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants that is symbolic of the BJP. Their beginning and ending of every Sambodhan or speech. So we'll pull away from there, ladies and gentlemen. So the big aspect, repeating history, after 62, this has not happened, that a government has come back for a third term. So he's talked about that as a historic victory. He's also compared the victory win in perspective, about 13 to 14 parties together in the INDA versus just one party, that's the BJP. 241 versus 232, that's what's been put out there by the BJP officially, and he made a reference to that, saying one party 13 पार्टियों के इस गठबंधन पे भारी पड़ा है. That's something which he's also spoken about. What does this imply? Committed to make Bharat the third largest economy, will continue on the growth path. What does this imply? Will this actually peg the BJP back on certain important reforms as part of its core agenda and manifesto, Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka Jacob, but along with Veer Sanghvi, Nalin Mehta and Swapan Das Gupta? Or will we see the Prime Minister on overdrive now?
Anand, there has to be a lot more give and take because you already have a divided polity. Parliament is going to have this vast sort of chasm running through it as it has, except this time it's accentuated a lot more because you don't have a majority to pass legislation. So I think the speed of legislations, the way they were pushed through, etc., many people say arguably without consultation, etc., that's going to have to end. You'll have to pick somebody from within the party who manages Parliament better, who has equations on both sides of the aisle. You'll also have to temper your own expectations of some of the more sort of, to loosely cloak it, the civilizational issues that you wanted to sort of, which is, perhaps the NRC or the UCC or, other...
One nation, one poll also.
One nation, one poll is sort of less devoid of, that sort of baggage. But anything else that is even remotely sort of divisive or polarizing, etc., you might have to rein that in, because you also have two allies today who are quite sensitive to their own bases that are, of course, minority-dominated bases. So you have to be very careful now what issues you choose. There'll perhaps be even some sort of a coordination committee, like perhaps the Vajpayee NDA had, don't know. But you had it, of course, with the PDP in Jammu and Kashmir, and a lot of hot-button issues were set aside for that duration of 2.5 years. So you might have someone like that. Maybe Mr. Naidu will be made convener. It will at least ensure that he's tied in closer to the alliance. So these things
Bihar, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, that entire Coromandel
coast. But my greatest fear,
the thrust is of growth.
Just before you take over, my greatest fear is that the economic agenda, which was sort of being very responsibly pushed through without this sort of exaggerated, spend, etc. I hope that glide path we can stay on, because I apprehend there will be a populist budget coming up in about a month.
Will we be able to stay on that? Swapan Das Gupta, Veer Sanghvi and also Nalin Mehta. Yeah.
Well, to begin with, I think if we look at today, the speech just now, this was the first public statement by the Prime Minister after the results. So I think there was a dual purpose in it. The first one is to say, we have won.
Yeah.
That was the first. That's a very important assertion. That's to bolster the thing. Secondly, I think what he tried to say is, we are not deviating from the course. Now, the extent, you can always pick and choose what part of the course you're not deviating from. And I think if you looked at his speech, you'll find that he emphasized all the economic aspects. He didn't quite emphasize the international dimension, but he didn't go into other issues which Rahul pointed out just now, what the so-called polarizing issues, which are not there. That doesn't mean those issues are going to be forgotten. But for the moment, I think they will have to be recalibrated. But what is reassuring, and I think he wanted to also reassure people that, look, we are not deviating from our larger economic strategy. And I think that was one of the main purposes behind it.
And the crackdown on corruption, he says.
And the corruption, you know.
We
will continue it.
The agenda itself will find a very tough test because Maharashtra will go to polls by October. Haryana will go to the polls by October. Two very highly productive, financially driven, states which also contribute agrarian-wise, production-wise, finance-wise. And then there is Jammu Kashmir before September. So it's immediate challenges that present themselves while you've got to stay on course of what the PM says is our economic agenda. Veer Sanghvi.
Well, my guess is if you look at the reasons attributed by people, it's pretty early to say why he didn't get the majority he thought he would get. One is, it's quite clear now that Hindutva stopped working. The Ram temple made no difference. They lost Ayodhya. In UP, where he made the most poisonous speeches, it made absolutely no difference. So you're not going to get much of that. The other reason that people say is that the rural distress, the poor, felt that his government didn't pay enough attention to them. I guess now there will be more so-called pro-poor measures, more populism. The budget, I think Rahul is right about, will change its tone. He will become a man of action, but a man acting against poverty.
But if you look at it, these issues are not endemic to pan-India. They're not across the board. This is specific to one or two states where perhaps it's more the internal dynamics rather than the larger malaise with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's agenda itself if you look at the performance. The other aspect, Zaka, is when we're talking about Coromandel, do you think that he will be able to keep his allies together if he pushes the growth story towards Bihar, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh? The transformation happens from the east rather than west.
He's been talking about this for a while and economically that's right. A lot of migration happens from east to west. Now, the BJP for the first time on its own has a state government in Odisha. So you'll see a lot of push for infrastructure projects and so on and so forth in Odisha. Bengal, again, this is a setback for the BJP. There's just no two ways to put it. I mean, Mamata Banerjee today is the 4th largest party in the new Lok Sabha, right? She's come back with 30 or 31 seats. So Bengal is still a big setback. Andhra is going to be a big cog in the wheel. I'm sure Veer and Sopan remember this. In the Vajpayee government, especially the one between 1999 and 2004, every time Chandrababu Naidu came to Delhi, it was like the red carpet was rolled out, and the buzz amongst journalists was how many airports is he going back with, how many how many high-tech cities is he going back with. You might see some of that because look, Andhra again is a new state. I mean, there's a whole battle about where the capital should be. Jagan had a different idea about it. And Naidu has a very sort of CEO approach to governance. So he's going to go back to that. He's obviously wanting to need a lot from the central government. And that's something that the Prime Minister will appreciate.
Use Hyderabad.
Yeah, no, it won't be Hyderabad. He'll have to develop his own. I think it'll have to be Vijayawada. I think Amravati thing was sort of rejected by the courts, but it'll have to be sort of either Vijayawada or Visakhapatnam. And then Tamil Nadu. Again, like I said, the BJP really sort of put its might there. They thought they found a leader, a young voice who was taking on Stalin. Will they be happy with these results? Certainly not. I don't think they'll be happy with these results. I think they would have been happy with maybe a seat or two. Right now, they don't have any. And even vote share wise, I disagreed with one of the earlier panelists, I forget who it was. At 10% vote share for the BJP and 20% vote share for the AIDMK, I think it is EPS who has really sent home a message to the central leadership of the BJP. Actually.
And despite the fact that it is confirmed that the BJP is second in about 9 seats, that is not enough for the BJP to really make. They've got to really put in the hard yards if they're serious about becoming an alternative political option in Tamil Nadu. There are learnings there in some of the states. In others, they've done much better. So largely, if you look at it, if it was endemic and it was an anti-Modi wave, the BJP wouldn't be on 240 seats. There are some core issues in Uttar Pradesh which returns 80 seats, and there the BJP struggled. In, again, Bengal, they've not got their equation right in Bengal. There are certain aspects to see. Javi Shergill is with us. The biggest learning, okay, we'll try and go across to Javi Shergill in a bit, but bringing it back here. Nalin, what do you think in the first 100 days is PM Modi going to do?
So, Anand, firstly, I think in terms of the context, the BJP has been surprised by this result. I think let's be clear about that. Nobody in the BJP expected these numbers. So while they have won, and Mr. Modi is the first Prime Minister after Nehru to come back to a third term in power, third consecutive term, the nature of politics in Delhi will now change, right? Because you have an opposition which is lost but thinks it has won. Basically, because they have gained so many seats, and BJP has lost a number of seats.
Right.
So, so that's one. Secondly, at the same time, so you have an opposition which believes that it's on the ascendant. The BJP, which clearly has to do some thinking on various aspects. Also, a BJP that, by the way, still remains hugely formidable. It's grown. It's basically retained its vote share. Nationally,
increased, in fact.
Yeah, it's kind of fluctuating, so it's around the same number.
Some are 1%
lower also. We've got Tejasvi Surya joining us live. Tejasvi, namaste. This is Anand here. With me in the studio, Zaka Jacob, Rahul Shivshankar, Veer Sangvi, Swapan Das Gupta and Nalin Mehta. But first up to you, how would you see the results in Karnataka? Congratulations are in order, so that first to you, and thereafter your thoughts.
Thank you so much, Anand. At the outset, I want to express my gratitude to people of Bengaluru South for reposing their faith in the BJP, in the Prime Minister's leadership, and giving me one more opportunity to be their voice in the Parliament. They have elected us with a massive mandate of 2,78,000 lead, the highest in Bengaluru. I am very grateful to them. I will double down on our efforts and do the best to make our city and Karnataka shine even harder. Anand, we have done exceedingly well in Karnataka compared to what we were a year ago, right after the assembly elections. The BJP, JDS, NDA coalition has won 19 seats. Our vote share is around 52%. It is, of course, we had expected that we will come around 23, 24. It's a little bit disappointing that we couldn't reach 23, 24 and we have fallen short by about 2-3 seats. Having said that, the Prime Minister remains incredibly popular in Karnataka. The number speaks for itself, and we are very confident that in Modi 3.0, Karnataka will greatly benefit from Prime Minister's leadership.
What to expect in Modi 3.0? What does the tone of the Prime Minister imply? Given that it's not a BJP-driven anything, it's all an alliance now. It's a coalition government at the center.
Anand, I think the way we are, approaching or rather looking at the verdict itself needs to be, relooked. This is a historic mandate for the NDA. 10 years in government, the third consecutive time Narendra Modi ji is elected. His leadership, the coalition under his leadership is given a full majority. It's certain that we are forming the government. It's certain that it's going to be Modi 3.0. After Jawaharlal Nehru, there has not been a single, parallel. There has not been a single instance where something of this kind has been, seen in the country. Also, the BJP's geographical footprint has increased in these elections. Our NDA alliance has won Andhra Pradesh. We have come to power on our own in Odisha. Our vote share has increased in Tamil Nadu. We have done phenomenally well in Telangana. States like Kerala, we have performed well. So the geographical footprint of the BJP has increased, which goes to show the Prime Minister's enduring popularity. So, this is something like this. If a student who is habituated to scoring high marks, 95, 98 in every examination, scores say first class marks in one examination and passes with say 75, 76 marks. And then you have on the other hand a habitually failing student suddenly passes an exam with say 35% marks. The 35% mark student is now getting congratulated for just getting passed. And while he is celebrating his just pass, the 98 distinction student is sulking because he couldn't meet his own expectations.
No, Tejasvi,
so
you
that
didn't
is
get my
pretty much
question
that.
there. No, you didn't get my question there. The question is that this time around the BJP does not have majority on its own. So that's why it's in a true nature a coalition government. How does that change the outlook of the Prime Minister and governance model going forward? That's the question. And could you take away anything from that tone and tenor of the Prime Minister's speech today?
Well, whether it is the BJP or the NDA, even if you assess the 6 years of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government, one thing that comes to, that's abundantly clear is, it's our credo, it's our DNA to place nation first. That's the basis of our politics. We are going to be aggressive when it comes to issues of national security. We are going to be aggressive when it comes to our fight against terror, fight against corruption. These are the fundamentals that are not going to change. The last 10 years, the country has seen massive economic reforms. We are going to double down on those reforms. We are going to go aggressively on that path, because it's these very reforms that has led India to a 8.2% GDP growth. It is this that led us to 25 crore people being lifted out of poverty. Well, we now have to be, there is going to be more team effort. There is going to be more inclusive, decision making. Those are, of course, the hallmark of the NDA. It has always been that nature. But the same credo, the same DNA of placing the nation's interest above everything else that defined the Modi 1, Modi 2.0, that's going to be the constant.
Will you push through UCC? Will you push through UCC? Will there be a push for NRC and delimitation? What happens to those core agendas of the Jan Sangh?
Well, see, delimitation is a constitutional mandate. Anand, the delimitation is a constitutional mandate. The constitution requires us to conduct the delimitation exercise in 2026. That is something that is a constitutional mandate and definitely has to be respected. With respect to the other core agendas, I'm sure the NDA and the leadership will come together with a common minimum program, which of course, like I told you, the underwriting is going to be the nation first ideology that the NDA and all our partners subscribe to, and anything that is in that dimension, in that direction, that's going to be executed.
Core Hindutva agenda, does it take a backseat?
For me, Hindutva means India first. And I don't think there can be any government that can ever place, that cannot place India and India's interests primarily. That is our definition of Hindutva. So if you will say, should we place India first on a back step, I don't think that can ever be the nature or DNA of the NDA.
Two allies who are who the NDA is now standing on.
Anand, please do not forget. Please do not forget
who are known to be very fickle.
Please do not forget that it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee. No, 1 second. Anand, it was a NDA led by Atal Bihari Vajpayee. It was a 26+ party-led, coalition that gave India Pokhran. Please do not remember. Please do not forget that.
No, but the leadership style of Atal Bihari Vajpayee and the perceived leadership style of Prime Minister Modi are very different, and that's why this question.
Please do not think that the nature of NDA is different. It's the same. And it was the same NDA which not only gave the country Pokhran, but it was the same NDA which also introduced the Pota Bill. It was the same NDA that also heralded the disinvestment era and continued doubling down on the economic reforms. So that has been the hallmark of the NDA. So even in Modi 3.0, we are going to take the same dimension, the same direction that we have done the last 10 years. That's the broader ideology to which our NDA partners have subscribed to. That is why leaders like Chandrababu Naidu, leaders like Nitish Kumar, having accepted the Prime Minister's leadership, have come with us.
But they are known to be fickle-minded.
Please do not
Is that
think
a cause
that
for
there is
concern?
going to be...
Final question.
Chandrababu Naidu, through the whole of NDA, one during Atal Bihari Vajpayee's tenure, has been a very reliable partner. His vision of transforming Andhra Pradesh is what has made what is what is modern, what is shiny about even Telangana and Andhra Pradesh today. The Hyderabad that we see today was actually the vision of Chandrababu Naidu. So in that sense, we believe in nation first. We believe in economic reforms. We believe in social welfare that trickles down to the poor. So these are the broad ideas in which both Chandrababu Naidu and Narendra Modi led BJP see eye to eye. So I don't see how, this talk of being fickle, talk of, NDA not being, NDA 3 or Modi 3.0 being less aggressive compared to the two terms. I don't think this holds any water.
Right.
Modi 3.0 will be more aggressive, more committed to the reform agenda, more committed to our India first, nation first principle than the last 10 years.
Well, congratulations.
We are very confident. This is a historic mandate, and we are going to serve the people with renewed energy, renewed focus, and renewed vigor.
Well, let's
That's
see what role you have to play beyond being just beyond being a parliamentarian who's been re-elected from his constituency, reposing the faith in you with a record margin. Congratulations there, Tejasvi Surya. All the very, very best. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you so much, Anand. Grateful. Thank you.
Vivek Silas, Sumansi Raman is also with us, just taking it back. Now, they're saying that Tejasvi Surya says it's always in the NDA's DNA to be nation first and with a core Vikas agenda to continue to push through. Is that going to be so easy? He's saying Chandrababu Naidu is a visionary himself. He works like a CEO. Zaka was making the same reference. Is that going to be that easy, Zaka, as we take this conversation
Look,
forward?
I think in this campaign itself, there was one point of difference between the TDP and the BJP, which, they kind of nipped it in the bud, which was around this whole business about Muslim quotas and, what the stand of the two parties should be. And there was a difference. And I think the TDP sort of quietly put that issue on the back burner. I'm not saying that will be an issue or a point of contention between the BJP and the TDP in this run. But look, let's face it, Chandrababu Naidu today is sitting at 19 MPs. He's going to demand a pound of flesh. He's not just going to, roll over and say, go ahead, Mr. Modi, have your say, have your third term. He will, I wouldn't be surprised if he asks for anything from, one of the top 4 cabinet positions, a speaker, I don't know.
A special package for Andhra. I think
special status for Andhra Pradesh.
Both Bihar, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu broke on that issue. So it might be back on the table, which will be a costly proposition.
So
that's what I was trying to say. I mean, fiscal profligacy was not something that the NDA was known for. That might return in some form.
No, and certainly ministries, very plumb ministries. I don't think they're going to settle down for...
It may not be ministries. I think what Rahul is talking about is... Because remember, he is very much a one-state leader. So is Nitish.
Yeah.
They're one state. So they have very specific regional demands which they want to fulfill. And for that, I think...
How does Nitish, for example, with 15 MPs and how does Chandrababu with 19 MPs, what's his pound of flesh? What does he extract? The only thing you can extract, other than the special package, which has been a point of contention, is actually ministerships.
Well,
it's actually plum portfolios.
There's a slight difference between Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu. Chandrababu Naidu also has, if you look at continuity, he's got his son that is also sort of transitioning.
Lokesh.
So he has to look after, a few other people.
Sure.
So I don't think he's going to look to upset a balance, so to speak. I think he's going to try and ensure that the government remains stable so he can, over a period of time, extract concessions.
Some interesting numbers and in the perspective here. We'll come back to this. Just quickly going across to KL Sharma, the Lok Sabha candidate winner from Amethi, the giant killer. KL Sharma ji, namaste. आपको बहुत-बहुत बधाई. सबसे पहले जीत का इतना बड़ा विशाल मार्जिन, क्या आपको ये अपेक्षित था? कैसे हुई है ये जीत?
नहीं, ये जीत तो यहाँ का अमेठी के लोगों की जीत है और गांधी परिवार का जो यहाँ पे अमेठी के रोम रोम में गांधी परिवार का नाम बसा है, ये उनकी जीत है।
राहुल गांधी जी ने आज प्रेस वार्ता में आपकी तारीफ की है। उन्होंने कहा कि 40 साल से आपने वहाँ अमेठी में काम किया है, जिसका फल अब आपको मिला है। अमेठी की जनता ने आपको जिताया है।
नहीं, ये तो सबसे बड़ा तो ये बात थी कि गांधी परिवार ने मेरे पे विश्वास किया और यहाँ की जनता ने उस विश्वास को रखा।
पर क्या आपको इस अप्रत्याशित जीत, इतनी बड़ी मार्जिन से जो जीत मिली है, वो क्या आपको उम्मीद थी ये, और इसकी क्या वजह बता सकते हैं आप?
नहीं, उम्मीद तो ये थी कि मैं 40 साल से यहाँ काम कर रहा हूँ, इलेक्शनरिंग ही करता हूँ, इलेक्शन लड़ाता हूँ। अपना इलेक्शन पहली बार लड़ा, तो लेकिन ये जनता का जिस तरह रुझान था, तो ये इलेक्शन यहाँ की जनता ने लड़ लिया एक्चुअली।
और जनता ने किस मुद्दे पर स्मृति ईरानी को वोट नहीं दिया, केएल शर्मा जी को वोट दिया?
नहीं, देखिए, मतलब कि मुद्दे तो हमारे लोकल ही थे। हमने कभी कोई अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुद्दा यहाँ डिस्कस नहीं किया अमेठी के अंदर, या राष्ट्रीय मुद्दा नहीं कभी डिस्कस किया। तो लेकिन यहाँ पे जो हम लोगों ने अपना फोकस यहाँ के लोकल इश्यूज के ऊपर ही रखा हम लोगों ने, और हमने किसी की बुराई नहीं करी, बिल्कुल हम्बलनेस से इलेक्शन लड़ा। तो ये जो हम्बलनेस है ये मैंने राजीव जी से सीखी है।
आगे अब आपकी क्या तैयारी होगी अमेठी के लिए? क्योंकि एक बात ये कही जाती है कि गांधी परिवार ने अमेठी का विकास नहीं किया। स्मृति ईरानी जी का कहना था कि अमेठी का पिछले 10 साल में जो विकास हुआ है वो 40 साल में नहीं हुआ।
नहीं, ये तो देखिए यहाँ की जनता जानती है ना, अमेठी वालों को जानती है कि किसने विकास किया। अमेठी को अगर समझना है तो 1982 से समझना चाहिए, ठीक है, तब अमेठी समझ आती है। जो 5-10 साल में अमेठी समझेगा उसको अमेठी समझ नहीं आएगी।
जी, केएल शर्मा जी, आपको जीत की बहुत बहुत बधाई, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। थैंक यू जी, नमस्ते नमस्ते।
I think Dr. Singhvi is joining us. Dr. Singhvi, thank you very much. First of all, congratulations. I'm the first one to say that, you know, on exit poll day when you joined us and we were all trying to sort of extract answers out of you, and you said, please be patient, you know, give us some time, the exit polls will be wrong, and we were like, you know, they can be wrong with the figures, but the direction, everybody can't get it wrong, and so on and so forth. So let me tonight unabashedly say, all the exit pollsters got it wrong. A large majority of journalists, and I am the first one to say it. I didn't read this verdict. I didn't think that, you know, India Alliance would get 233, Congress at 99. So congratulations. But net, at the end of the day, it's still going to be a third term for Mr. Modi. So what is your reading of this verdict?
Number one, congratulations to him and the BJP for a possible third term. The word possible is the operative word in this formulation. But let me start by saying that one of the very few psephologists I admire, and I said it openly and I am very candid as far as possible, is Pradeep Gupta of Axis. And I was very touched to find it that it's true humility to see him crying on Aaj Tak or on India Today. I think not that it's time to wind up the profession of psephology. It may almost be singing the requiems of that profession, but at least you have to be candid that in a diverse country like India, you can do these things in homogeneous countries. But it is really, the point is that you are pushed into this for various reasons, commercial reasons, and it is whipped into a crescendo by a propaganda machine. I'm not talking about Pradeep Gupta. I think it's very courageous of him to do it. I'm talking about the political system which takes it up to a crescendo and misleads the whole country. But let's forget that, that's in the past. I think everybody will be very cheering and many channels will stop doing exit polls in the future, which is all for the better. But let me just make a few points very quickly because your time is limited. Number one, I think this election proves that the cleverest of all is the Janata. It's cleverer than me, it's cleverer than you, it's cleverer than Mr. Modi, it's cleverer than the Congress, it's cleverer than everybody.
Right.
Janata sabko janti hai, samajhti hai. It also shows a very great limit to the kind of religious divisiveness, the intersection of arrogance and infallibility. I've been using this phrase many times. I don't think anybody who has more experience than me or less experience than me in politics in 75 years would have seen this degree of arrogance and infallibility intersecting. And I think these are responses to that. And it is time to feel a little chastened by democracy when you have this response. I also want to say, and I'm glad that Anand is a little quiet today.
He's right here.
I'm right here listening to you. I'm right here listening to you.
Now, I want to say this. Look, let's be very clear. This election was by Mr. Modi, for Mr. Modi, of Mr. Modi, from before it started, from before even 2019, certainly in this campaign. It was Modi's guarantee, it was Modi's promise, it was Modi's this, it was Modi's that. You vote for me, it goes to Modi. Now, if that is so, you have to be man enough to accept that it's a referendum on you. Well, if it's a referendum, you have got 40 or less than the majority mark. Also, don't forget that if you analyze this figure of this 290 or whatever, it's fluctuating, 289, 290 or whatever. If you analyze it closely, it starts looking very fragile when you see carefully that the two ends, the end from Andhra and the end from Bihar, alone are upholding it.
Yes. The two Babus actually.
This is not like a fresh, this is not like a fresh romance, which is very strong in the marriage in the early years. This is a multiple times divorced romance being rekindled. That's a very fragile romance. And if you look at those two figures, you aggregate those two, this is a very fragile government. So I said possibly he'll make the government. And good luck to him and congratulations to him, because he has made it a time of the single largest basis. But that so-called majority is extremely fragile, which unfortunately the BJP and Prime Minister Modi don't want to talk about. And let me also give you another false equivalence or a false figure floating around. And I'm sorry, the Prime Minister should have called it out. He was also less than fair in not doing so. It is said that we got more than the entire the India alliance put together alone, the BJP got. It's true in mere figures, but it's forgotten that the Congress, like a true coalition partner in a collaborative spirit, fought only 282 odd seats. The BJP fought 432 seats.
328. The Congress's number is 328.
328.
Oh, is it?
Yes, 328 with a strike rate of 30%, and the BJP is 441 seats with a strike rate of 56%.
My figures were 282 and 432, but anyway, the point is, we ceded a lot of space, more than 200, to allies. And therefore, a straight comparison that the BJP won so many more is not quite correct, because they fought at least more than 110 more than us.
Yep.
So that part must be kept in mind. I'm only saying it as a analysis must be kept in mind.
But sir, the strike rate of the INDI allies or the India allies is far better than the Congress party, with some of them doing a much better job with their seat conversions. So
That
the
bound to be in a
the
smaller
Congress
regional
seated space, the SP has one of the best strike rates within the alliance, along with the DMK.
I agree entirely, and I'm proud of it, because these are pre-declared alliances. It's good that our partners did well. We ceded a lot also. Don't forget, ceding 220 seats is not a small figure. I tell you, regional combinations in a smaller context, in a smaller territorial area, do normally have a better strike rate, but that's no excuse for not improving the Congress strike.
Dr. Singh, two questions to you. Two questions to you.
Welcome Milind Deora as well.
Oh, Mr. Deora,
you guys were on the same side of the divide, now divided by satellite, but you're on two sides of the window, so you can say hi to each other. Milind's on the other side of the political divide. But Milind, welcome. Just give me a moment.
Mr. Singh and I share a personal relationship which transcends politics and parties, and I'd like to believe you would agree with me.
I'm sure you'll reciprocate.
Let me add, I am a strong votary that these narrow political boundaries should not exist. One of the things which I blame Milind's new party for is to create a narrower viewpoint of politics. I believe it must transcend. Central Hall is not a space, it's a concept where you see that in full play. And in any case, Milind and me are very good old friends, so these things don't matter.
So on that point, Dr. Singhvi, you actually led me on to the question I was going to ask you, a couple of questions. Number one, you said that, look, it's a possible third term. So is the Congress going to make a play? Is the India Alliance going to make a play? If so, do you believe that any one of the constituents will be willing to sort of throw their hat into the prime ministerial ring? And if so, who do you think is the claimant for that? And number two, if I might ask you, you talked about Central Hall being this nice place for, amiability, etc. But Parliament has seen a rupture. Is this rupture going to deepen as you go into the 18th Lok Sabha?
Okay, I won't take long, but you asked two important questions. The first question I've already partly answered. It's not a question for me to answer fully, and I try to be as candid as possible. The Alliance is meeting tomorrow. I cannot anticipate. They will discuss the whole day and decide, and you will have some result by tomorrow or day after. But I have said what I wanted to say, that this is being held up by the two ends. And let me tell you also that anybody who subscribes to our idea of India, who subscribes to our idea of the spirit of the Constitution, I don't think there are any closed doors there with those people. They have to subscribe to that broad idea. That's the best I can say today. The rest has to await the Alliance. On your second question, I think I have no hesitation in saying, and I've had the privilege of being a 3-term member of Parliament, although busted out by Milind's party from Himachal Pradesh in unceremonious circumstances. But that apart, in my 3 terms, I've cherished.
Dr. Singhvi, I think you're confused about the party I belong to, but anyway.
He's with the Sena Shinde faction of the Sena, not with the BJP.
Yes, I meant the party with whom he's allying. You're right. Yeah. Anyway, the ally is supposed to be bearing the taint or the burdens of his ally. The point I was making was that I have seen in these 18 years that, the difference between Pakistan and India, between the two ladies in Bangladesh who cannot sit together in their central hall, between Nawaz Sharif and Zia who can't sit in their central hall. Of course, mind you, the new parliament doesn't have a central hall, according to me. And we were going to lead a delegation to the Prime Minister maybe I'll do so in the future sometime, to say that the real concept and spirit of central law should be there. But the point is, I have no hesitation in saying that this overarching fracturing of the mandate beyond limits has been the gift of 2014 onwards. I have seen Parliament in all its avatars. There is a suspicion, there is a distrust. If I talk to X and X talks to me, there are monitors, and this kind of thing should not be there in the Parliament, because we are not political enemies. We are political adversaries in a political sense. And I think, it's a great feeling in the early years when I was there to find a Vajpayee even walking in, a Yashwant Sinha sitting here, me sitting here, Mr. Sharad Pawar sitting there. And the rule in central law is you can say anything under the sun, it's off the record unless I tell you that it's on the record. That's the spirit of central law for the last 75 years. I think it has been damaged beyond reasonable limits in the last 10 years.
Okay, Dr. Singhvi, thank you so much.
Just some breaking news coming in. Chandrababu Naidu has just tweeted, thanking the Prime Minister on behalf of the people of Andhra Pradesh. Should I quote him? He said, I congratulate you on the NDA's victory in the Lok Sabha and the Andhra Pradesh Assembly elections. Our people of Andhra Pradesh have blessed us with a remarkable mandate, the emphasis being on us. This mandate is a reflection of their trust in our alliance and its vision for the state. Together with our people, we shall rebuild Andhra Pradesh and restore its glory.
So it's clear that one Babu, one N is firmly with the NDA.
We've just got confirmation that both of them,
saying,
about the
will you have the courage to demand special category status for Andhra Pradesh as a non-negotiable precondition for support to the NDA at the
support
center?
with the NDA. Interestingly, both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan, they are all travelling to Delhi tomorrow. There is a meeting that's happening. So, and government formation is scheduled before the 8th of this month.
At least the tweet was timely, because there's a lot of worried looks on the faces after he cancelled his press conference.
Another thing, interestingly, sir, if the NDA ends at 293 like we have right now, halfway mark is 272, the surplus is 21 right now. So the JDU is 12 and the TDP is 16. So neither can alone tank the coalition. So both the ends have to decamp simultaneously to tank this coalition.
Okay, let me get Milind in. Milind, I'm going.
Interesting that Jairam tweeted. The tone of Jairam's tweet would suggest that they haven't been able to get very far with Naidu.
Milind, I want to focus on Maharashtra. 29 seats to the India Alliance. Thank you, Dr. Singhvi. 18 seats to the NDA. And the breakup of the India Alliance, the Congress now is the single largest party in Maharashtra. 13 MPs, Sena UBT 9, NCP Sharad Pawar at 7. And then as far as the NDA is concerned, the BJP is at 10, the Shinde Sena, which you belong to, is at 7, the NCP Ajit Pawar at 1. Is it disappointing that, you ran a government, people were saying that it's a hodgepodge, ye tod-fod ki rajniti hai, and in a sense, the people of Maharashtra have repudiated that?
I think it's disappointing. There's no doubt about the fact that it is disappointing. It's not what the Mahayuti and the NDA expected. But at the same time, is it a decisive mandate in favor of the MVA? Is it a decisive mandate in favor of the Shiv Sena UBT faction, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction? I wouldn't say so. For example, if you look at the two Shiv Senas fighting in a direct fight between both parties in 13 seats, we won 7 seats, they won 6 seats. So 55-45 split. So there's not really a decisive mandate either way. Maharashtra was, the verdict was split. In some senses, some of the exit pollsters were saying that the MVA would sweep this election in Maharashtra. That hasn't happened. But I think it's disappointing because Maharashtra is the second largest state after Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, correct.
But at national level, to be honest, and look, to be very frank, these are things which will have to be discussed internally. This will be discussed within the party, within the alliance. There are many reasons for that. The Chief Minister himself, when he came out in the media, he made a statement that we, not just our party, but even the BJP declared candidates at the last minute. And I know that it's very, very difficult when you have 4 or 5 alliance partners for a particular candidate to work with leaders of all those parties, to go and take blessings of all those leaders, work with the local leaders, interact with the karyakartas, the workers, travel across the parliamentary constituency, visit each area. In an urban area especially, there are many, many different communities, visit each community. It's not easy to do that. In many cases, candidates had about 2 weeks' time, maybe 17 days' time from the time that they were announced, and immediately late after they have to go and file their nomination. And then they had 17 or 18 days to campaign, including the 2-day break period, the buffer period. So that could be one reason, which means in the assembly elections, we would need to have better coordination in terms of seat sharing, better coordination in terms of ticket distribution, faster announcement of candidates. These are things which, of course, in the days, weeks and months ahead, we will reflect on and analyze.
Yeah.
But look, to be very honest with you, and I say this as an Indian, not as somebody who's part of Alliance A or Alliance B, I think the fact that the NDA has come to power for 3 consecutive elections, the first time in 62 years. In fact, the last time was 1962 when Jawaharlal Nehru won a 3rd consecutive term. That on its own is unprecedented. That on its own is historic. And I can only say one thing, that a lot of my friends who are still in the Congress, like Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi and others who I've been talking to and messaging over the last few hours, if I was in the Congress, I would not be celebrating 99 seats. The Congress party, the last time the Congress party reached the figure that BJP has reached today was in 1991.
Yeah.
That's 33 years ago, which is 244. Yeah. And that was after Rajiv Ji was assassinated, when Narasimha Rao became Prime Minister. That was the last time, 33 years ago. In 2009, exactly 15 years ago, the Congress party got 206 seats. From 2009 to now, in 15 years, when 10 of those 15 years have seen a BJP-led government, and despite Congress being in the opposition, if it has only gone from 206 seats to 99 seats, and if they believe that's something to rejoice, that's very, very unfortunate.
No, but they'd gone to 44 and then 52 and now 99, so they can say that, they've doubled their seats. But that's besides the point. I do want to ask you, give me 1 second, please. I do want to ask you specifically about Mumbai, right? Because this whole thing was about the fight for the Thackeray legacy. And your party represents one faction of that Thackeray legacy. Look at the Mumbai seats. And Arvind Sawant is now a 3-time MP from South Bombay. The seat that you represented for 2 terms. The neighboring seat of South Central, Anil Desai, is winning that seat. This is a surprising one for me. Varsha Gaikwad of the Congress was given a different seat. She's leading against Ujjwal Nikam. The one seat that you have in the city is from Mumbai Northwest. Again, it's very close. I don't think they've declared the seat yet. This is Amol Kirtikar versus Ravindra Vaikar. And then again, there is another Sena UBT seat, which is Sanjay Dina Patil from the SHS UBT. The only Mumbai seat that's gone to the BJP is Piyush Goyal's seat, Mumbai North, and of course, Kalyan is the Chief Minister's son's seat. Is it not disappointing to you as a representative of Mumbai for a long time, as a parliamentarian from Mumbai for a long time, that your Sena basically has 1 seat, which is the Chief Minister's son's seat, and the other one has not been declared yet because I think it's a really close contest. I think the margins probably... It has? Okay. So you basically have 2, whereas the Uddhav Sena has 4 out of the 6.
Well, no, in Mumbai, when you look... So firstly, let me divide the MMR region, the Mumbai metropolitan region, like you have the NCR region and Delhi. The Mumbai metropolitan region really has Mumbai, which has 6 seats, and it has areas like Thane, Kalyan, Palghar. In that particular region, the part of MMR outside of Mumbai, my party has done very, very well. That is really that was a traditional bastion of the Sena under the Chief Minister's leadership. We've done extremely well in both those seats. In Kalyan, I think the margin is almost 3 lakh votes. In Thane, the margin, if I'm not mistaken, is 1.7 lakh votes. Very, very decisive victories. In Mumbai, which has 6 seats, it is a fact that the Shiv Sena, which I'm a part of, won only 1 out of those 6 seats. The BJP has won only 1 out of those 6 seats. 4 seats have been won by the MVA. And when I say the MVA, it's really the Shiv Sena UBT faction. Congress got only 1 seat, that too by a very, very small margin. So certainly Mumbai is an area for us to grow, for us to expand, for us to strengthen the party. There's no 2 ways about that. We have to put a lot of resources into Mumbai. Mumbai, mind you, is not just 6 parliamentary seats, but Mumbai, and when I say Mumbai, I mean minus Thane, minus Kalyan, accounts for 36 out of 288 MLAs in the Maharashtra Assembly.
Yeah, correct.
And typically, who wins Mumbai wins Maharashtra.
Correct.
So from a winning Maharashtra point of view, 6 months down the line, it's extremely critical for us to put many resources behind Mumbai to ensure that the Mumbai municipal election, which is the largest municipality in the country, the richest municipality, one of the most inefficient municipalities, unfortunately, municipality we have to improve. and the state elections. For us to do well in both these elections, we will have to back our party, our leaders in a big way in the city of Mumbai.
All right, Milind, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Tough luck today. We'll see how this plays out because, like you said, there's the assembly elections, there's the BMC elections coming up.
At least there is a cognizance that they've got to really put in the hard yards, and there needs to be far more level of cohesion amidst all of them. We're going to take a very short break here on the Battle for Bharat. Stay with us. Plenty up. The region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu in no uncertain terms has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now because, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, he's known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJP Back on the Battle of Bharat, ladies and gentlemen, with some interesting factoids brought to us by our research team. NC Satpathy, Rajiv Kumar Mishra and team have been getting us plenty of information right through this election course, and kudos to them. Now, just reading this out, in his third term, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's vote share dipped by 3.06% compared to Modi's third term, the BJP's vote share going down by 1.16%. The entire opposition uniting against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whereas Jawaharlal Nehru was actually fighting against a fractured opposition. Jawaharlal Nehru was 72 years then, PM Modi is 73. Another interesting aspect, BJP not only lost Ayodhya or Faizabad, but Saket Mishra, son of Nipendra Mishra, was the key architect of the construction of the Ram Temple in Ayodhya, also had to face defeat in Shravasti. We are going to focus on Uttar Pradesh in just a bit. Also, 2019, Chandrababu Naidu went across Bharat to try and unite the opposition. 2024, Nitish Kumar went across Bharat to try and unite the opposition. Both of them are part of the NDA currently. Now, what would you want to infer? We have to see. It is because of Nitish Kumar being rejected as a politically spent force that NDA today got its strength. Interestingly, because of his initiative, opposition's INDA alliance was formed. Now an update on Annamalai and Kovai. Total votes 5,67,434. 41% of the votes went to the DMK, 33% went to the BJP, 18% to the ADMK, others polled 8%. Annamalai came second with a margin of 1,17,769 votes. So story there in about 9 such constituencies where the margin of victory may be very wide, but the BJP has turned second in Tamil Nadu. Let's now focus on some of the 2 important states, Uttar Pradesh and of course Maharashtra, even as I think that is Priyanka Chaturvedi joining us at this point. Veer Sanghvi with us, Shehzad Poonawalla with us. Uttar Pradesh, what's the story and where's the story? Phases 1, 2, 3 and 6, looks like it.
Well, I think the story is there on the magic wall. It's there for everyone to see. The India Alliance is number 1 in Uttar Pradesh. The NDA is number 2. The India Alliance has 43 seats. The NDA has 36, which is straight away, whatever the losses of the BJP are, have gone to the India Alliance, and specifically, it's gone to the Samajwadi Party. Samajwadi Party, and I keep saying this again, just wrap your head around this. The Samajwadi Party is going to be the 3rd largest party in the next Lok Sabha, in the 18th Lok Sabha. They have 37, which is a gain of 32. Last time they just had 5. The Congress, 6. That's again a gain of 5. Last time they just had Raebareli, which was Sonia Gandhi's seat. The NDA, the BJP in the NDA has had the maximum fall because last time they had 62. They're down to 33. The RLD fought in 2 seats. They've won both those seats. The Apnadal S, which is Anupriya Patel's faction, they've won that 1 seat. So, Shehzad Poonawalla, in the biggest state, the state that essentially propelled Modi 1.0 and Modi 2.0 politically, that's where you lost this election.
First of all, we've not lost the election. We've actually formed the government a 3rd time, Zaka. But let me concede.
You haven't formed the government yet. You are poised to form the government.
Well, the NDA is past the halfway mark at 292. It's on your shiny, expensive board.
Let's say you lost the single largest party with majority. That you are
so
not.
First of all, let me...
You're minus 32 seats.
Let me begin with a concession and then let me make my points.
Okay.
Let me begin with this concession and I will agree to Zaka that the results in Uttar Pradesh are not as per what we expected. Now, that's an honest confession and concession I'm making. But having said that, let me point out a few facts. Our worst case scenario across the country, this 240 plus seats, is better than the best case scenario of the Congress 3rd time over where they are less than 100 seats. We have 2.3x times the number of seats Congress has, and you said Samajwadi is the 3rd largest party. We are 6 times their size. We are the single largest party. We have actually grown in states like Odisha, where we've made a historic victory in the assembly elections. We've made a historic opening in Kerala. We made a historic gain in Telangana. We've made some gains in Tamil Nadu. We have made gains in other parts like Arunachal Pradesh. So yes, we have made some losses in some parts of the country. But to say that this is a secular loss across the country, I think that's not the point. And we are forming the government because both Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumarji's party have resolved that they are with the NDA and they have congratulated Prime Minister. Prime Minister is going to take oath as a 3rd.
Had you done things differently in Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh, would you have been a single...
No, I just want to qualify that as well. Once again, biggest state Uttar Pradesh, you are number 2. 2nd biggest state Maharashtra, you're number 2. 3rd biggest state Bengal, you're a distant number 2. Priyanka Chaturvedi is here on the broadcast as well. Shehzad is saying it's not a secular loss. They've lost in pockets, yes, and that's cost them. But the bottom line is, net, the headline in tomorrow morning's newspapers is going to be Modi all set for a 3rd term. You were not able to stop him, which was the whole purpose of the India Alliance.
Okay, so just 2 things. Of course, as a spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, he's bound to say whatever he has in defense of the Bharatiya Janata Party's spectacular loss in Maharashtra. I say spectacular loss is because from 23 seats, they've come down to 10 seats. And despite breaking 2 parties, 2 political regional parties, they have had to face this fate. I'm grateful to the people of Maharashtra who saw through this, who saw through the undermining of the constitutional procedures, undermining of democracy, undermining of the Supreme Court verdict, and standing by our party leadership even after our party symbol was taken away, our party name was taken away. I will not want to get into a tutu meme today at all, because this is a huge change as far as India and its trajectory is concerned. Let's not forget, this was almost a tipping point when the Prime Minister on the floor of the House in the Parliament had declared that he alone, by himself, will get 370 seats for the BJP and 400 plus for the NDA alliance. And from then onwards, it started, the entire conversation began at the trailer hai, picture baki hai, and a lot more confidence and arrogance was repeatedly heard through various speeches on various platforms of the Prime Minister of this country. So having said that, they may be winning they have got the numbers right now. They may go on to form the government. We do not know yet. But having said that, they've had the space where they came from and what they have lost is a huge difference. So they may continue to pat themselves on the back, but unfortunately, it is a loss that, in terms of how people look at it, it is a huge loss of face for the Prime Minister himself.
Just one very quick line. Look, we are introspective in victory. We have won, but we are still introspective. But some people have perfected the art of gloating in defeat. I mean, look, you gave the number 295, Priyanka. All your spokespersons, I think you are not 295. In fact, the BJP alone is more than the entire India alliance. 240, 234, there it is on CNN News 18's brilliant screen, which I've been watching all day long. So look, Priyanka, I agree that there are some places where we made losses, but we've come spectacularly in the state like Odisha. We have made spectacular gains in Telangana, where you just had a government of the Congress. We've led in Karnataka, where you had a Congress government. Your Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister's brother has lost. I agree, I concede we've lost some seats in Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh, which we weren't expecting, but we are introspecting. But here's a party, and it's Priyanka's former party, which has got 99, which is less than 100 for the third time over, and yet they gloat in defeat.
Okay. May I say something?
Yeah.
Anandji?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Shehzad, it's your former party as well.
I agree. I agree. I am exactly. Exactly.
Twist,
Priyanka, the reason I'm explaining that to you. One second. The reason I pointed out. Let me tell you why.
I'm not here to undermine BJP supremacy. Please. You all can continue doing that.
It's not even. It's
just I said that.
No, I think there's no need to fight. There's no need to fight, and there's no need to argue over here. It's just a very objective assessment of certain things. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a very specific question. Is there a possibility that in the assembly election that ensues, is there a possibility of perhaps the BJP, a chastened BJP, and the UBT coming back together?
Okay, so I have repeated this like 100 times over, but I shall repeat it again for posterity, for CNN News 18 to continue to use this particular clip that I'm going to speak on this particular issue during the assembly elections also. It's not likely to happen. It's not going to happen. And that particular road is not going to be traveled upon again. We cannot forget how we were backstabbed, how a political party which stood by them through their highs and their lows in the 25 years of their struggle, and their victories were our victories. They backstabbed us. They not just backstabbed us, they took the power away from our party. They also went on to try and destroy the party, decimate the party. They took away our party symbol. They took away our party name. And for us, and we had the Prime Minister downwards, from the Prime Minister onwards, we had him say things like, Nakli Santan hai Uddhav Bala Saheb Thackeray, for Uddhav Thackeray ji. They had said things like, Nakli Shiv Sena hai. Then they said many other things which I don't want to even start speaking about. We have chosen the road. We stood by Mahavikas Aghadi. We bet on this alliance. We have bet on the people of the state because we knew the people's will, love, affection and support.
Veer Sanghvi is here. Just give me a moment. Veer was a Mumbaiker and God knows a previous age or whatever. But you think this whole Tod, Marod, Farod ki Rajniti, when breaking the NCP, breaking the Shiv Sena, today, both Sharad Pawar and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray have more seats than the parties that were born out of their establishment.
I think Maharashtra is a very good example of the sleazier side of some of the political operations we've seen. The BJP went in there were enforcement raids on people. People were called crooks. They were encouraged then to split their parties. The BJP forgot they'd call them crooks, welcomed them with open arms. They went into the Shiv Sena. They enticed people away. All of it, I thought, was extremely unsavory. It had two problems apart from the unsavory nature, which is that if you talk to RSS people, BJP workers in Maharashtra, they say we worked for this party for decades, for years. Suddenly these guys who are crooks are being allowed in. Why should we work for them? That's one. And two, I don't think it's helped the BJP at all.
Right. Between the Shinde Sena and the Uddhav Bala UBT, the Shinde Sena has 7, UBT has 6.
10.
Yeah. 10 or 11, I think. the number,
yeah,
UPT has 9, UPT has 9 and the
Shinde Sena has 7.
Shinde Sena has 7. So, and between the Ajit
but
Pawar
one
and
second, 9 out of how many and 7 out of how many?
But net, not even out of how many. What's happened is the party which was third overall in Maharashtra at that time, even within the Mahavikas Aghadi, Congress is now the highest gainer in that Mahavikas Aghadi, and the Congress has more seats in Maharashtra. There's just
Can I just make a very small point, very small intervention?
There are two other guests.
Yeah. Abbas Haider of the Samajwadi Party is there. Saravanan of the DMK is there. As we talk about the DMK.
One small point before we move on.
Yeah.
While I appreciate what Veer has just said, Veer would also remember very clearly that Barasaheb Thackeray was stridently against any kind of arrangement with the Congress, which Uddhav Barasaheb Thackeray betrayed his own father's principles and allied with something like the Congress. And the Congress used to call Uddhav Thackeray and his family a party of communal people.
People have given them 30 seats.
Prime Minister
Narendra
Modi.
One minute.
That's all right. 1 minute.
Yes, that's the mandate. Anyway,
what mandate is there? What Mr. Uddhav Thackeray chooses to do once he is the chief Shiv Sena Supremo and Shiftima, that's for the party to decide.
I think Priyanka Chaturvedi wants to respond.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes,
I was responding to her response. So you're giving a response on my response.
I'm so happy that today Shehzad is responding.